A pirate ship was raging through a violent storm while lightning tore the sky apart. A wounded man with an injured shoulder and a sword in his hands was cornered against a wall. While tensing up, the man started to cough blood. The man saw a lot of blood splattered onto his hand from his cough. Angered and frustrated, the man shouted, "What the hell was happening?" The man was grabbing onto his injured shoulder, realizing that things that normally happen in movies or drama. It has become a reality for the injured man. Sweat and tears started to roll down from the man's face, from the frustrations and fear. The man questioned himself. Was he going to die in a place like this? One of the pirate goons started to laugh at the man, saying that to look at how the bastard was trembling. The pirate captain started to arm his arrow, mocking him. Was he done already? The man thought that he was just an ordinary person who liked playing games. And what the hell happened to him to end up in this situation? The pirate captain said that now it was getting kind of boring and he shot his arrow at the young man. The other pirates followed the captain and shot their arrows as well, piercing the young man. Losing his balance, the man fell on his back. The pirate captain put his shoe on the fallen man's chest, bidding him farewell. The man thought that everything was happening to him because of a certain scammer, a trickster. The captain raised his broadsword and brought it down onto the man's chest, while the man was only able to shout, "Damn it!" The scene then cuts to a day before this incident occurred. A young man was washing his teeth in front of his wash basin mirror. After brushing, he went to this room in the dark. Turning on his computer, the young man sits in front of it. Just like any other day, his goal was to play that game. He says how groaning after coming home from work was becoming a natural occurrence to him. He then starts to play that game. The name of this game was called The Dark World, to describe what it was like. This game was a place without any hopes or dreams. It's filled with never-ending wars, corrupt churches, thieves, monsters, undead, where the darkness of the world ruled after the dimensions were destroyed. This game has already been out for 20 years by now. This game didn't offer much in terms of graphics, nor does it have a large player base, but the young man has been enjoying this game since the day it was launched. While the game loaded, he wondered what kind of opponent he would face that day. But first, he checked whether his character was doing well or not. The game loaded, welcoming him to the dark world. The young man was in glee while looking at his in-game character, which was a knight in a blood-red suit with a large broadsword standing on the stage. The name of this character was Requesting PK. Its level was 95, and it belonged to the Blood Knight class. He also stated that normally he was a stagnant water user of the Dark World, but he was able to clear the campaign with one character only, the Blood Knight. The reason why he had only one cleared champion was because he was an absolute hardcore user, and he was among the worst of the hardcore users, a hardcore PvP user. Hardcore mode is a game mode where one is unable to revive their character if they die, and they lose their levels and items upon death. There aren't many tough players who can enjoy a one-to-one PvP play in the first place, but there are even fewer players who have completed the campaigns on extreme hardcore difficulty. Because no matter how good a player is, they will die fighting one day. But being on the edge is thrilling. On top of that, his PvP Blood Knight was the strongest character in the Dark World's history. He was even dubbed the Blood Knight Master within his community, and it was hard to find an opponent who was on the same level as him. The young man, while drinking water, notices a notification on his screen. 2 people had sent him a private DM in his chat. This was rare because after his Blood Knight's kill count went over 500, he stopped getting many PvP requests. But this was a great day since he got a new opponent or an ally. He greeted them, saying, "How are they?" The game prompted him to either shake hands to become comrades or fight and kill them. The young man went on to see who was challenging him. 3 players were challenging him this time, and he scoffed, saying that at those levels they all need to come at him at once. The challengers are thinking that the Blood Knight might be crazy for trying to take on them all at once. Then they all attacked him at once, saying that they would steal all his items. The Blood Knight raises his hands, planning to get started. With just a single attack, the entire area was filled with the Blood Knight's magic. All 3 players instantly got thrown away by the blast. The level 80 Soul Shaman started to get scared, shouting that who the hell was he? He was a freaking monster. Some sort of blood-red mist came out of the night, surrounded and grabbed the paladin around his neck. Using the mist as a rope, the Blood Knight pulled the paladin towards his hand. The knight, using the momentum, instantly grabbed the paladin by his neck. Both of the paladin's teammates were scared that everything was going to end like this. Was this happening? The teammates in the chats pleaded with the paladin to use his sword of light. The Blood Knight growled that instead of chatting, they should be using their skills to fight him. With just one attack, the Blood Knight instantly exploded the Paladin. The teammates were completely stunned, saying that it didn't even make any sense that a level 80 Paladin could be killed like this in just one attack. The Blood Knight then turns his head towards the rest of the teammates. He growls, saying that they are going to be next. The Berserker and the Soul Shaman look at each other, sharing secret glances. Then, both of them instantly leave the PvP server, making the Blood Knight shout in rage. The Blood Knight was left standing alone. The young man cussed, saying that this match was maybe another random pick. He was annoyed at how rude these people were. He wished that at least they should have left a nice item before leaving. He then remembered that there were 2 PvP fight invitations and turned to see the other one. He got a bit surprised by the name of the account. The invitation was from an account named Trickster29. He was quite impressed by how relentless this old man was. The name of the id was Trickster. He was one of the most famous Dark World players. But he had become a loser who just gives up his items after losing. Requesting PK then laughs at Trickster that it's been only 10 days since he lost, and he was challenging him again, commending his courage for continuously challenging him, but he was just hurting his ego. In front of him, a level 93 martial artist character spawned in the PvP server. Surprised by this class change, the Blood Knight asked that this time he was a martial artist. But then suddenly, he noticed something about the character. He realized that the Trickster was at level 93. He was confused as to how a person can level up so fast in just 10 days. And the clothes that he was wearing were one of the highest ranking sets, the Will of the Eastern Mythological Soldiers. Blood Knight then chatted to the Trickster about whether he had bought these items, and his level was too high as well. Did he auto-farm as well? The Blood Knight also realized that even if someone bought or auto-farmed, even then, it is impossible to level up to 93 levels in just 10 days. The Trickster then said that he was talking too much and that he should hurry up and attack. The young man felt kinda strange, cause was there some campaign in the game that he was unaware of? But since he always got good items, it didn't matter much. The match between the Blood Knight and the Trickster caused massive explosions throughout. The Blood Knight defeated Trickster with his blood mist, mocking him for how hard it must be to lose every time. The knight got happy because he thought that he would get a precious will set in hardcore. The young man realized that he should probably close the room first, along with an anticipation of what other items he would get. But then suddenly, he started to get the fighting mode message, which told him that he could either shake hands and become comrades, or he could fight and kill them. The young man was confused by this statement because the fight was already over, but he couldn't understand why the game was in fight mode all of a sudden, and thought that it was just a game bug. The Blood Knight then suddenly saw something in front of him. A young blonde man suddenly spawned in front of the Blood Knight in the game, to which he asked how he got there. This blonde young man was none other than the Trickster himself. The young man was surprised that the Trickster came in his original character. Also, the level of Trickster was 100, which was that the character was created on the day the Dark World game launched 20 years ago. The young man was worried about what the hell he must be thinking to throw away such a rare character in just a single hardcore PvP match. The Blood Knight inquired the Trickster that even after he closed the room, how he was able to enter, was he using some kind of cheat because he was going to report him. Trickster answered him, saying that this was not any kind of cheat, and invited him to attack him. The Blood Knight said that the Trickster was being cocky for using his real account to try to fight and kill him. Trickster taunted him, saying that didn't he had a kill count of 99? Didn't he want to make it 10,000? The Blood Knight responded to his taunt by saying that was he was going to sacrifice his real account to bring his kill count to 10,000? Trickster spawns out his magical wand in his hand. Trickster confidently asks, "Sacrifice? What sacrifice?" Because he was going to win in the end. The Blood Knight laughed at the Trickster that where was he getting all this confidence from when even his fingers weren't working well? But the young man realized that something was off. He asked the Trickster how did he knew that the Blood Knight had 999 kills. Trickster answered that one can just Google it, but the Blood Knight added that not even the internet can know anyone's total play log because no one can see other players' total play log. The Blood Knight then asked again that had he not really used a cheat. Trickster got annoyed, saying that this much bullshit was enough, and started to charge his attack. Trickster then shouted at the Blood Knight to just come at him while releasing a water-type attack. The water attack then turned into icicles, then solid ice, spreading out in all directions. This spell was called the Frozen Earth. This will cause magic damage to spread out in all directions, and the movement speed of those who were affected by the spell will be decreased by halves. The attack spread as water to the entire arena, then froze solid into icicles. The young man was annoyed that the trickster just said what he wanted to without hearing him, even once. He didn't even answer him about the question about the playlog, while starting the fight right away with an awakened skill. The trickster's legs started to float in the air. The young man smirked, knowing that the trickster wanted to win from him no matter what. But even then it was futile because the Blood Knight used his blood mist tentacles to pick up the trickster, saying that he was done once he was in his hands. The Blood Knight then assumed that the trickster was now out of mana, because he used his awakened skill right from the start, mocking him that, how could he win the PvP like that? The young man was confident now since he had his skill, which he had saved to screw him up. And this was the end. A lot of blood-red color dark mana started gathering around the hand of the Blood Knight. He shot the concentrated attack towards the trickster, shouting the attack name, the Whirlpool of Blood-Sucking. This attack was an awakened active skill of the Blood Knight called the Whirlpool of Blood-Sucking. It absorbed the HP of the target. The more HP the attacker has lost, the more HP was sucked out of the target. The trickster started to writhe in pain from the attack. The Blood Knight laughed, saying that since he had only 10% of his HP left, he would be taking all of his while continuously laughing and mocking him. Suddenly, two emblems of fire started to surround the Blood Knight, shocking him. The Blood Knight was unsure how he was able to do this since he had used an awakened skill already. A mirage of a dragon appeared behind the trickster, which was charging a massive fire attack with its mouth. The Blood Knight was shocked to see another awakened attack, the Dragon's Breath. The Dragon's Breath was the ultimate awakened skill of the Flame type. It summoned the ancient dragon, Draconis, which imbued Flame-type magic damage, which affected the opponent with Burn-type status. Abnormality. While the trickster charged up his attack, the Blood Knight just looked at him in shock, shouting how he had two awakened attacks up his sleeves. The Blood Knight was dumbfounded because he knew that a character could have only a single awakened attack, but Trickster had two. When the breath fell on the Blood Knight, he cursed to the Trickster before dying. A system window popped up saying that the Blood Knight's character requesting PK had died, and his bravery will be forever remembered. The young man started to shout in rage while slamming his keyboard and table. He kept on shouting and cussing, saying that the Trickster must have used some sort of cheat to have two awakened skills, because he knew that he wouldn't be able to win with just one. The young man picked up his keyboard to slam it on the ground, but he calmed himself down and put the keyboard back on the table. He kept on shouting that the Trickster was a piece of shit for using a cheat to kill him. Then he instantly created a new hero in the game and named it You Cheater Pose. He went into the DM of the Trickster, shouting to him how he was a piece of shit to use both awakened skills of ice and fire attacks. Did he cheat to get 2x XP when he wins, while still cussing him? The Trickster read the chat, but he remained quiet. The young man kept on cursing the Trickster, same as before. Calmly, the Trickster just invited him to come in. He came into the room, showed a middle finger, shouting and asking Trickster where he lived in real life. The Trickster told him to calm down and game him something. The young man then asked what it was. The Trickster gave him a shield and a portion. The young man got annoyed at this and shouted that he was being mocked by getting those shield and portions. He shouted that what about his demon sword, his all-resistance shield, and his 3-skill helmet? The Trickster just said sorry. The man then shouted to the Trickster, saying, how was he able to use cheats when he was this old? The Trickster calmly reminded him that he wasn't using any cheats. He then shouted, what hell was it then? The Trickster then answered that it was a hidden quest. The young man was confused as to what hell he was talking about. How can there be anything hidden when the game was released Daria years ago? So he has been playing all this time without knowing about a hidden quest like this? He asked the Trickster to tell him about it so that he could also get cracked like the Trickster. The Trickster just remained silent, which caused the young man to accuse him that he cannot say it because he has been cheating instead. Trickster repeated himself again, saying that he was not cheating, and it was a hidden request. Cutting him off, the young man threw his armor and portions on the ground. Grabbing by his collar, the young man asked the Trickster to quit with his bullshit and tell him about it, so that he can also have an op account, but the Trickster replied that he might regret it, as it is not something that he might take on easily. The young man shouted that why would he not be able to take on the challenge? And talking about regret, his biggest regret was fighting a cheater like him and losing his original Blood Knight account. The Trickster said, all right, since he needed this so badly, he will receive an invitation before the day was over. He shouted, what the hell was he talking about? He was then forcibly thrown out of the room, and the man was just left shouting, "Hey!" On searching his name in the search bar, the game gave a notification that any player with that name did not existed in the game. The young man was confused, and he re-entered the trickster's name in the search bar letter by letter to make sure he didn't make any spelling mistakes. The game then gave out the same notification once more, that no one with this name exists in the game. He was surprised, left wondering why the trickster was gone from the game. He held his hands on his head and wailed about how pissed he was. He had worked so hard to grow that Blood Knight account. Just how long was it going to take him to get to that level with his new character? He just wanted to sleep and think about it later. But then suddenly, he heard someone calling out uncle to him while he was standing somewhere. The young man was standing in an amusement park, wondering why he was there, while a little girl called out to him, saying how hungry she was. The young man then remembered that he was there because it was his day off, and he came there with Jiwon. He then asked her when she got there. The girl then told him how he wasn't responding to anything that she was saying, asking what he was even thinking about. She said he was hungry. The man apologized, saying that he got a bit distracted. The little girl scoffed, saying whatever, and pointed to a stall selling churros, wanting to eat there. The man then mocked her, saying that she just ate right now. Was she a pig or something for wanting more? The girl complained that can't he buy something for a pretty niece like her, scoffing that she is going to wait on the bench because her legs hurt. He sneered while walking to the churro stand that she was now just like his mom, telling her to wait while he goes and buys it. But he was feeling that everything felt so hazy, as if he were dreaming. Suddenly, Jiwon was not there anymore. On the bench instead of Jiwon, a blonde kid appeared to sit. The kid looked a bit familiar, 5 to the young man. The kid then shouted to the young man that if he didn't want to get hurt, he should be sitting down. The young man just looked at the blonde kid and exclaimed what was happening. Everything around him turned white. While the blonde person shouted to him to sit down one last time, then suddenly he heard a man's voice shouting how annoying he was being now, while a large hand hit his chest. Getting hit, the man flew across the place and got hit on the side of the deck wall. An old bearded man shouted at him to sit because he was already so dizzy, and shouted for someone to pull the rope. The young man couldn't understand what was going on. He asked where he was and what was happening, but the old man said that if he didn't want to become shark food, then he should start to get moving. The young man looked at his trembling hands. Wondering what he was wearing, it looked as if he was wearing something within a game. And how was he here? Because he fell asleep on his bed yesterday. He tried to sleep on his bed yesterday, but since he was so frustrated from the loss that he couldn't even if he tried. The last night before sleeping, he was grinding a bit on the game, clearing the first level, then falling asleep after getting on the ship of Chapter 2. Hearing the word ship made the young man realize something, that this place was the storming ocean and the ship, and he was wearing the outfit that one can see only in the games. The young man realized that this was actually the Dark World game, and he was the new game character he created, You Cheater Pose. He just sat there in shock at what happened when one of the ship's crew told him to stop getting in his way. Then suddenly, an arrow hit the crew member in the head, and he fell in front of the young man. What was left was the crew member's lifeless dead body in front of the young man. He looked over the deck when someone shouted to fire, while he was scared of what was happening. Over the deck, he saw that the pirate captain and his crew were climbing up the ship. The captain then ordered his crew to kill all of the ship's crew. The young man got worried thinking about what he should do now. But first, he decided to evade all of them for now. He looked toward his left, where he found some big boxes. He ran toward the boxes, sprinting behind them, hiding from sight. One pirate crew pinned down one of the ship's crew, shouting, "How dare he run away?" while the ship crew member pleaded to spare his life. Using the sword, he killed the ship crew. Seeing this, the young man thought to himself that it would have been much better if he had picked up a helmet while he was raising his character. Seeing someone die in front of their eyes was way different compared to seeing them get killed in-game. The pirate instantly found him hiding behind the boxes, smirking. What should he do with him? The pirate told the others that another rat was hiding in here behind the boxes. The young man realized that he was in deep trouble. A lot of arrows flew through the air towards someone. All of the flying arrows pierced the young man, throwing him down. He fell on his back with a lot of force, shouting in pain. The pirate captain laughed with others at how he was shivering, completely unbecoming of his huge body. He then told one of the pirates to get rid of him. The young man wondered if this was how he was going to die. He damned it all. Until yesterday, he was just a normal middle-aged guy who loved playing video games. He wondered how all of this had happened. While he lay there, the pirate swung his large sword, shouting for the young man to die. To protect himself, he covered himself with his hand, and with a large slash, a lot of blood fell on him. But it didn't hurt the young man, confused. He looked up to see that the blood on him was not his blood. With a large slash, the pirate's head was chopped off clean from the body, with electric sparks flowing everywhere. The headless body of the pirate fell on a young man. He groaned from pain, shouting at what was happening. Every single pirate was pointing somewhere, shouting at everyone to be careful, as it was a mage. The young man was also surprised. On top of the mast, there was a girl with a lot of sparks coming out of her wand who was standing. The pirate captain ordered everyone to catch that magician. She scowled at them, saying with sarcasm as if they could ever catch her, "Insects." The girl then jumps down from the top of the mast to the top of the deck. Shouting the chant, "Razor Wind," she releases her first magic. The magic created blades made up of wind, which went through all of the pirates, cutting them up. The pirate captain just looked in shock. He shouted at his crew at what they were doing, calling them idiots. He shouted at them to not just stand back, but to shoot their arrows as well. The girl dodged the 2 arrows, shouting, "How annoying this all is." The young man over here was barely holding himself together through pain, with all the wounds, thinking, what the hell was this situation? The mage then throws a health potion to the young man, shouting at him to get back to his senses. He holds up the bright red portion up to his hand, realizing what it is. He realized that it was a portion. The girl comes up to him, opening her hoodie. She shouts at him to drink it fast unless he wants to die there. He saw her and recognized her face. He recognized her face because it was the exact same one as the elemental mage from the Dark World. The pirate goons found them and shouted that now was the chance to catch and kill both of the heroes. She casts her windblade magic again, cutting the goons while angrily shouting to stop being so annoying. The young man realized that since this is the Dark World online game and the portion in his hand is a real healing portion, then he can use it. He drinks the portion in one breath. The portion starts working in an instant, relieving him of his pain instantly. The mage shouts to her that for how long he was going to daydream, and he should at least work the portion's worth. He felt thankful for her saving him, but he didn't like how condescending she was towards him, thinking that as a mage, she is going to be enough alone for the entire fleet though. Looking at her, he saw that she was shaking and trembling. He thought that even though she acted all brave, she was trembling now. He understood the reason for her trembling was that she was all out of mana. Even though she didn't use it more than 10 times, she was all out. Looking at her, the pirate goons talked to each other about whether it was all over or not. Confirming it, they asked if they should kill her. The mage girl looks at him, shouting at him not just to stand but to do something. He responds that it was mean of her to talk like this. He thought that she just saved him so that she could use him as a human shield or something. The girl shouted, "How could he say something like that even after she saved him?" But then one of the goons came and said that they both know how to mess up and die. Saying that he sung his word at her, the young man stepped in and held her back, while blocking his swing with his shield. He angrily shouts that he will do what she says, but he gives no promises on whether he will be a good human shield or not. He then back-kicks the goon in his solar plexus, knocking him out and disarming him. Pulling out his sword, he invites the goons to fight him, saying that rather than simply dying, he will put up a struggle. He says that it also matters to him, because he has to maintain his pride as a man. While he said that, he suddenly felt as if his body was getting hot and his blood was boiling. Suddenly, a blood-red mist of mana starts to form around the young man's body, enveloping him in red. The red blood mana started to flow out of his body and to his sword as well. The pirate captain and his goons looked at the man and started wondering what the hell he was doing, thinking that he was performing some sort of magic spell. The bald goon swung his axe, saying that safe to attack because he was the person who was trembling in pain a few minutes ago. So he told others not to be scared and finish him off. But the young man was easily able to block this huge swing with the use of his wooden shield. With a big smile, he says to the goon that this is how it feels to feel boiling blood throughout the whole body, and that he likes that a lot more. He was a blood knight after all. Using his blood-red mist-coated hand, he goes to grab the bigger, muscular goon. The captured goon screams for his life to save him, but he turns the blood-red mist into the shape of a blade. Using the blood-red mist blade, he instantly splits the goon into 2 parts. The other pirates and the captain get absolutely shocked upon seeing the scene in front of them. The captain starts to shout, "Who was that guy?" and turns to one of his men to not just stand, but to attack or kill him. But before anyone could even go to attack, he came himself, completely shrouded in the blood-red mana, holding his sword, making the captain shout in terror. Instantly chopping up all of the pirates, he feels a pain simmering up in his whole body. He was feeling as if a seething blood was controlling him. He felt a sense of superiority and freedom, an unbearable pleasure. He felt as if his consciousness was sleeping away somewhere far. The young man, now completely lost control of himself, screams a terrifying scream, scaring everyone. Everyone starts running away from the Blood Knight. Unable to find somewhere, they all jump into the water, screaming for someone to save them. After that, his blood-red mana subsides and he calms down. The mage girl then asks him whether he was okay or not. Saying nothing, he just plops to the ground, worrying the mage girl, who asks her again what was wrong with him all of a sudden. He falls to the ground, losing consciousness, while the mage girl was beside him, shouting at him to wake up. The scene then cuts to the next day with a clear blue morning sky. The young man then wraps a bandage around himself, worried about something. The fight the previous night caused him to lose too much blood, and he was sure that if he continued at this rate, he might really die. Looking up at the sky, he assessed his situation. He had barely survived the previous fight, but still couldn't believe what a ridiculous situation this was. He wondered whether he was actually in the game of the Dark World because he felt everything. He looked at her, thinking that even the girl looked exactly like the game's elemental mage. Feeling uncomfortable, she stared back, asking what he needed and why he was staring at her. He asked her to tie the bandage around his arm for him because he was unable to do it with just one hand, but she refused, saying that she didn't want to because it was dirty. The young man just accepted his fate, saying that there was nothing left to do now, when suddenly a bag with glass bottles clinked at his feet. The young man remembered that it was his item bag that he had forgotten about before. Inside the bag, there was another portion bottle as well, which he pulled out. Feeling happy, he started drinking the portion in front of the elemental mage girl, who saw that he had multiple portions at hand. She instantly crawled to his bag, wanting to take a bottle for herself as well, but the young man shouted that she was trying to do. Taking two out of his bag, she smirked and said that he also had a portion as well with him. The young man shouts at her to give it back, but she said that what would he do if she said that she didn't want to? Justifying, she said that she gave him a portion the last night as well, but he disagreed, saying that she gave him one, but why was she taking two? She said that she helped him when his life was in danger, so she would get no profit from her if she only took one back. But the young man stood up and grabbed her arm, saying that he needed them now since he was hurt. He would give her back two later, but she still held her ground, saying that she didn't want to. Now, getting angry, he asked her to give it back while he was still being nice. And she, still holding her ground, said that what would he do if she didn't? Just as they were continuing to fight, the captain of the ships shouted at them from behind to say something. The captain, standing on the top of the deck, shouted that he could see the port, the city's South Harbor port. The young man was surprised that they reached the shore this fast. He recognized the area. It was the South Harbor port, the second stage of the Dark World, second act. Their ship safely arrived and docked at the South Harbor. The captain announced it and then told his crewmen to disembark in orderly fashion. The young man then scouted the area. He was worried that in a place where there isn't a single naval soldier to protect the ship, would he be all right or not? He was also worried about what might have happened if he had come in his original character. While they were moving down the ship into the port, he heard the bickering of some people arguing about something. Upon hearing closer, he realized that there was a lockdown applied on the court because many sea bandits were lurking throughout the open seas. The young man understood that just like the setting of the Dark World, the harbor was already raided by pirates. There were smoke signals, broken city walls, and bloodstains. It was really serious. He was also happy that he was a blood knight. Because of his skill of flowing blood, he was able to recover with just one potion. Just as he was going through the city, someone called out to him to stop where he was standing. A few soldiers had stopped him. They asked, since he came from abroad and was armed, whether was he a soldier or not. The captain of the ship interrupted them, saying that this man had saved them from the pirates. Diverting their attention, he called them over to another place to talk, and the knights agreed as well. Over to the side, the captain pulled out some gold coins, giving them to the knights. The young man understood what they were doing. After that, he went and thanked the captain for helping him at the checkpoint. He was indebted to him now, but the captain instead thanked him back, saying that if he wasn't there, then they would have all died. So he asked this to consider as a reward and bid him farewell. The young man then thanked the captain and bid him farewell as well. He thought that the captain was correct to be inconspicuous because his current armor and weapons were making him stand out among the public. His attention was then caught by some more guards shouting at a magic user to stand down. The guards were surrounding the elemental mage girl to get down, while she was trying to explain to them that there might be some misunderstandings. She tried to explain that she was a mage learning at the La Palais Palace, but the guard dismissed her, saying that how could they trust someone who didn't have a magic card? She agreed, saying that she may not have a card, but she had a magical recommendation letter written to her by her master, and reached to pull it out. One guard hit her hand really hard to stop her from putting her hand inside her cloak, with her shrieking from pain. Angered by this action, she pulled out her magic wand to point at the soldiers, saying how dare they. On seeing her holding the weapon in her hand, all of the guards instantly got into super high alert mode, shouting to others that she had lifted her weapon. One of the guards then stabbed her leg from behind with a long spear. Ripping out the spear, they threw her to the ground, shouting for all the other guards to apprehend her. Falling to the ground, she screamed in pain, shouting that it really hurt. Did they really need to stab her? Another guard stepped onto her wand and broke it into pieces, leaving her screaming for it. All the guards then started to kick and thrash her, shouting, "How dare a magic user pull out their weapon?" and kept on kicking her. The young man then came in running from behind, shouting to the guard to please stop kicking her. Stopping their kicks requested them to stop hitting, as she would die at this rate. The guards shouted at him, who was he, and told him to run away. In his mind, he thought that these guards were crazy, but he needed to help her because she was someone who helped him. And using this money like this might be a waste, but in this case, he thought it was okay to do it. He bowed down to the guard, pleading to them that this brat was part of his group. She acted like that because she didn't know the ways of the world. And he apologized, saying that she just made a mistake. Pulling out his purse, he flattered the guards that he was sorry to make them wait like this, and in order to compensate them, he wanted to give something. From within the bag, 3 gold coins clinked out into his hands, each one for one guard. The guards understood what was going on and instantly got interested. Continuing his flattery, he gave the 3 coins into the guard's hand, and the guard also slid them in smoothly, saying that something like this wasn't necessary. After the transaction, he requested the guards for his leave, because he was injured, and he didn't want to keep them waiting any longer. He then told them not to worry about that kid, but one of them was cautious, saying that it was okay because magic users don't let go of their grudges easily. He reassured them that she won't hold any grudges because she was at fault in the first place. He added that she might be stupid, but she knows at least this much. The guards then asked can they could trust him, to which he completely buttered them up to reassure them that they absolutely could, and there was nothing to worry. The guards then turned around, moving on but warning him to make sure she behaves well, then they took their leave. The young man then once more thanked them for the time they spent on them. He then returned his attention to the mage girl who was now still on the floor, unable to get up. Kneeling down, he helped her to stand on her feet, asking whether she could get up or not. She was still groaning in pain. With eyes filled with bloodlust and tears, she promised herself that she will get her revenge with them. Helping her sit on the nearby bench, he told her to rest while they treat her. And he was also going to use a portion from her bag, which was his to begin with anyways. The mage kept on gritting her teeth and grabbing her ponytails, reciting that she will find those guards and kill them, or give them fates even worse than death. The young man then softly bonks her head with his fist, surprising her a bit. Annoyed, she shouted to him. What was he trying to do? He then just asked her to stop acting like an idiot. The mage said that she should have the right to use her rights, her right to get revenge. The young man warned her that he wasn't stopping her revenge, but she should be careful where she was formulating her plans. She should be alone under a blanket. She said grumpily that she didn't mean for him to hear it. He responded that he understood and forwarded her a bottle of the potion. The mage then snatched the bottle away from him. She started to pour it on the top of her wound, saying that this way is more effective compared to her drinking it directly. Getting annoyed by her behavior, he wondered how the hell she can still talk as if she's looking down on others. He thought to himself that if she gets hurt another time, he isn't going to help her. The mage girl also reminded him of his niece Ji-won, which bothered him in various ways. Catching him staring at her again, she spoke up, asking him why does he keep staring at her. Clearly annoyed, he ordered her to listen to him really carefully, what he was about to say. What if he just took everything she had on her right now and handed her over to the guards? What if he goes and tells them that she is an escapee without a magic card, and she keeps talking about revenge, and he was under a magic spell earlier which made him take her side earlier, and in reality he wasn't even a part of her group? He sternly asks her what will happen if he goes and says that to them. The mage drops the glass potion bottle in shock, which shattered upon impact. Scared, she looked at him, asking how did he knew about it. The young man was confused by the unexpected reaction. He thought that maybe he had said something wrong to her. Then he instantly realized what had actually happened just now. This female elemental mage was actually an expelled escapee from the La Palais Palace. He understood that if he messes up from here, he might arouse suspicion of the female mage. He controlled the situation by saying that he was just trying to give an example, and if she kept on grumbling about the revenge, then he might think of cutting her off. She asked what did he meant by cutting her off. He explained that it meant to cut someone off, to let them loose. She kept on asking what did that meant. He diverted the topic to say that he was just warning her to be a bit more careful with her words. Snatching away the bag from him said that that comment was a very slaverish of him and she doesn't need any of that. Still squeamish that her leg was stinging. Kneeling down, he asked her for the other potion bottle she had in her bag, but she said that she was fine now and there was no need for it. But she gave the bottle to him anyway, and he then reminded her of something that she might not have known. He held the bottle and told her that the potion bottle was his. She didn't understand what he was trying to say. He opened the bottle, saying that he saved her, which was worth more than one bottle. He then smiled and told her not to make that face, as if she had been wronged. When a person gets something, they should return something as well. She angrily called him a sly dog. He started to pour the portion on her wound, asking her if she was indebted to him now. Seeing that he took the portion for her and not for himself, she got silent and started to stare. He emptied the entire bottle on her wound, which healed it completely, both staying silent. After her wound was healed, the young man then asked her what her name was. She replied that it was Ellen. She then asked about his. He thought for a second that his gamertag, You Cheater Pose, was not appropriate as a normal name, as it didn't feel right. Even his old name, the Blood Knight, was not appropriate because it was just a default name. He just turns around and tells the mage to call him Ajusi. Confused, the mage asked him just how old he was to be called that. Instead of asking him to call Appa, instantly changed her mind. In a bar, the village tells the young man her story, but he even calls her a leftover human. 19 slams her glass on the table in frustration. Angered, she asked him what did he meant by leftover, but he told her to be quiet because he was really annoyed as well. He was annoyed because she could not use any magic, because her wand, which her teacher gave her, was broken, and apart from that, she could only use the razor wind spell. He was surprised at what kind of mage she was because this was just like being a prop for the wand. He explained to her that a mage isn't just a magician, they uncover the secrets and very foundation of matter as well. What else? She could not even satisfy the basic functions of a mage, her knowledge. At this point, she was like a chef who could not cook, a singer who could not sing, and a doctor who could not treat. He then straight up called her a defective product, a leftover human. But even this behavior, the young man found strangely familiar. It wasn't because she resembled Ji-won, but it was more like 6 months ago, he raised a female elemental mage who resembled her. Her name was IJKL Mage. He also recognized her wand, which was the Westerly Wind Baton. During his previous account gameplays, he made a new mage character the moment he got the wand. All of this info and coincidences made him realize something really important. He realized that the character in front of him was none other than Aikul Maj. She called him up again that why was he staring at her? He was just surprised that the character he created ended up becoming a living being. Who would have that he would be seeing his own character right in front of him? Setting that topic aside, he asked her that why did she come to South Harbor in the first place? She sighed, saying that she had something she needed to do here. Surprised and curious, he asked what she was trying to do. But she refused, saying to mind his own business. But the young man requested her to note this so cold to him. They had saved each other's lives after all. This guaranteed to create a little bit of trust between them. But she coldly replied that it didn't matter. She told him that he did not give him any reason to trust him yet, except for the incident earlier. But the young man clenched his teeth, saying that she cannot just ignore the incident earlier, as it was really important, and why would he try to gain her favor? She responded that how could she know? He then said that he was thinking of adding her to his party. She shouted, who was he to decide that all by himself? He reassured her that he was not going to do as he pleased, and that they were both going to discuss everything to reach an agreement. Sitting back down, she asked, what kind of agreement? He said that he was a really skilled warrior and has a lot of knowledge of this world, so it made a really compelling choice to have someone like him in the same party. Asked her what she thinks about it. She agreed, saying that even though he looked like a jerk, he was a pretty good candidate for a team member. He was annoyed by how annoying she was till the very end. But she started to grumble that she could not even manifest her abilities as a mage, and the wand that her teacher gave to her was broken. The young man started to think that maybe the elemental maze considers the Westerday wind baton as an item that her teacher gave to her. He agreed to it, that yeah, she was now an actual leftover human, which stung her a lot. But instantly, he optimistically reassured her that she won't stay like this forever because she was still growing every day. She looked at him with a confused and pained expression. Mockingly, she said that what would he know about magic? Because she studied magic for over 10 years. Even then, she was not able to make a single flame on her own. He looked aside, agreeing that, yeah, he did not know anything about magic. Elle had started to cry a little bit by this point. Changing the topic, he slammed the table, shouting that she definitely has the potential to become an outstanding mage. He could literally feel it. Looking at the young man with complicated expression with tears in her eyes, she just stayed silent. She then revealed to him that she was here as per her teacher's order in order to find someone. The last traces of that person was discovered in the city north of this port, and she was on her way there. The young man started to think who this person could be that she was looking for. He realized that her target was the spell thief Seich, who may be hiding in the Raven Cliffs right now. So in return, he revealed to her that he was there because he was looking for the origin of his blood. It was a process that he needed to go through to master the art of blood control, for which he needed a party. He wondered whether it was going to be okay that he was just reciting the original plot of the game, since that's what came to his mind first. He asked her again, did she trust him a little bit now or not? Looking down, she agreed, saying that it's okay since they were going to the same place anyway. The young man felt relieved that at least she had started to trust him a little bit now. Agreeing with her, he stood up and extended his hand to her for a handshake. She shook his hand. He assured her that they would try to do their best together. In an inn named the Boathorn Inn, the young man sighed about something really crazy. He was angry that after paying such a ridiculous amount of money for the inn, there was absolutely no bed and it reeked of a disgusting smell. It actually looked more like a horse stable rather than an inn. The mage pushed him aside to move over and to stop acting like so hygienic. She said that she was tired and she was going to sleep first. The young man asked her again, that was she going to sleep in a place like this? She agreed, saying that she will, and not to disturb her. He sighed, giving up and saying that nothing can be done anyways after all. He opened up his weapons and holsters and kept it aside to him, in the inn. Looking towards the ceiling, he started to miss his home, but wondered what he could do in order to get back. He remembered something. The trickster said that it was some sort of hidden. Did he actually meant that the hidden quest was completing the campaign in real life? He wondered who the trickster was. Was he some sort of god or being? After all the useless thoughts inside his head, his eyes started to get a little bit heavy. His eye is completely closed up and he went to sleep. Some sort of blue light instantly woke him up. The young man was now in his old body, in a completely white space. He frantically started to look around, trying to find that where was he? A blue hologram instantly popped up in front of him. Looking at it, he realized what it was. The hologram was his character sheet from the Dark World. The scene cut to the next day morning sun. The young man woke up yawning loudly, saying that he slept really well. The man wondered how did he felt so refreshed. He felt as if his brain came directly out of a washing machine and his body felt so light that he could fly. He wondered whether this was also due to his class of being a blood knight, because he was definitely hurt last day and lost quite a blood as well. He started to suit up thinking that this body was exceptionally healthy. The mage also started to wake up. He mocked her, saying that she must be able to sleep well in a place like this because of her constitution. She looked at him, still yawning and half asleep. That why was he trying to pick a fight early in the morning? What a terrible hobby he has. He corrected her, saying that it was not morning because the sun was already high up in the sky, but she angrily asked him why did he keep being sarcastic. Although she agreed to join his party, they were still not close enough to joke around. Her stomach grumbled, interrupting both of them. Her face turned red in shame, whereas he just kept looking at her silently. The young man felt a little bit guilty and sighed, saying that they should eat first. He poured his spoon into a bowl filled with white porridge. He asked repeatedly whether something had changed about her. She refused, saying that no matter how many times he asked, the answer would be the same. He thought it was really strange because there was definitely something different. Because in his dream yesterday, he saw the Dark World character sheet. There were 2 tabs and the first tab was his sheet and then the second tab was her sheet. And since it was possible to distribute his skill points among both, He took a look at all of the points he had and distributed all among both of them. Using the character sheet, he strengthened his passive skill, the flowing blood, and increased his health by 2. So his final stat was Strength Daria, Agility 16, Health 18, and Magic Power 1. Whereas for her, he invested 3 points into Flame Arrow, 1 point into Burning Weapon, and 3 points into Cold Air Spray, and 3 points into Wind Fist, and 1 point into Spirit of Dance. So for the rest of her stat, he brought her Strength to 10, Agility to 13, Health to 15, and Magic Power to 23. Since he distributed all of the points, without leaving a single thing, he expected there to be a really big change in her. But she said nothing had changed. He was worried that why was the no change in her? Was the dream he saw last night was just a random dream? She again called him out for staring at her. For the last time, he told her that she has to say him anything if something has changed. She said she understood and asked him to shut up and eat. Her behavior annoyed the young man very much, and washing his clothes, he put them out under the sun to dry. Besides that clothesline, the young man was doing his workout. One-arm push-ups. He was surprised at his body's resiliency because even though he was wearing his heavy armor, he was easily able to do 1 Daria push-ups in 1 minute. He was worried about the mage because she was an extra who could not do anything. So he called her out to exercise, but he was surprised that she was going to meditate. He set her aside. He walked into the inn thinking that he was not her parent, and that she could acquire the skills he gave her by maybe meditating. When he walked in, he realized that somebody was there already inside. A red-haired girl innkeeper asked them whether they were the customers who arrived yesterday and wondered why they were sweating the first thing in the morning. The young man answered that he did it because he felt refreshed and good. She then laughed at him for being a weird one. He also laughed back, saying that he heard this pretty often and asked what her name was. She said that her name was Daria. She greeted him with a warm smile, saying that it was nice to meet him. Looking at such a pretty lady, the young man started to blush. Asking her could he inquire about something, he asked Daria that who attacked the city. She said that the city was actually not under attack right now, which was a bit ambiguous. She added that the bandits attacked a fortnight ago and they were right now hiding in the reeds. And same with the pirates. They have been just attacking and plundering anyone who were coming and going. He then asked whether the bandits and the pirates were on the same side. Daria affirmed him. He asked next whether they were trying to starve the city to death, but she refused, saying that this might not be the case because there were a lot of reserved goods, so they might be okay for a long while. The young man realized that, just like in The Dark World Chapter 2, they were planning to pulverize the crisis that will fall upon the South Harbor and loot everything. He realized in order to survive, he needed to do something about it. Daria asked the young man whether he was okay because his complexion was starting to look a little bit pale. But he reassured her that he was okay. He was just hot, and he asked if he could use the well outside. Daria agreed with him with a bright big smile. She said since her father was not there, she will just allow him to use it. The young man then used the well to take a bath, washing himself clean. The maze girl instantly popped out from his behind, asking him whether he was done talking with Daria. The young man instantly got scared because of her. The mage girl asks why he got so shocked because of her. The young man shouted back, saying that anybody will be shocked if someone suddenly popped out behind them. She mocked him, saying that was he trying to have a fantasy with the barmaid Bix or something. Annoyed, he asked her who the hell was the barmaid maid Bix. She mocked him, saying that he knew who she was. He then asks her to stop picking a fight. He thought that she was meditating right now. He asked, why did she came out? She said that she meditates at all times. Nothing has changed. She then got worried about her saying that a person needs to improve by working consistency. She was way too young to be getting lazy. She added that if anyone could get better by working consistently, then there would not be any non-magic users in the world. He agreed with her, thinking that if she practiced at the La Palais Palace, then she must have meditated till she died of boredom. But she felt something was different today. Although it might be just that her spiritual senses was simulated because she was in an unfamiliar environment. He disappointedly agreed and turned around. The moment she saw his body, she started to scream. She covered her mouth and started to scream at him that he was a pervert. And to go away, he thought that he did something wrong. He didn't understand because she was completely fine when she saw his back. She was suddenly like this. She grabbed both of her ponytails and started to run away. Confused, he called out to her. He thought it was not like his pants were off. He wondered why she acted like this. Was he smelling a lot? Still confused, he walked into the inn to ask something to the barmaid. He asked the barmaid whether there was some kind of a general goods store or a blacksmith nearby from the inn. When she asked why, he answered that because he wanted to buy some things that he needed. After thinking for a little bit, she remembered that there was a general goods store nearby. The store was next to the post office, and it was called Oreg's General Goods Store. But she warned that the old man who runs it had kind of an eccentric personality. He was worried that there were a lot of differences between the game and reality, but it seems that this store is the same, and he needed it because it had the perfect item for the situation. The young man then walks to the Oreg's General Goods Store. Opening the door, the he covered his. Rose because he was overwhelmed by the strong smell of the herbs. The mage said that they definitely used magical ingredients, so she was correct to come to this place. An old man in a cloak walked out of the corner, asking them who they were. The young man asked him whether he was Oreg. He explained himself that he had come to the shop because he was looking for something. Judging from their appearance, the old man guessed that he was a soldier. He instantly opened his cloak and shouted to him that he has 3 flaming wood gas explosion orbs strapped onto him. He warned that if any one of them did anything weird, then the whole area would be destroyed by him. The young man realized that this old man was way worse than what Daria had said. He was not just eccentric, he was completely crazy. Next scene cuts to a flashback about an hour ago. The young man was knocking on the door of the mage, entering the door. He told the mage that he just wanted to talk with her. She was completely surprised. Without answering anything, she just huddled herself into her corner. He just looked at her and sighed. He went and apologized to her about earlier. He said that he did not know why she was acting like this, maybe because he did something, because he was not familiar with the culture of this place very well. She looked at him and shouted that, is this what he is going to use as an excuse for his behavior earlier? She backed down, saying that he must be correct since he did not even know about their currency system. She explained that her kind do not expose their chest to the other gender until after marriage. While walking out of the room, she told him to be careful from now on. He took a sigh of relief because he just thought that their relationship was over. With both of them sitting in the canteen, she asked him what he was trying to say to her. He had called her in order to talk about the plan. Firstly, he asked her to take all of her money out that she had on her. Grabbing and hiding her money purse, she told him that she did not want to. Slamming his hands on the table, shouted to her, why was she doubting him now? He spent an entire 5 whole silver coins to save her, and she was thinking that he was going to fool her. She asked him to calm down because it wasn't even that much amount of money. She pulled out around 8 silver coins out of the purse and put it on the table. He asked once more whether this was all the amount of money she had. She angrily said yes. He started lecturing that how she was saying him that 5 coins were not enough. What was she trying to do, come to another country with just 8 coins on her? The first part of the plan was they were going down to sewer and earning money through the castle's owner mission. Then they will find a way out through the sewers as well. The beach thought that this was a brilliant idea because there were a lot of cities where the sewers were used as secret passageways. He told her to get ready in order to get the entire layout of the sewers, and that was what they needed the money for. He again started to lecturing her that they did not have the money to buy the equipment they needed, nor that she can use the magic or sword, and she was yelling at him for facing over a little bit amount of money. He mocked her, saying, where did her audacity come from? The mage girl was silent and just bowed his head to look at the ground without being able to say a single word. Thinking that he might have gone a little bit too far, he asked her, what happened? What was she doing? The mage girl was actually crying. On seeing this, she shouted to the young man to shut up while calling him an idiot. He felt really guilty for the way he acted and thought that he needed to change and act his age. Worried and confused, he said, sorry, and asked whether he should order some food for her. Wiping her tears, she said that she got the plan but asked that what he was going to do with the money. He said that he will buy what they needed first. Looking at the list of things he needed to buy, she got worried that how are they going to carry all of that? Thinking that he might have overdone it, he also offered to reduce some of the items. Looking back at it, he never realized just how cool this character always was. Now, back to the present, the old man had warned them not to even think about doing anything. But after a while, the old man asked him what he was here to buy. He said that he needed a lantern and some of the things. Here's time whether both of them were going to the young man agreed with him, picking out a bullseye lantern. He gave it to the young man, saying that it should be able to light up the walls of the sewers. He agreed to purchase it. For the other things he bought, refill oil, a torch, a map till the second level. He didn't need one for the first level because there will be guards. He warned him not to go deeper than the third floor because it might get dangerous. He also told them to go to the Drunken Pony Tavern for food because they sell stuff like biscuits there. The shopkeeper asked whether they needed any kind of medicine, but the young man said that he needed some portion. He said that he did not had any because he was not an alchemist. He then asked what kind of medicine he had. The shopkeeper answered that he had the poison-tipped arrow antidote. He also had one that was an antidote for most paralytic poisons. He might come across a burying beetle, so he also had some nerve person antidotes too. The shopkeeper then looks towards the girl, asking whether she was a mage. She rudely denies him, saying that it was none of his business. The shopkeeper doesn't say anything and just calmly observes her. He then calculates the cost of all the items and bills it for 4 silver coins. The young man was surprised that why was this so expensive. He then tells him that the prices of everything has increased because all of the trade routes were shut down. He refused to do any negotiation. Told him whether to buy or to get out. The young man was stuck in a bind, unsure to what to do now. While thinking on what to do next, the mage girl said from behind just to pay, because they had no choice. But looking towards the shopkeeper, she warned him that if he was trying to rip them off, then it won't take her long to burn down the entire shop because there were a lot of good items to loot here. Mocking him back, the shopkeeper said that she must not know what an explosion or this. Both of them continued to bicker. The young man tried to stop the fight between them. Looking at her, the shopkeeper was in a bind. Thinking that her robe was actually a magical equipment, she invited him to test her if he was curious. She kept on confronting him, asking him to test her if he was afraid. The young man again tried to control her by telling her to watch her mouth. The young man remembered that Eichel Mage character's robe was at least a rare rank. Maybe it was unique. He could not remember. He realized that this was the reason she was so confidently arguing with him. The shopkeeper then silently backed down without arguing anymore. Sighing, he reduced the prices to 3 coins. It was a bit more expensive than the market price, but he told to think of it as his payment for his service. He commented on how bad his business was lately. With a complicated emotion, the young man agreed with Oreg. He said that how information about a foreign location is always important. The shopkeeper thanked him for understanding. As a last service, he told them that if he found some things in the Seamers, he was ready to buy them off him for a hefty price. Holding the items, both of them walked out of the shop. A bit later, he punched her head softly as a punishment, but she shouted that it hurt. He angrily lectured her that did she knew what pain felt like. She shouted, "What did she do now?" He kept on pinching her cheeks, saying that what was this attitude she was using? She shouted him to let her go. He said he would, but she needed to explain what her robe was actually. Slapping his hand over with tears in her eyes, she said that her robe was flame-resistant. He understood that this was why she was so confident in front of the shopkeeper. He lectured her, saying that what would have happened if the shopkeeper had actually set off the orb? He would have died. He asked her whether she cared only this much about her comrades. He was super angry that she just gambled his life without discussing it with him beforehand, just because she wanted to save money, even if they both survived to blast. The shopkeeper could have hired people to get his revenge. So he finally told her to not let something like that happen again and to not unnecessarily risk their lives. Quietly, she says, "Okay," and asks him to stop because she gets it. Now that they had their equipment with them, the young man prompted them to start going. But suddenly they were interrupted by a large bell. 2 guards were standing on top of the lookout tower and ringing the large bell. The mage pointing towards somewhere asks the young man to look over there. From over the horizon, a group of pirates were steadily approaching the Southport harbor. He instantly grabs the mage's hand, shouting for her to run somewhere. The mage, confused, shouted back, where was he taking her? He said that both of them were going to the tower. Upon reaching the tower, he saw a large hustle and movement of soldiers. All of the soldiers were heading for the wharf. Suddenly, someone called out to them from behind. From over the barricade, a large, tall man holding a big axe looked down at them. The man asked them whether both of them were mercenary soldiers. Annoyed by no response, the high-level soldier asked both of them again whether they were mercenary soldiers or not. The young man first stammered but caught himself, saying that yes, he was a mercenary soldier. The soldier then pointed towards the girl, asking whether she was also one or not because she had dressed like a mage. She was about to shout that she was from the LA Palazzi, but the young man interrupted her, closed her mouth, saying to them that she was actually her niece. While keeping her mouth closed, he told the soldier that she was too young to use magic because she was still a student. The soldier understood. Another foot soldier called out to him, "Constable," saying that he has to get going right now. The young man understood what the position of this man was. The constable then said to the both of them that the Lord had put a mobilization order, so he asked both of them to follow them, and they might be imprisoned if they disobey. He agreed to her, but he requested that he would first send his niece to the tower first before going with them. But the constable shouted at him to come this instance, because she was not even a child and she could have run away on her own. The constable then looked at the progress of his foot soldiers. The young man then released the mage's mouth. She started shouting that she was not a student, but she was an independent grown, only to be interrupted by him, who showed her the sign to be quiet. After she was quiet, he told that he thinks she is an independent mage and that she will be the greatest mage of the middle world. But as of right now, she could not even perform as a mage, because she could not even cast a spell on her own. The constable then shouts for the final time, how long was he going to wait? If he waits any longer, then he's going to arrest him. The young man was annoyed at how impatient this constable was. He then shoves the bag full of items onto the mage girl. He orders her that her mission now was to protect those things. They got these cheap because of her, and he wanted her to hold on to them so that they don't lose them now. She was trying to follow him, but then he shouts at her to hurry to the tower. She stops in her tracks just left, looking at him. The young man and all of the other soldiers accumulated at the front gate of the harbor. But then he saw something really disturbing about the wharf soldiers. All of the soldiers who went to fight the pirates were all already dead. Up until this point, the young man was very optimistic about the situation until he got to the wharf. All of the South Harbor soldiers were well equipped and trained, and their command systems also was pretty solid. Except for 5 to 6 people who were dressed as mages, there were more than 60 people who had come for support. He thought that it was going to be as easy as the pirates from a few days ago on the deck. But reality was completely different from his expectations. It was because unlike those pirates on the boat, these pirates were really experienced ones. The constable shouted the militia to move forward. The young man was worried. After all, they made him stand in the first row because they counted his buckler as a shield. But the buckler was not a shield, because all it could do, was just cover one shoulder. This was a really unfortunate situation for him. A bunch of arrows started to fly from the militia side to the pirate side. After getting hit, a bunch of pirates also started to fire back their own shots too. The young man was absolutely shocked to see the militia using crossbows, because crossbows could also hurt their own soldiers as well. Instantly, one of the pirates' crossbow killed one of the militia soldiers who was standing just beside him. The young man just saw a human being getting killed in front of him. The only thing running in his mind was that he might actually die. Just as he said that, a crossbow hit him on his breastplate and pounced off, knocking him out. Falling, he started to cough loudly, realizing that he had just almost died. A man holding a large shield in front of him asked whether he was okay or not. Catching his breath, he replied back, saying that he was all right. Seeing that this man was protecting him, he thought that he was some kind of angel. The man chuckled, saying that he must be good with sword, so he asked him to watch his back for him. The young man agreed. But he was worried that seeing his weapon and his physical abilities, he must have mistakenly thought that he was pretty strong. But regardless of how the other man was thinking of him, he was in near panic mode right now. He was already really upset that he had to be there against his own will. But now, he also had to fight against those monsters. They looked really bloodthirsty, like beasts. He was sure that he could never win against them. Maybe he could have risked it if it was a game, but in actual life, he was not going to give this any chance. Just as he was about to start panicking and trying to run away, someone hit his back of his head to bring him back to his senses. A lady said to him that was he that scared that he could not see his surroundings. The young man angrily shouted, "What was it?" The lady also shouted back to him to look in front of him. 2 arrows from an enemy crossbow came flying and fell at his legs. The young man angrily shouted that arrows were flying at him, and she was asking him to turn around. She calmly told him that she was going to charge forward with her colleagues, and she wanted him to watch her back. Not understanding what she was saying, he shouted that, what the heck was she even talking about? But he was interrupted by the constable, who shouted all of the militia to charge ahead. At the moment's notice, the lady and her entire group charged ahead while shouting attack and to kill them. Looking at them, he was surprised. Shouting, What the hell were they doing? But the constable shouted at him to charge again. The constable gave the young man a really large slap, shouting at him once more to charge forward while calling him a coward. He turned his anger towards the constable, who has been treating him like trash since a long time. He kicked him with all his power right in the chest, knocking him out. The 2 foot soldiers then started to point their weapons at him, shouting that was he out of his mind, and to drop his weapons. The young man sighed, feeling a little bit relieved because he realized that he was not Kim Seung-soo, but Phoenix right now. 1 foot soldier charged his spear towards him, shouting at him to drop his weapon while cussing him. But with one swift motion, he instantly parried the attack, diverting it. While the other foot soldiers were starting to attack him, he shouted out to them to stop. He explained that the attack back then just self-defense. Anyone would be mad if they got slapped in the face out of nowhere. They were planning on shouting back, but he cut them short, saying that he was going to charge into the battle right now. He explained to the confused soldiers that he was going to charge into the battle right now. Since he did not disobey, he wanted those guys to be his witnesses. Getting back on his feet, the constable cursed at him to be a dirty mercenary, but he could not say anything because he knew that he was pretty strong. So in compensation, he needed to kill 20 for them to forgive him. Surprised at the number of pirates he had to kill, he asked again in surprise. Knowing his objective now, he started to run towards the battlefield, telling the constable to keep his part of the promise. He first thought that he made a mistake the moment he threw that punch, but it was one of the best choices he made because he also got a bit of confidence from it as well. Using his sword, he cut a tiny cut on his palm to make him bleed. Using his blood to envelope his sword, he made it into a blade of blood. In one swift motion, he started to kill all 20 of the pirates one by one. He chopped off the leader of the pirates right through his middle, splitting him into 2. The shield mercenary saw the young man standing beside him. He started to laugh gleefully that the young man was finally here. But the young man was drowned in his power, thinking that because of his blood on him, his body was feeling really hot, and he was feeling a thirst of dominating his body. The shield mercenary started to get a little bit worried about his demeanor, even though mercenary leader also got a little bit worried. The blood-red aura surrounding him started to spread everywhere. He started to smirk, saying that this power was getting more intense. The mercenary leader killed 2 of the pirates with just one swift motion to their necks. The young man got worried that they were all stealing his kills. The big, burly pirate picked up his large axe and prepared to swing it on the mercenary leader. But then she shouted all of his members to huddle together, with the shield mercenary in the front. The shield mercenary took the full blood of the axe, absorbing the impact completely. The leader jumped up from one of the members' shield towards the pirate whose axe was still stuck in the shield. Then she kicked his helmet, turning it around, removing his vision completely. With a clean cut from his sword to his neck, she instantly kills him. She stands victorious on the top of the pirate's body. The young man looked at it in awe, realizing that this is how it was supposed to be done. Then suddenly, another pirate swings his sword while running towards him, shouting for him to die. Kicking this sword away, he instantly disarms the pirate. With just the sheer force, he gets thrown away, shouting at how this kid is so strong. He runs toward the pirate, who fell down angry to not let others steal his kills. He stabs his sword right into the pirate's chest, killing the 4th one. 2 pirates in front of him got scared seeing his strength. Using his blood mist-covered sword, he punched through another pirate, making it the number 5. All of them started to shout to each other to surround this psychopath. When's killing the 6th pirate? He thought to himself, that unlike the mercenary leader earlier, he has no combat experience or techniques. The young man groaned that he had no experience or no skills like that of the mercenary leader. He was just attacking however he could just to fill that kill count. He swipes his blade vigorously across the air, releasing a large burst of blood mist aura. With a roaring scream, he shouts at all of the pirate to come at him, but all of them just ran scared for their lives, shouting that he was just a monster, and no human could fight someone like that. Without a single shred of mercy, the young man swipes his blade through the air, chopping off one of the pirate's neck, decapitating him. All of the South Paul Harbor's mercenary and knights and soldiers just stood and looked at him in horror. The constable among the guards was the one who was scared the most, thinking what the hell was that? This guy was way too scary and violent to be called a birth of a new hero. After the battle was over, all of the soldiers and mercenaries returned back to their own places and positions. The young man asked the head knight where the constable might be right now. He said that he had made some kind of promise with the constable earlier that day. The head knight asked what kind of promise it was. He said that earlier that day he had made some kind of mistake, and in order to be forgiven, he had to kill 20 of these pirates. He showed one of the bodies to the head knight, which absolutely shocked him. The head knight in a fearful voice said that it didn't matter what kind of mistake he made, but the achievement he got, he needed to be receiving a reward for. Giving him a sack of coins, the head knight told him that this was his reward. He will let the Lord know about his deeds when he comes back. The head knight then asked the young man for his name and residence, so that one of the Lord's messengers will come to give him his reward at his home. He said that his name was Phoenix, and he lived at the Boat Horn Inn. In the next scene, it was the young man's previous room, where somebody was cussing that what an insane character this was. The young man in his previous body was shouting that what was wrong with the game. Why were the characters moving on their own? Upon seeing a close-up shot of the young man's face during his blood mist form, this man scared, he shouted that, "Who was this guy? Was there any character like this in the game?" A drop of blood started to fall on the floor. Not understanding, he asked, "What was this?" A mirage of the Blood Knight formed behind the young man. He understood that this scary character was none other than him. After that, all of the young man's alternate characters started to appear in his mind one by one. Among them, one was a vice president, one was a thief, and one was a red Indian. And finally, it was the elemental mage and himself, the Blood Knight. The young man with a screeching grasp woke up in his inn's bed. Grabbing his head, he screamed that what the heck was that? He felt as if he dreamed something really big, but he was not able to remember anything of it. Later, the young man learned that this war, the battle at the beach, was a great success thanks to him. To break the naval blockade, the Lord joined a fleet to participate in the war. It also included civilian ships as well. But this war was completely unsuccessful because most of the South Harbor's fleet died, and the pirates' blockade still went on going strong. This turned the city's atmosphere much worse than before. The shield mercenary who was sleeping beside him also woke up. He asked the young man that was he already up. He replied that the shield mercenary should sleep a little bit more because he still reeked a lot of alcohol. It was introduced to us that this alcoholic shield mercenary's name was Gelius. He was the one who protected the young man using his shield. The young man asked him that how was he so lively when he managed to recover from his injury so recently. Annoyed, Gelius called the young man a rude little bastard, but smilingly he said good morning to him and bid him goodbye as he had to do morning training. The young man went out of the room and closed the door behind him. The elemental mage also came into the room while still yawning, saying good morning to him. The young man was surprised at how early she was able to wake up. Worried about her appearance, the young man asked her whether she was okay or not. She looked as if she could fall down at any moment, but then she assured him that she was fine and that she felt much better than she looked. The mage had been meditating all week. He felt as if she was feeling guilty that she was unable to participate and help out in the Battle of the Wharf. Looking at him, she answered that she worked so hard because of the sewers. Told him not to worry because she was going to sleep on it that day. But he answered that it was not the problem. What if she got sick due to this? Annoyed, the mage told the young man that instead of lecturing her, he should go train instead because Grania was almost ready. He said, "All right then." But while he was going to the grounds, he turned around and asked her again, that was she sure that she was feeling okay? Annoyed, she shouted at him to not take her lightly. He moved on forward, realizing that she was all right. Outside of the end in the training grounds, we could hear the young man doing his training with someone. While fighting her, he started to introduce about her. That while getting closer to Mr. Gelius, the shield mercenary, he naturally became closer to the mercenary group that he was in. The group's leader, the woman who was teaching him right now, her name was called Grania. She was a mercenary soldier. It has been 5 days already since she started to teach him. The young man then swiped his wooden sword at her feet, throwing off her footing. With the force of the swipe, she got thrown away a little bit far behind. For the first time, he was able to defeat her. While down, Grania groaned that she had lost. Pointing towards the young man, she asked him whether he was sure that this was the first time him learning. While helping her up, he started to praise her that he was only able to do this because she was so great at teaching. She got impressed at how smooth he was with his words. Going to train again with her that evening because she was tired and that they will be going to the sewers the next day. He said that he won't because he has his rest day today. He will practice on his own for a while. She reminded him that he needed to pick something up really soon. Confused, he asked what was she talking about. She said his brand new shield, the one he requested last time. Grania reminded him that he requested a shield to be crafted for him as a reward for the Battle of the Wharf. She said she was not surprised because he got so much money that he could change his gear this time while seeing him off. The young man thanked her for sparring with him. After coming near one of the wells while washing his face, someone suddenly called out to him. It was the mage who shouted out to him, asking him if he was going to visit the workshop later. He asked her that was she not going to meditate? She said that she was unable to focus, that's why she was asking to come with him. South Harbor, the Lord's workshop. It was a facility that even the residents of the citizens cannot use. So, a mercenary like the young man was out of the question. Like its name suggested, it belonged to the Lord and it was seen as the South Harbor's arsenal. Despite that, the reason he was able to get his shield crafted there was because of his active role in the part of the militia in the recent battle. Since they did not have the means to export the gear due to the destruction of the fleet, they agreed to let him have it. The young man sighed to the image, saying that was he some kind of workshop entry ticket for her? Because there must be some reason for her to come with him like this. Without answering his question, she just requested once more to allow him to let go with him. But he refused, saying that he was the only one who fought in the battle, so that if she gets there to buy something, the guards will pick a fight with her. Shyly looking to the ground, she asked that what if she bought something small like a ballista? The young man corrected her that ballista, which means a small crossbow. Shouting back in anger, she said that no, ballista and crossbow both are different. She wanted ballista. Calming her down, he said, okay, whichever it is, why did she wanted that out of the blue? Again with a shy voice, she says that she is like a fifth wheel without contributing to anything. That's why she wanted some weapons, so that she could contribute her fair share as well. But she wanted a ballista because she was unable to use any other weapons. The young man was admired at her trying to do her fair share. But with a slight mocking voice, he asked her that did she even have enough capital to buy this because a catapult must be really expensive. And he also reminded her that he did not really like borrowing or lending money anyone in the family. But he gave her another option that with suitable collateral and interest, he could lend her some, but she refused, calling him a fool. He said okay, but was very worried that he might have done something wrong. He told her to wait for him a bit. He will get ready to get his gear and clothes. Suddenly, Gilliard interrupted both of them, suddenly declaring that he was also going with them as well. He got worried at another person joining them, asking them was he also coming as well, but the mage just kept quiet and stared at him. In the middle of the town square, all three of them were walking towards the workshop. Gilead gave a really loud yawn, saying that this hangover won't go no matter what he does. He then commented on his shield, saying that no matter how many times he thinks about it, it looks like a mistake his order. Because regardless of how strong he was, he bet that it won't be easy to handle if they try to make it as per his orders. The young man responded that for him, just something robust would be much, much better than something light. Gilead added that a shield simply needs to block a few arrows. What more a person can want from it? He said that it was not like that the young man was going to fight a giant or something. In that case, carrying lighter shields was much better idea than carrying a single, robust one. But you argued back saying that if he was going to spend so much money on it, wasn't it better to get something robust? The young man thought that Gilead was not wrong, but in the future they need to fight non-human monsters, and he could not risk his life on light, weak shields. Turning his attention towards the mage, he asked that, did she have any kind of experience with a ballista before? She just stayed silent without answering him anything. Seeing her reaction, the young man got annoyed and lectured her to answer a question that she was asked. But she refused, saying that she doesn't want to talk. It's annoying. Coming close to her, the whispering, he asked that what was her problem. She angrily said, that was he trying to act innocent? They did not know that mercenaries were just all thieves, just petty robbers. And it was wiser to dodge the stray dogs. Annoyed, he said that they were mercenaries as well, so it applies to them as well. While sighing, she said to him to not say such a spine-chilling joke because she was a mage by nature, not a mercenary. He then asked, what about him? She started to shy and said that she stayed with him because of his favor to her. Confused, the young man thought that was she trying to do him a favor by trying to make an exception for him. Because if so, then she was really arrogant. Gilead was standing there listening to both of them quietly with a complicated expression. The three kept on walking. After some time, they reached to the Lord's workshop. All three entered the workshop. Apprentice, standing near the door, called out to them, welcoming them as Mr. Phoenix and Mr. Gilius. The apprentice then exclaimed that he was just waiting for them. The young man then asked him, that was the shield ready? He answered it was. and he said that he will bring it right away. The apprentice made the young man hold the shield. While picking it up, he said that it was really heavy, which was affirmed by the apprentice once more. He added that the weight was made to match according to the order of the young man, but he added his own opinion that it really felt very heavy. But the young man assured him that this weight was absolutely perfect for him. The apprentice then started to explain how the shield was made. They used a wooden board that was marinated for a week in a solution of cow urine and a demon flesh, and the inner side of the tanned cow hide and the outer side was covered with the dragon skin, which was baked in a brazier. The young man was confused as how they were able to make this when he had ordered this just 5 days ago. He answered that they had it at the workshop already. After all, they used the same materials for the shield made for the loyal guards. The young man remembered that he was talking about the NPCs that were by the Lord's side in the game. Really happy by the results, he paid the apprentice the full amount. The apprentice smiled and thanked him for his generosity. The mage called out to him from behind to not forget about her because she also needed to buy a ballista. The young man was sorry that he forgot about her. Hearing them, the apprentice answered that they don't sell ballistars. Confused, the young man asked that why this was the case. The apprentice corrected him by saying that it's not like they do not sell, it's just that they cannot sell because they were bound by the kingdom's law. The apprentice offered a substitute by pointing to a crossbow on one of his shelves. He agreed that it cannot be an exact copy, but it will work out for her. Giving it in the hand of the mage, the apprentice said that it was originally designed for the lord's wife to use in the birds hunting. He pointed out that this crossbow, instead of shooting bolts, it shot out coal or iron rings. The mage was extremely happy at seeing this weapon. He added that although this one had a slower loading time, it was easier to learn compared to a novel crossbow. Pointing towards one of the trees, the mage shot the crossbow, shooting out a piece of coal. The coal absolutely obliterated the bark of the tree, leaving behind nothing. Absolutely proud of her amazing shot, she turned around and shouted at everyone to see how amazing she was. Both of them were happy at how excited she was. The young man was absolutely surprised at how powerful this crossbow was. Since the apprentice told that it was used for the lord's wife as a hobby, he thought that it was just a fancy toy, but its strength was strong enough to damage even the ratman in the sewers. While twisting his mustache, Gilead asked the young man that the young lady could not even use any kind of magic. So why was he trying to take her as a comrade with him? Gilead gave an idea that she might be some kind of a noble lady, but the young man refused, saying that he did not know. But given how much he knew about her, it seemed unlikely. He then nosily started to ask, then was he in a romantic kind of relationship with the mage, which shocked him a little bit. The young man then tried to fight back a little by saying that what the hell was he even talking about? She was just a little kid, a child. But he commented that she was not, she was all grown up. At this age, she could even get married. Then looking at her, he asked the young man, did he want to join the gang by any chance? The young man instantly fell into a deep thought. Because this was a character which he had seen so many times. He even sounded the same. Then why the hell did it suddenly irk him so much? Jillian then added that the world was too dangerous a place for him to take around a young lady who could not even do anything. Quietly, with a calm, full tone, he called out to Jillian. He then looked to him. Enraged and surrounded by his blood-red aura, he told Jillian to stay in his limits because his words were starting to sound a little bit too strange. Enraged, Jillian also shouted back that, just what did he say, calling him a punk? And what part of his word was so wrong? But he just didn't say anything and kept on releasing his blood-red aura. Jillian coughed back, saying that he must have been too nosy, and asked for forgiveness. The mage then called out to them. She called out to him, asking him to help her gather a few more stones because she wanted to practice a bit more. He said that she can take it a little bit slow and do it back at the inn because it was going to be dinner time soon. But she argued that she needed to get used to it as soon as possible, and again asked him to find some stones. He reluctantly agreed while Jillian was staring at them with malicious intent from behind. The scene cuts to the next day at the inn. The young man was scratching his head because unfortunately they could not explore the sewers the previous evening because their wand support, who was the elemental mage, went and got sick with a fever. Looking at her, he sighed because he could understand the reason for her fever after all. Because the moment she came into this country, the wand her master gave to her was destroyed, and then she was stabbed in the thigh with a spear. After that, she was trampled on by military boots. Along with that, she also had inner struggle after feeling powerless from not being able to use magic. And due to the guilt, she continuously meditated without being able to sleep properly. He twisted a wet cloth filled with water and placed it on the top of her forehead on her temple. While wiping her forehead with the wet cloth, he asked, "That was it feeling too cold?" She refused, saying that it felt cool. Looking after her like this, he got reminded of the time he caught a cold during his military service. After he just got promoted to the private first class, he got sick with a cold. He remembered that he had to do guerrilla training, and after returning from it, they had to do a march next. After that, he felt very miserable and was sick in bed. The person who took care of him was his squad commander, Sergeant Moon. He stopped his colleagues who said that they would nurse him and even brought a no-one-like-him vegetable egg stew from the military PX. At that time, he thought that he could even give up his life for a person like Sergeant Moon. But he was also conflicted that if he put his care onto her like his sergeant did, then he was worried that this little kid would put her life on the line for him. But he collected himself back and called himself a complete idiot for even thinking something like that. The mage woke up and asked him what he was saying. He refused to her that it was nothing to worry about and asked her that if she was feeling hungry. She also refused, saying that she was okay. While looking at him weakly, she asked him why was he going so far for her? Why was he doing this for her? He answered that he was doing this for her because they were comrades. But she got confused because it wasn't even 10 days since they have both met. Pulling her hand out of his hand, she asked that did he think she was a noble or something? Turning her head aside, she said that if he was doing this because he wanted to get his fate restored by getting the help of a noble lady, then she was sorry because she was not a noble lady. Slightly annoyed, the young man asked her that how could she say something like that? But she slowly answered that the person who raised her died because of her. She does not have a home, money, or any family. And even though she practiced for 10 years, she still could not use magic. While tearing up, she said that, just like he said to her before, she was just a human leftover. The young man could not say anything and just kept looking at her. She then told her that she was going to sleep. Both of them went quiet while the young man was just looking at her. A lady in a nun's outfit came inside the room and asked the young man that how was the mage girl doing. He was confused as to who this was. It was introduced to us then that this lady was Sister Olga, who was a cleric and of the Grania mercenary corps. She said that she was unable to obtain herbs because the city was blocked off. He said that it was okay because he was already thankful enough that she stepped in as it was. But then he apologized to her because he was asking to make another request. He requested to her that could she take care of her for a little bit while he went to a general goods store. She readily agreed, saying that she was planning on doing that anyways. Strapping on his shield, he got ready to walk out. The sister bid him farewell and wished him a good trip. While going down the stairs, the barsmaid asked him that how was Ellen doing? He answered that Sister Olga was taking care of her a bit. She then again asked him that where was he trying to go now? He said that he was going to the Oreg's general goods store in order to buy some medicine for her fever. Knowing where he was going, she understood that he was going to pass by the post office. And right now, in front of the post office, under the Lord's command, the residents were getting a free meal at the granary. So she asked him to also take her on the way there. He was surprised that she was asking for him to accompany her. She said that since the city was a bit dangerous now, she did not like traveling outside by herself alone. He had a little bit of a look of hesitation, but after thinking for a little while, he agreed to go with her together. The barmaid got absolutely happy that he agreed and suggested to go out right now. A little kid woke up to ask her that where was she going? She told him that she was going to get some rations. Confused, he asked that why did she need to go because the landlord was going to get it a bit later. She said to not worry about it, to go and take care of the bar for a bit. While looking at him, she requested him to not say anything to the landlord about where they were trying to go. He got extremely confused as to what was happening. And then he shouted in front of the entire inn that what the heck was this? Both of them reached in front of the Oreg's general goods store. While he was carrying some of the rations from the post office, she asked that it might be too heavy for him should she carry one. He refused, saying that it was okay, instead asked her to go deal with Oreg himself because he was a little bit awkward with him. A little bit annoyed, she said okay, and then recited the things that the sister told her to buy, which was Priscilla and Angelica root. The young man agreed that they needed the team, and if neither were in the stock, she said that arrowroot was okay as a replacement too. After she left, he just stood there and started sighing, that if the elemental mage had not made a fuss, that all of the things would not have to be this complicated. He got annoyed on himself, thinking that just what was he doing? After she came out from the shop buying all the things they need, both of them started to walk towards the inn. He realized that there were so many people outside on that day. All of the people were angrily shouting curses to someone, shouting to kill them all. The barsmaid said that there was a public execution today of someone. The young man was surprised at the barsmaid mentioning such a thing, but both of them looked at it while she sighed that today was a hanging. What a shame it was. He was absolutely surprised at her saying this. He was surprised that why would hanging be a shame? Do people of this area celebrate hangings and executions like some sort of festival? Like, he understood that the city was isolated and the atmosphere was agitated in kind of a bad way. But even then, this was too much. All of this just reminded him once again that this was an absolute dogshit world. He started to feel a little bit uneasy, but looking around, he saw something at the corner of his eye. At the corner of the road, there were 3 kids sitting on a parchment paper selling some small items. Walking up to them, he asked them whether they had made all these little items. The oldest one answered that she was the one who made them. He saw that among those handmade things there were some wooden toys, some flower bracelets, and some small rings. He thought of buying them and gifting them to the elemental mage, and the bars made in order to change their mood. Although they were a little bit shoddy, but they were still good enough. While pointing at one of the classes, he asked that how much was it worth. She said that that small jewelry were 5 for a single penny. And the sculptures were 2, catching herself in the midway, changed it to 3 for a penny. He was surprised at how cheap they were selling these for. Worried that he might think it is expensive, she started flaring her arms, saying that it is not that expensive because she has cast charm that her mom had taught him and it was worth its price. She said that the cherry flower ring will help him to achieve a beautiful love. The pink flower and the plantago plated bracelet will be useful to bring durable life force. And the dolphin sculpture will help him bring wisdom to get closer to others. Hearing some commotion, he looks towards the other side while telling the kids to sell him the sculptures for 1 penny. He also added another penny for her to make the charm stronger. On the other side of the road where the bar's maid was standing, some people had surrounded a girl, trying to misbehave with her, saying her to stay still. She shouted them to stop. He was again surprised that no matter how much of a mess the public order was, doing something like this in the middle of the street was too much. A burly man was trying to misbehave with her, asking her what shampoo she used while she was just requesting him to let her go. Upon reaching her, he realized that the hair color of the girl looked really familiar. That girl surrounded by the burly man was no other than Daria, the barmaid. Loudly cussing those gangsters, he came in flying with a kick, throwing away the gangster far away. The other men was just surprised and shocked at what the heck just happened while the leader came in crashing through their middle. The young man just stayed there with blood-red aura oozing out of his body. The gangsters shouted that what the heck was wrong with this bastard. In the next moment, he instantly punched the guy in the face and gave the other guy a huge chop on his head. Seeing this, the rest of the guys pulled out their weapons. Seeing this, the young man started to laugh on the gangsters, saying that how dare they draw out their weapons. Slowly calling out to the gangsters with blood-red aura still losing out of him, he slowly unsheathed his sword out of the sheath. The gangsters started to plead that this isn't what they meant, trying to back down. But holding out his word, he started to walk towards them, saying that since they were the one who took their weapons out, it is appropriate that he does the same as well. But he also gave them an option that if they did not want to die, they should lay down their arms. The gangsters were stuck in a stalemate for a solid minute, with pale faces. While cussing out to the young man, one of the guys from the gangster group started to run away. He shouted what a disloyal person that was. But realizing that the young man was still standing in front of him, he instantly turned his head back. He tried to calm the situation down by asking him to stop there for a moment. He kept on pursuing the young man that he should calm down and that they made some kind of mistake. Some lack of judgment, but he was having none of it. Before he could say even a single word more, the young man instantly used his shield to attack the guy in his solar plexus. The guy instantly fell down, whereas the other guy started to shriek by looking at him. The guy started to shout that why was he hitting the sim when he said that he would let them live if he put down his weapons. He punched him in the nose while saying that he was letting them live. While looking around, he tried to find the first guy who ran away at the beginning. He wanted to chase him and beat him up, but not leaving Daria alone was a higher priority in his mind. He turned around and called out to her. While grabbing the ration bags back up, he came walking to her, asking her, was she okay? She said that she was okay. Offering his hand for her to hold, he said that they should head back to the inn. One of the gangster guys woke up from unconsciousness and started to cuss the young man. He warned him that he will remember his face and that he will find him soon and kill him. He chuckled at the gangster's warning. He used all of his strength to kick the neck of the gangster this time. He mocked him, saying that he should say these kind of stuff at his home under his blanket. Like this, he was just asking him to kill him right now. The gangster again warned him that if he kills him, then Lord Ubar will never leave him. He got reminded by the name Ubar that he had heard it somewhere, but he thought that it was not important right now and that he will remember it later. Kneeling down and holding the gangster's head by his hair, he started to laugh, saying that he was funny because if he was going to not let him live normally, then would not it be normal for the young man to kill him right now? Daria stopped him, saying to go back because the guards may come at any moment. Two guards instantly reached the location, shouting everybody to move aside while the young man and Daria got ready to go back to the camp. He commented how these guards are never able to stop crimes, but they sure arrive promptly at times like these. But the guy kept on grinning creepily, telling the young man to just wait and watch. Before he could utter a single word more, the young man kicked his lower jaw, breaking it apart. Holding Daria's hand, both of them sprinted to escape the guards. After some time in a different location, they stood out of the reach of the guards, sighing with relief that they won't be chased by them anymore. Daria asked him, that was he not feeling tired? He refused, saying that he was okay. He looked towards her, saying that she was absolutely drenched in sweat and was breathing rapidly. He caught himself from looking at her in any bad way. He looked away, telling her to get a lot of rest and thinking to himself to let go of his worldly desires. Putting down his back's rations, the young man sighed of relief that he was already feeling a lot better. Setting them aside, he again looked towards her, asking her if she was okay. She said she was, thanking him that she got to live another day because of him. He apologized to her, saying that because he was not looking, all of the gangster people came to her. She refused, saying that it was not his fault because who could have thought that something like this could happen in such a short period of time. Then she added that it was her fault in the first place because she was a young woman, and she went outside in the square by herself when the atmosphere around the harbor was so dangerous already. He just looked shocked at her, thinking that how could just going to the town square alone make it her fault? Then he collected himself together, realizing that this was not South Korea. This was the Middle World's Milanor Kingdom, the South Harbor, a place where people laugh and cheer and celebrate it as a festival when they see someone get hanged. For people like this, you cannot use your contemporary logic or your feelings back from your homeworld, because doing so would be completely stupid. He realized that this was wrong no matter what, so he turned around and told her to not blame herself. While holding her hand, he told her that it was not her fault. It was the gangster's fault. Hearing this with a bright smile, she thanked him for saying this. Realizing that he said something completely out of the ordinary, he guessed that he may have been changing without him even knowing after coming to this place. Daria asked him that, where did he go earlier anyways? Pulling out the small handmade ring, he showed it to her, saying that some kids were selling these at the street stall earlier. He bought them because he thought that it would look good on her. She got really happy upon seeing the handmade ring, instantly taking it in her hands. With a bright smile, she thanked him for gifting her this. He realized that he has been subconsciously trying to hit on Daria. He thought that maybe his heart fluttered on seeing her, or maybe it was the instinct of the game's character itself. But then suddenly she asked him whether all of this is going to be okay or not. Because even though all of them were bad people, they were all of Ubar's subordinates. Hearing his name again, he just asked that who the heck this person was. She replied that this guy was a gangster ringleader who controls the market. And there were rumors about him that he is a terrible person who deals with swords and slaves. Upon hearing this, the young man seemed to recall something from the name Ubar, who was a gangster ringleader. After thinking for a bit, he instantly realized who this Ubar character was. This was none other than the Kingpin Ubar. He was one of the fixed-name enemies that appeared in the Chapter 2 of the Dark World campaign game. The young man then started to explain about the game that in the Dark World it has roguelike features like hardcore mode, random option mode, terrain monster mode, and other option modes, but there are also monsters that are compulsory to be defeated in order to keep the scenario going, and these entities are called fixed-name enemies. The young man tried to remember the scenario for which he had to fight Uba in the first place, but he realized that the previous him found the part annoying and just skipped the story to the final boss battle. Now he got absolutely worried that he had no idea what the story was because he skipped all of it. Looking at him, Daria asked him whether he was worried for something, but he said that she did not need to worry much because he was sure that this Ubar guy would not know who he was in the first place. But she said that since he was already famous, there was a pretty good chance that the guys he beat up earlier are going to talk about him. But she reassured him that since he was not covered in bloods, there might be a lower chance of him being recognized. The young man agreed to her sentence. But we realized that the main reason he was worried was because this was not a game, but this was a reality. He was worried what if that Ubar guy raids the inn or comes in looking for him, what he should do, and if that happens, what happens to the original story in the first place. While keeping the rations on some sort of platform, he understood that he needed to complete the progression of the story before the Ubar finds him. He thought of getting to know the Lord and the Commander Guard in order to get a little bit help from them. Daryl then again called out to him for one last time, and he responded by turning his head. Giving a big kiss on his cheek, Daria thanked the young man for everything that he had done today for her. She ran away while hiding her embarrassment while he could just look at her. He was happy and annoyed at how sly she was and how she had him played like a fiddle. But even after all that, he considered this day to be the best day since he had come into this world. Now he turned his attention towards the mage whom he had to support, but then suddenly he heard some noise coming from that room. The mage was shouting to someone to put their dirty hand away while cursing them. He understood what was happening in front of him. Without wasting a moment, he instantly started to run towards her room. He bashed the door, barging in where he saw that Jillian was trying to force himself onto her while she was refusing him. He instantly moved his eyes around the room to scan everything about what was happening. He was relieved to see that she was okay. After scanning the room, he got a faint grasp of what was happening. Jillian was trying to wipe the mage down, but she was refusing. He slowly walked towards him, asking him to get out this instance. Gillian tried to explain himself, saying that he was misunderstanding something because Sister Olga told him to wipe her down in the first place. Without wasting a moment, he grabbed onto his neck, pinning him against the wall. Now, with blood-red aura starting to ooze out of him with angry eyes, he told him to get out of the room. Jillian, struggling to breathe through his hold, asked him that what did he even do for him to act like this? But then suddenly, the mage shouted him to stop right now from going any further. The young man then released him while Jillian kept on coughing, saying that, just you wait, but he just told him to shut up. The young man, with blood-red anger in his eyes, said that he cannot control himself right now. So he warned Jillian that if he did not leave that room right now this instance, then he might actually beat him up. With a grumpy expression, Jillian walked out of the room while the young man still looked at him in anger. Turning his eyes towards the mage, he asked her if she was okay. She said that she was, then he told her to lie down because she was drenched in sweat. While she was lying down, he went to the medicine that he bought for her while she clutched her blanket and said that she thought he left. Bringing his ear to hear her clearly, he asked that where did she think that he went for? She said just anywhere. He chuckled and asked if she was still half asleep because why would she be speaking nonsense all of a sudden? Bringing the medicine, he said that he went to buy herbs on Sister's request, but he just went to the general store and brought the medicine that Oreg himself made. While bringing out the medicine, he brought out the bracelet that he had bought for a penny, which he had forgotten about. Holding out the bracelet, he asked her to hold out her hand. He then put on the bracelet on her arm, and she was just surprised to see it. The young man with a big cheeky smile said that this bracelet was handmade from weaving pink flowers and plantain together. He continued that whoever will be wearing this bracelet, they will be healthy. So he encouraged her to wear it while asking if the size was okay or not. Hearing this, the mage started to cry. Seeing her cry, he got concerned that what happened. He smiled, saying that she must be so happy that she started to cry. The young man felt proud to himself, thinking that gifts were all about planning, and he nailed this one. But she corrected him, saying that this bracelet was made out of ragweed, not plantain. Confused, he said that the kid said this was plantain, but while crying through tears, she said that this was seaweed. He added that all it matters that it looked pretty, but she said that if somebody wears this, they might get hives. He then went down to her, asking her to return it so that he can throw it out. But she refused, saying that doesn't matter. But then he said to do as she pleased, calling her a rude support. Both of them left the inn while she was carrying all the supplies. The young man took a deep breath, saying that the early morning air is really fresh. He kept on babbling, telling her to take a deep breath as well to see how fresh it was, but she just kept silent, looking at him. She advised him then to enjoy whatever it is as it is. Because if someone forces them to enjoy things, then things are bound to get out of balance. With a serious expression, she kept on continued that this applied to magic, martial arts, politics, academics, and in each field balance was necessary. So one should meditate every day and observe themselves in order to protect the balance. She instantly got cut off by the young man pinching her cheeks, saying that who was she to keep so much of a balance who overdid herself and got bedridden for an entire day? She shouted to him to stop pinching her cheeks. She kept on hitting him like a cat's paw while he laughed at how energetic she was this early morning. A homeless guy on the side of the road got woken up by their banter. The homeless guy shouted at them that why were they fussing around this early morning and to let him sleep. The young man thought that even if the prices were so high that they were forced into homelessness, did they mean that the road was their bedroom or something? And he even thought of complaining them to the guards later. He suddenly got reminded of how the owner of the boat horn inn where he was staying at said that they were also losing business rapidly, because even if they tried to lowering the meal prices by half, not a single customer was coming. He thought that the overall situation was quite severe. And even the Grania's mercenary group also changed their accommodation to the barracks near the salt castle. Although he thought that this might be because of his brawl with Gilius the previous day. While thinking about this, he got reminded of his own finances. While at the back, the mage was trying to fight back with the homeless people. Realizing his finances, he asked the mage to hurry up, but she was angry that the homeless were trying to start a fight while she was unable to do anything. He started dragging her, saying that they need to first make money. They can do other things later, because the money he had left was just 3 silvers and 6 pennies. She agreed to come with him and asked him to stop dragging her. The young man then started to explain the mechanism of the sewers. It was a mini dungeon of 5 to 8 floors. There were 2 basic formations, with at least 2nd to 5th floor being the ancient empire sewers. The top area was called the surface layer. Below them, there were 3 random floors which were called the rotting underground, which were also known as the deeper layers. But these deeper layers were just dark and had nothing to do with the main storyline of the game. So people only came down here if they had to farm experience or grind up levels. Holding the bull's eye lamp, the young man and the mage started to walk down the sewers. He was about to turn crazy by the smell of the dungeon. He was annoyed at how the guard at the gate, although nagged him a bunch of times, absolutely did not tell him anything about the terrible smell of the sewers. And he blamed himself for not having the foresight to prepare beforehand when he already knew that he was going into some place known as the sewers. But the mage's attention was grabbed by something she saw. Turning around, the young man asked the mage whether she was okay with the smell, but she did not respond to him, instead kept looking at something. He asked that what was with that expression she had. He looked around, saying that she was acting as if she had seen something weird. On the corner of his eye, he saw that a man had fallen unconscious near the pillars of the sewers. He was surprised to see a man over there and started to worry whether they were alive or not. He then concluded that they must be dead because there was no other reason to find someone lying down in a place like this. Putting down his rations bag, he told her to be on guard. She agreed, saying that she was keeping a lookout. He ordered her to carry her crossbow and be on her guard, and that he will go and check who was it. He started walking towards the man holding his sword and his shield, asking her to watch his back. Worried, he started thinking that it all had been a single path till now, but the fact that there were corpses ahead of him meant that there were monsters ahead as well. So he toned down his footsteps and thought to himself that he needs to approach this as covertly as possible, but his leg stepped in some kind of slime. A monster which looked like a worm with teeth on its mouth jumped out of the slime. The worm stood in front of him making scary noises. He realized that the worm was a burying beetle, and it was eating the insides of the corpse of the person. He was absolutely disgusted seeing this in front of him in real life. The young man commented on how big this beetle was, but then suddenly something attacked his knee. He got extremely confused and worried as to what attacked his foot. Hit with pain, he could not stand up and started to kneel down. He realized it was the mage's crossbow and that she had actually shot him in his leg. Unable to say anything, she just stood there, frozen, saying sorry. He shouted and called her a crazy bitch. But then the burying beetle also came to attack him as well. He grabbed his sword and readied himself for action. With a swift motion, he instantly attacked the worm's mouth with his sword. The beetle instantly got chopped off in half, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. He stomped on the squirming body of the beetle, permanently killing it. He flicked his sword in order to throw off all of the gunk flesh and blood that was attached to it. The mage shouted to warn him that there were more of these guys in front of him ready to attack. One of the bugs started to crawl up and eat the flesh and the corpse of the previously killed bug. The young man realized that this area was a corpse field. It was disgusted at the number of bugs that were present there. But he consoled himself that by killing one of them, he has already become stronger than them. So them being disgusting was no meaning to him now. He taunted to the bugs to come at him all at once. He said that he will kill them just like he killed the previous one. He kept on attacking the bugs with his sword, killing them one by one. Another one with the boots, another one to the chop to its net. One by one, he nearly killed all of the bugs that were present in the area. He opened his water bottle, disgusted by these creatures. Dunking the water on himself, he anguished at how dirty he felt because his entire body was splashed with fluids. He reminded himself that how he was completely fine killing a dozen of people at the dock. But just a few bugs shaped him so much. He blamed himself for being too weak. After fighting with all of them, he turned his attention around to the mage who was standing at his rear. He got reminded of something that he wanted to ask, but she was just squirming around holding the crossbow in her hand. He remembered that this was the expression his niece would have before she was about to be scolded by her mother, but he caught himself realizing that he did not even say anything to her yet. He realized the reason she was acting like this because she was guilty of attacking in his leg with her crossbow. But luckily his thigh seemed to be completely fine from the attack from earlier. He started to mock her, saying that she was a really talented archer to be able to hit him perfectly. She said she was sorry again. He was annoyed at the way she said sorry to him. Like, I said I am sorry. So he wanted her to correct herself to say I am sorry instead. Wiping her eye, she said that she was talking about the earlier story that she had told him. He asked, when did she say? She replied that she said it just after she hit him. He then questioned her that did she actually say it? Thinking that maybe she might have actually said it. She apologized to him once more, saying that she hit him accidentally because she was really nervous. He was surprised at how sincere her apology this time was. He then forgave her, saying that instead of aiming close to him, try to aim to the enemy. She agreed that she will shoot more carefully from now on. The young man thought that he should at least show her the generosity of an adult. After that, both of them started to walk down to the second floor. The young man decided to do this because he thought of understanding the area as a reality, not as a game. Luckily, there were no other monsters there except for a few low flies, and they were able to continue the exploration by getting rid of the zombies and other burying beetles. And right about when they completed exploring the entire second floor, they started to get hungry. While eating the dry bread, the mage tells him that he absolutely eats these really well. Does he even swallow something tasteless as this? He answers that these are not that bad. She said that she cannot eat in a place like this, and the bread was so hard that her jaw started to hurt. She even felt like she was about to vomit. The young man just looked at her and asked that what was her condition. Was she feeling tired? With a smug look, she said to him that she does not get tired from anything like this. The young man looked back, thinking that it's been already half a day since they have entered the dungeon, and they have been exploring and fighting side by side. And she was the one who carried the bags because he had to do combat. So it was not that strange for her to have already collapsed by exhaustion by now. He asked that since they have already explored the second floor, should they return back? The mage said that although this is what they have decided on, but she still wanted to explore a little bit more until the next floor stairs start. Upon asking why, she said that it could not hurt to get a grasp of the area and prepare for it since they were going to go there anyway. And if they accidentally bump into a rat man, they might also be able to earn some money because all the small fries up till now don't give any. He agreed, but he also told her to not rush this and go slowly. He thought that unlike the game, the monsters do not spit out money here. Instead, they have to collect the items like the Ratman's tail and trade them for money. He then wondered that how can one receive things like magical items, unique items, something like which was on his finger. He wore a ring, which was the unique item that Dragon Slayer seal which gave strength and agility buff, along with other buffs as well. This was an item he had kept in his storage as his new game account. It was an inheritance from his old game account which died. But he also remembered that the old man Trickster had gave him back all of the equipment after the PvP ended, which means he had many other things like belt, accessories. He wondered where those were now. The next moment, his foot stepped into a puddle of water. He wondered why the basement of the third floor was filled with water. The mage answered that there might be a blockage in the downstream or there might be a new upstream. The young man saw that she was feeling really exhausted by now. He told that they were going to look around for now, and since their bags were really heavy, he told them to leave them on the stairs. Both of them kept on walking through the water in the third floor. The mage said that something was weird because there were no corpses, no garbage, nothing. Looking around, he agreed with her. He then pointed her to look at something at the ground. On the ground there were some eggs and some of them were buried in dirt. Both of them inspected the eggs for a little bit. The mage realized that only one monster could leave their eggs in a place like this. Realizing who that monster was, her face turned pale. With a really scared look, she turned around to the young man, telling him that they needed to leave right now. Understanding the severity and looking around, he also agreed to leave. While running out of the third floor, He kept on cursing his previous self who had completely forgotten about this scenario. He also cursed his current self who should have known something was wrong the moment the mage told that something was off. Because the only place which had water and dirt with no human traces and only eggs the size of human fish was... It meant that some kind of monster had come up from the underground. A crocodile monster jumped out of the water and started chasing the both of them. The young man shouted the mage to run faster. He realized that she was unable to speed up because they were already in water up to the ankles and she had already used up a lot of her stamina. Turning back and dropping his bullseye lantern in the water, he realized that there was only one way left. He turned around, pulled out his sword and his shield, readying himself to face the crocodile. The mage, heavily panting, shouted to him that why was he not going? The young man shouted back to her, to go on ahead first. He will escape on his own. She shouted that she also did not want to go back then. She then shouted to warn him of the incoming attack. He kept on shouting just how stubborn she was, but the crocodile opened its maw in order to attack him. Seeing the warning from the mage, he instantly turned his head around towards the crocodile. The crocodile crashed its head and teeth onto him, taking the young man and it underwater. The mage just stood and saw when both of them went underwater. But the young man had actually not gone down. He had withstood its attack by using his shield. He kept on holding the crocodile back while thanking his strong shield for protecting him. In anger and rage, he started to prepare himself for the next attack. He took his sword and jabbed it into the head of the crocodile, but the sword went and attacked its eye instead. Enraged and in pain, the crocodile started to spin around rapidly, spinning around the young man as well. With water and dirt splashing around his face, he was barely keeping himself together. Now the crocodile started to whiz and thrash the young man around. Moving around even fast, he realized that something inside his body just snapped. He looked towards the mage who was still standing there, realizing that he had already told her to run away. But she had still did not. She then shouted at him to close his eyes. A single shot from the mage's crossbow went and hit the crocodile straight in its head. A red powder burst out of the shot and the crocodile screamed in pain. The young man realized that this smelled like chili powder. Now that the crocodile was busy, she shouted to him to get up. She shouted that this was the perfect time for him to get up and kill the crocodile. She motivated him once more to get up. The young man began to ooze his red aura onto his sword. Now, with red aura enveloping his entire body, he got up once more to fight. Using his sword, he jabbed it right into the underside of the crocodile's neck. With a single strike, he cut the entire head of the crocodile clean off. The now decapitated crocodile fell behind him, splashing blood and water all over him. The young man fell down to his knees, sighing in relief that he had almost died, but he finally won. He turned around to ask the mage that what did she has shot earlier. While he was trying to give some guesses, she was shaking while cussing him under her breath. Crying loudly, she shouted out to him, "That was he dumb or something? Did he wanted to die or something?" Confused, he asked that why was she acting like this suddenly, but in anger she kicked with his boot right onto his shin. Screaming in pain, he held his shin, stroking it, but the mage kept on looking at him in anger. She warned him to not do anything like this ever again, to ever jump headfirst into danger and ask her to run away. Now, in tears at this point, she promised that if he did something like this ever again, she will absolutely kill him. But the young man tried to refute her, saying that he did not do this often, only to get cut off by her, who shouted that he did, and kept on kicking his shin. While crying in pain, the young man wanted to buy some shin guards from next time onwards. While tying some bandages, the young man screamed a little bit and asked her to be careful because it was a fracture. She angrily told him to endure it because he was the first one who was careless and now he was facing the consequences of it. While looking away, she told that she could not wrap it and asked him to do it instead. He got a little annoyed as why did he had to do it because he was hurt already. Thinking back, he got reminded and asked her that when did she make that tear gas bomb. Getting annoyed by this question, she tightened his bandage, which caused him to shriek a little bit, and answered that she got this when he was busy having fun with the spinster. It's not like she spent 6 pieces of silver just to buy a crossbow that could shoot rocks. But he requested her to at least tell him in advance about these things because it could be helpful to him. She asked, what did he mean? He told her that he needed to know this beforehand, because without it, he would be dead. She understood. Looking around with a tsundere expression, she told that she had also made a poison bomb and a fire bomb as well. Surprised and impressed by it, he asked that, when did she make something like that? With a happy expression, he thought in his mind that just a while ago this brat was nothing but a crying child with a runny nose, but she was so dependable now. It was so much better to see her like this. After the first aid session, they decided to head back with the crocodile skin and the eggs. He strapped the crocodile skin onto his backpack and dragged it out, which was quite chore. Since they had already searched all the routes beforehand, they were able to go up without any enemies. They sold all the crocodiles skinned to the Lord. He was a little bit annoyed to sell off something so valuable, but he was happy that he got a fair price for it. Then they went back to the inn. Seeing the young man like this, Daria shrieked out in horror. She screamed what happened to him. With a slight smile, he answered that he came across a crocodile. She got even more worried. He tried to explain a bit more, but she insisted him to clean up and let her see their wounds. But the mage kept on looking at both of them with an annoyed expression. Keeping the annoyed expression, she asked him to give her all of her items. Daria answered that she will first clean up a little bit, then she will bring it to her, the mage agreed. Then she turned to him, insisting him to clean up at earliest. He started to cry, thinking that she was some sort of an angel. 2 days later, he was in his room with all of the bandages open, checking for his wounds. All of his wounds were already healed because he had a passive skill called flowing blood. From the other side of the room, he heard the sound of the mage making some noises. The mage's body was in pain and she was shaking the entire time. He started to laugh on her as if something was pulling her from behind. She shouted him to stop. The young man realized that because she had carried a heavy backpack, walked for one day, ran around and fought monsters. It was understandable that she had severe muscle pain. He got out of his bed and started to stretch a little bit. She asked that where was he going. He said that he was going to bring Daria because she had severe sore muscles. He was going to ask her to give her a massage. With an annoyed expression, she said, "Who asked him to do something like that? Why would she want to get a massage from the barmaid?" Annoyed, he said that how nasty she can be in saying stuff like this, but she insisted that she did not want her to touch her. He was confused as to what caused her to hate Daria so much to make a face like this. She said that the massage was just an excuse for him, because she knew that he was actually calling her to have fun with her. Didn't he? The young man just straight up refused her, saying that he didn't, and he told her to stop calling Daria as a barsmaid. But she turned her head around, laying on the bed, saying that she was going to get some sleep. She shouted him to get out. Annoyed, he asked her, what did she meant by get out? Did she had any idea what sort of chaos the city was in? Without turning her head around, she answered that no one was even coming to the inn anyway, and she was more than capable enough of taking care of herself. So she concluded by saying that it was his choice if he wanted to go out or not. The young man noticed that there was something in between the pillow covers of her. The mage had her crossbow hidden beneath the pillow. So he realized that it was why she said that she was able to take care of herself. Because apparently, there was a small-scale public execution the last day. Catering to her wishes, he left her on the bed, saying that he was going to get some armor, still worrying if it was okay or not. Leaving her in the bed, he thought that it was probably okay because nothing could happen to her in broad daylight, inside the inn. In the armor workshop, he, along with Daria, gave all of his equipment to repair, and the workers promised to repair it as fast as possible. After that, he and Daria went out of the shop. He decided to accompany Daria, who was going to the mill at the time, because his armor workshop was on the same road anyways. The wheat was to be divided among the people. Because of the recent spike in crimes, the owner could not just leave the tavern unmanned. So he told Daria to do it, but was dangerous for her to go to a mill alone in a faraway place like this. So to return the favor of her taking care of him and the mage, he decided to go with her. After both of them reaching the mill, they found out that the place was really empty. It also looked kind of creepy, and there were weird rumors as well as if the mill keeper mixed sand into the grain. But Daria added that even in this isolated place, there were also regions where people lived. People like tanners, mill keepers, and executioners lived together. So she was sure that there won't be any bad people around here because there were guards as well. The young man realized that there were a lot of guards because they had to get through the gates to get here. He was worried about the kingpin Ubar's subordinates, but looking at this much guards, he was relieved. Both of them reached some sort of a stable. Daria sat down on one of the haystacks, gleefully exclaiming how nice and cozy it was. Looking at the young man, she said that why was he still standing while inviting him to sit down beside her. He sat down beside her but asked her that whether it was okay to just wait there and see. He was worried that there were rumors about the mill guy mixing sand in the grains, so was it okay to just sit there and not observe him? She answered that the mill guy would not even start working if they went to watch him. He asked why. She answered that if they went to watch him in secret, then the guy will probably try to kill them, saying that they were trying to steal his trade secrets. While kicking her legs, she said to not think about it and just played tag while they waited. Then, tying his eyes shut, Daria went to hide somewhere saying that the game was started. She then kind of ran the around entire barn, giving him hints on where she was. He thought that how cute she was trying to play around like this. But in reality, he was just playing around, pretending that he could not see. But because he was a blood knight, his senses were way more stronger than a normal human. And he could clearly sense breathing and movement even with his eyes closed. While running around, she accidentally stepped on a rope and lost her footing, then started to fall backwards. Within an instant, the young man came to her and held her, protecting her from falling down. Without being able to say anything, she just stared at the young man's face. She could feel that her hand was on his chest, and her heart was beating really rapidly. He asked her if she was okay. She could just stammer out a thank you. He took his hand behind his head in order to open his blindfold, but Daria stopped his hand from doing it. She slowly brought down his hand down to her level, and interlocked her small fingers between his huge ones. She brought her face closer to his. Even with his eyes closed with the blindfold, he could clearly feel a fast heartbeat and a small peck on his lips. Both of them understood what was happening and kept on holding each other's hands. He finally opened his blindfold to see the scene in front of him. The sunlight peeking through the barn door was brightening up her green eyes. Her emerald green eyes looked like the Mediterranean Sea in the sunlight. He felt as if those eyes were keeping him hostage, preventing him from looking anywhere else. As if he was programmed in his instincts, he just went in for the kiss. He wondered why was this happening. He wondered if he deserved to receive such a love in such a world. But the next moment, his danger senses kicked in instantly. A bunch of goons came into the barn talking to each other if they saw those two entering this barn or not. The young man told Daria that multiple people were coming into the barn. She, scared, asked that were these people were not related to the mill people. He answered no. The group reached in front of them, saying that these two must be the ones they were talking about. He was once again reminded that this city was nothing but a mess. He cannot even go anywhere with the ease to mind. He told Daria it's going to be okay and asked her to stay back. He saw that these were just normal people holding spears and axes. He understood that these are just some idiots who banded together thinking that they could steal his equipment. Upon closer inspection, he saw that they were holding military-grade weapons, so he thought to be careful. These weapons can be dangerous even if they swing it around without any technique. One of the guys saw Daria and told everyone how pretty she was, suggesting that they can just take her as a servant for a mercenary organization to do chores. The young man pulled out his sword from its sheath and started to walk towards them. The goons shouted at him that was he planning on fighting. Why didn't he just abandon his equipment and the lady and run away? With smirk, the young man realized that after dealing with those experienced pirates, these hooligans were nothing but a joke to him. Releasing his blood-red aura, he shouted that he was not going to abandon anything and told them to go home and sleep before it's their bedtime instead of getting killed here. The goons said that was he out of his mind, that he was trying to scare them with just some arrogance. All he had to show was a big body and big shoulders. He sighed, thinking that he could have avoided this bloodshed only if they heeded his warning. But it looked as if it was not going to work anymore. Instead, he thought of just cutting off a few limbs of a few guys. Then it was going to work. Then suddenly, an old man in a hat shouted everyone to wait and stay in their places. He shouted the young men to stop in their tracks. The goons just told him to not be annoying and get out of there. The old man started to laugh a little bit and asked them to listen to him after getting that response. The young man, on seeing this person, had a hint of realization that he looked familiar. The old man said that a few days ago there was a public execution nearby, and one of the executioners from that got beaten to death by a mob. Since the executioner was a young man, novice, and was at his first execution, he got nervous, and he could not cut off the neck in one clean bit, and he kept on making mistakes. There was a superstitious rumor that was going around that if an executioner was not able to kill a person in just one hit, the dead man's soul will come back for revenge. So that's why the people watching the execution pulled him out and beat him to death. The young executioner was being brought there, but he died right there. So just how much resentment the executioner must be in because he died of unnecessary death like that? The old man warned this. One of the goons held the old man by his collar, shouting that, what was he talking about? Calling him a crazy guy. Did he think that the goons were his grandson, that they will run away pissing their pants if he just told them a scary story? The old man chuckled for a bit and said that he did not try to do anything like that, but he thought of warning them at least once. Then pointing towards their heads, he told them to look upwards. All of them saw that a mirage of a ghostly skull made out of green and purple aura was floating above their heads. He shouted that this was the executioner's soul. He was out to get everyone. He told everyone to run to the church. All of them, scared shitless, started to run towards the church, screaming in terror. Daria, also scared by the ghostly magic, told the young man that they should also run to the church right now, but calmly sheathing his sword. He told her that there was no need to be scared. He put his arms around her, saying that there was nothing to be scared because this skull was just a mirage created by something like magic. Rubbing his hands behind his head, he chuckled for a bit, saying that the young man had a really good eye for spotting this one out. Now, while observing him closely, the old man said that, was he not the bloodied swordsman who fought the Battle of the Wharf? He said that his nickname was Phoenix. With a slight smile, he introduced himself, saying that he had heard a lot about him. Then he asked whether both of them were injured anywhere. The young man also smiled back, saying that he was okay along with Daria, and he thanked him for saving both of them from this predicament. The old man laughed, saying that he did this only because he was worried that the young men would lose their lives. The young man laughed, saying that it's not like he was going to kill them or anything. Hearing this, the old man apologized for being nosy and imagining things on his own. Then he began to take down his head in front of them. When holding his hat in his hand, he asked to formally introduce himself again. Holding out his hand, he told the young man and Daira that his name was Luke. He was an undertaker. He also returned his introduction by saying, "Nice to meet you." By this point, he had completely recognized who this old man was. With the help of this man, now getting to Chapter 5 will be an absolute piece of cake. There was a necromancer who created the spiritual golden sect. His default name was Luke Farfalle. This Luke guy was capable of single attacks, wide area attacks, and status abnormality attacks. He was a multi-talented character who could control all undead, whether it was their souls, body, or a combination of both. He could create small troops with elite units, or he could even make a whole swarm with weaker units. He was a popular character because one could easily make all kinds of combinations depending upon what they wanted. In the game world previously, he did not like this character because it was not suited for a PvP matchup. But in a hardcore world like this where people were ready to die for their master ready over and over again, this was really useful. That was the reason why he was so readily working his ass off in the sun. The old man asked him, that was he not hot? He said he was okay because he was not even sweating yet. He wanted to give the necromancer a good impression by helping him bury the John Smith he found in the market. If he got this guy's good impression, then carrying out the campaigns will be much easier from there forth. And if all he needed to do is dig in order to gain his affection, he can dig all day. This was a matter for survival after all. With the John Smith buried with a cross over his head, the necromancer began to pray. Death was not lost, but a freedom. Freedom from anguish and desire, to feel free from all the life's pain. Although he had a lot of questions in his mind to ask him, but he stopped himself from doing this because this was the first interaction. Questions like, what was he doing here in South Harbor working as an undertaker? He wanted to know that if he had the staff made from the bones of the great demon, or the bronze crown yet, or if he made undead out of the society's failure yet. But he realized that his hat and the clothing that Luke was wearing was definitely the equipment he put on the necromancer's account, Fuck Corpse Manners, that he used to play. Did this account become Luke like how Eichel Mage became Ellen? He was annoyed and frustrated that he was unable to ask him any of this. The old man thanked him that he did a lot of work for him, while the young man said that it was not that much anyways. He added that he did not know that there was an undertaker working at South Harbor. The old man answered that he was here because there was a church here. The old man continued saying that he was the only one undertaker in the city currently. He said that he was not around here. He came from the island with people going eastward from across the sea. He wanted a place to go in a hurry because he had some matters to attend back at his home, but since the city was in a lockdown, he could not go even if he wanted to. The people he came to this country with started to get anxious because the lockdown was not going away anytime soon, and they heard that there was a passageway through the sewers and went down there. But the old man regretted that he did not work harder to stop all of them, because every single one of them died down there. The young told him that he was sorry that he had to go through such a hard thing. The old man thanked him and also said that this was why he was paying attention to the rumors about him. Looking towards him, he asked that he was the one who defeated the giant crocodile down the sewers. Didn't he? The young man affirmed him. The old man put a request with him that if he went down there anymore, he wanted to also go with him. Because he wanted to find a way out of the city, and also he wanted to find the bodies of his companions. The young man thought that he was going to ask him to come anyways. The old man tried to explain his position by saying that even though he was old, he had a lot of experience. He was pretty healthy for his age. He can carry a lot of things. He also had a few tricks up his sleeve. The young man thought that were all of the characters connected through a string of fate or something. The old man continued saying that he followed the teachings of the spiritual golden sect. He can deal with the extinction magic a little bit, and he could also use a little bit abyss energy. Externally, he just said that he understood, but internally he was clearly gleefully shouting that a person who could deal with abyss energy and extension magic was here, which means that he finally had a good party member. He then asked if he could control some of the undead as well. This shocked Daria very much, and she shouted to him that this was very rude to ask someone directly. He asked why. She went and bowed down to the old man, saying that Phoenix was lacking a little bit in common sense part, but he did not meant anything wrong. He just made a little bit silly mistakes. The old man said that it was okay. The old man said that this is a misunderstanding that happens pretty often when someone who was learning the truth of the spiritual golden sect. Although he never imagined that the young man would be so direct, he looked in shock as he wondered that if he said something wrong. While scarily looking around, she said to him that this was an absolutely terrible thing to say. If someone from the church heard it, he could be burned at the stake. Still confused, he asked that what was so wrong with what he said. Just like earlier when he mentioned the will of the wisp. Before he could even complete his sentence, Daria grabbed his mouth to shut him up. Holding out his hands, the old man wanted to clear some misunderstanding that he thought the young man was having. He then realized that both of them thinking of something wrong. The old man corrected him, saying that the will of the wisps was just a spiritual flame made from the evil thoughts of souls. He did not have to do anything with necromancy, and he did not use any magic that went against the natural laws of death. He said that things like that, like undead, goes against the doctrines of church as well as the spiritual golden sect's teachings. He understood what the old man was saying. He realized that he overestimated things that were going too well because now, with the wand support, he now had a necromancer who could not use any necromancy. Walking towards the city, he bid both of them farewell. The young man also bid him farewell as well. Phoenix grabbed onto his head, screaming into the air, shouting, how was he supposed to clear a game with such unfair means? 19 asked him if he was feeling okay. He said, okay. Phoenix thought that if the necromancer was really his own character, he should be at least level 15, and he should at least have his staff and ground, which he had already unlocked. While taking his shield to the shop to repair, he was still thinking that why was the necromancer so low-leveled? But he was still convinced that this Luke was his original Luke because they looked the same. While doing that, he carried up all the grains for 19. Due to the recent turn of events, there could have been two possibilities. First, this Luke was not his own game character Luke, or that he was telling a lie. Just as both of them were walking, 19 noticed something scary on the other side of the town. She called out Phoenix to see it. It was a giant cloud of smoke rising from a certain house on the other side. Getting more worried each second, 19 told that this smoke was coming from their own inn. This shocked the hell out of Phoenix. He instantly shouted out to 19 to call the guards around them who should be on patrol right now without telling her what to do. But Phoenix did not explain anything. Rather, he just started sprinting right towards the inn. Because right now in the inn, 20 was sleeping in her bed. She must be in danger right now. He started regretting to himself that what a blunder he did by leaving 20 alone in such a vicious world, where the crime rate is so high. Saying only this much, he had already unsheathed his sword and completely surrounded it with his own blooded aura. The power of the aura began on taking him, and he started to lose his sanity once more. He began to curse all around, getting more angry. Seeing that it was actually their own inn which had been burned, he screamed to himself that why would anyone need to target this small random inn? But at least the fire was limited to the first floor. Just as he had expected, this was a man-made accident. There were some armored goons standing on the gate, shouting everybody to attack him, but not hitting any attention to anybody else. He just instantly ran, attacking everybody in his own way. Phoenix was just as brutal with his aura as he was before. The two goons tried to stop his sword somehow, but Phoenix made it sure that it sliced right through their faces. And for the other one, he sliced right through their abdomen, right in the middle of the entire body. Seeing how fearless and monstrous Phoenix was, everybody screamed and shouted everyone else to run away. In the middle of the massacre from the first floor, 20 called out to Phoenix. Looking everywhere, he could not see clearly. Rather, in front of him, Grania was standing. She said to Phoenix that she was still upstairs. On the upstairs in one of the rooms, 20 hands were shaking while holding a crossbow with a bomb loaded into it. She was standing scared in one of the rooms, afraid and prepared for anybody that might burst through the door. But easing her fear and giving her assurance, Phoenix shouted out to her that he was coming back. And quite a comeback he did. Phoenix literally burst through the wooden door using his shield, breaking it into smithereens. But consequences of destruction of property was not something that was going on his mind for him. The only thing that mattered was safety of 20 bees. So without wasting even a single moment to converse or explain her anything, he instantly grabbed her by her waist without slowing down even a little bit. Using the same momentum and shield tactic as before while breaking the door, he broke through the window and jumped out of the first floor directly onto the ground. But gravity was not kind to them, as both Phoenix and 20 fell onto the hard concrete down below, with Phoenix screaming in pain. But somehow he was fine thanks to his strong body due to his blood knight class. He caught up asking 20 if she was all right or not. Bringing her face near his, he began closely examining her, asking her if she was absolutely sure she was fine or not. Gaining sense of self when she jumps out of Phoenix's arm, shouting, "That was he idiot or something," jumping out like that could have hurt everyone seriously. With angry expression, she asked next that how she was able to scale the building since she used flame oil on the floor. Phoenix got surprised and kind of got angry, realizing that it was her who stuck to the entire fire all along. Now changing the entire scene, he got up and started to shout in anger that was she insane or something, because her fire could easily hurt anyone who could be walking over there. But she justified that she had to do it because the homeless people were invading in. But Phoenix asked that was she not aware that the fire could have hurt her. But 20 reminded him that her robe was a piece of magical equipment with fire resistance. Phoenix got reminded and was like, "Oh, I forgot." As they were going on fighting with each other, the rest of the goons who were standing outside started approaching them. Looking at the red color hoodies and the boss standing in middle of the group, Phoenix got reminded of a character he used to play in the game. Instantly realizing that who it was, he asked 20 to get behind him to a safe distance because it was not going to be safe from now on. Phoenix said this because he was familiar with the person standing in the middle, especially the most dangerous one. He was one of the Ubar's confidant right-hand man. In order to fight him, Phoenix cut his hand on sword a little bit to bleed out, which activated his blood aura power. The dangerous person who was standing in front of him was called as blood poison. He ordered the rest of his subordinates to attack Phoenix all at once. The rest of the subordinates, screaming, taunting, and mocking Phoenix, telling him to die and all, started to sprint towards him, holding out their weapons, targeting him to kill him. The first goon among the group used a blunt weapon like a mace with thorns on it to attack Phoenix. But he was barely able to tank his attack by using his powerful shield to absorb all of the impact at once. And as a counter, he was able to slice his blade through the neck of the person who used the mace to attack him. The guy who got his neck sliced was grabbing onto his throat, grasping for air. And the second person who was about to attack with his sword got instant knocked out in the face by an assist from 20. Phoenix shouted out to 20 that it was a really nice shot and thanked her for assisting him. And looking at their level of expertise, he realized that there were not some random goons from roadside. Giving a prediction of the fight, he realized that if he kept on fighting like this, he was going to get burnt out before apprehending all of them. He first made his target to look at the movement of the fast ones. But just as he was thinking this, blood poison from behind threw a poisoned dagger right at Phoenix. But thankfully, thanks to his fast reflexes, he was able to reflect that poisoned dagger using his thick shield, protecting both himself and 20 who were standing behind him. Blood poison gave a quite amused smile. Quite surprised that Phoenix was able to block something like that. But now, his smile changing onto a full-on creepy grin, he started to grin that fighting will be much fun if his opponent was stronger, while pulling out his sword from his sheath. Seeing that the difficulty and danger of the fight rising, Phoenix shouted out to 20 that she needs to run away at once, but 20 also shouted back saying that he must be an idiot for thinking that she would run away. Like this. She screamed that he broke his promise once again of abandoning her while taking all of the fight on his head. Whereas over there, Phoenix was busy fighting the goons. But over here, Phoenix was not having much trouble killing both of the goons, slicing through them there mid-air. And he also shouted back saying that he could do this argument somewhere else. This is not the correct time to do it. But just as he was blocking all of the attacks, one of the guys came in from below, slicing up a thin sword directly at Phoenix's neck. But since this attack came in completely unannounced, and he was completely unable to block it, the sword cut through his neck and the goon was successful in attacking Phoenix. Looking at his neck, he tried to discern how deep the cut was, and he groaned that even after all this, some of them were able to reach to him. But he considered himself lucky that the sword did not get into too deep. Worried about Phoenix and with a concerned face, she asked him if he was okay. Phoenix tried to reply that he was fine, but discoloration started to happen around the wound. He tried to reply, but his voice was cut short. Looking at the discoloration and darkening of his wings around his body, he realized that the cut was not just some ordinary cut, the sword was leashed with poison. He began to curse the poison master who was walking towards him, that he was annoying in the game, and he was equally annoying in the real world as well, trying to shield himself using his strong shield. Phoenix was trying to breathe in, but he was having his breath cut short and was worried that poison was beginning to spread. Each second by second, the effects were getting worse. He was feeling dizzy, nauseous, and he was barely able to even stand up. He was not even able to see the blood poison, who told him that it was quite amusing seeing him stumble around like this. And because due to biology, it did not matter how strong he was going to lose the poison anyways. But even now, the only thing on his mind was the safety of 20. But she trying to assist through a bomb with gas at blood poisoning's feet, through his prolificity of poisons, he instantly realized that this was a paralyzing poison gas. And looking at 20, he asked her if she was the beautiful lady porter that the blood swordsman was taking around helping her. Hearing that her image around the society was just that of a porter, she got instantly angry, telling him that she was a mage, not a mere porter. Over here, Phoenix was losing his sense of vision, but his other sense were getting sharper, and he was able to sense what was generally happening around him. That sense not only told him about outside, but also told him what was happening inside his body as well, where he was easily able to feel the poison blood that was surging inside his own body. But over here, the blood poison talking with her told her that she should feel happy that he was going to let her go. Asking why, he answered that his target was the bloodied swordsman anyway, but she was not about to let him pass through her. She got ready in the position, loading her crossbow with another of her bombs. Seeing her determination, instead of praising her, blood poison started to mock her, saying that she must be a really stupid person wanting to die for no reason. But just in midway of both of their conversation, Phoenix over here knelt down, vomited a lot of blood onto the ground, which scared 20 a lot. Over here, Phoenix reused his blood magic to gather all of the poison inside his body and spit out through his body. But even though he got the majority out of his body, it still did not brought back his health to maximum at once. He was thinking of what to do in order to bring up his health once more. But in that moment, a shoe came flying right at his face. It was blood poison. He had kicked Phoenix right into his face, pushing and throwing him back far. All of this happened so fast that 20 could only look at all of this without being able to do anything. But this is exactly what he wanted. He did not want to fight at all. Even while he was struggling, he asked him to run away, leaving all this on his head. Although he was looking right into his death, instead of fear, the thing he felt was disappointment. Disappointment that he would not die to the mob boss himself, but rather the subordinate of the mob boss. But unfortunately, it becomes more pathetic when he, the one who reached the strongest knight, is going to fall to a pathetic mob subordinate just in Chapter 2. Although Phoenix might have given up, but 20 was not going to go down silently like this. She frantically began to load in her crossbow. Over on this side, blood poison raged up its sword directly aimed at Phoenix. But just as blood poison was about to attack with his weapon, 20 screamed from the side, shouting that she was not going to let someone die like this on her once more. Hearing this, 20 instantly went back into a flashback of the time when she lost someone like this. 20 was frantically screaming and crying in front of a master who was non-stop bleeding. But the master did not have any worries, as he had already accepted his death and just bid her goodbye. Before going, he told her that the only person who could stop all this madness and put it to end was her, because she was the only descendant of Radakarlin. After the flashback was over, we cut back to the present time where 3 powerful shots were shot directly at blood poison. Phoenix was confused for a second, thinking that did she get her wand back somehow after it was broken? But there was nothing sort of any kind of wand. 20, just with the power of her emotions alone, was able to unlock her magic. She was able to cast Wind Fist magic repeatedly without needing her wand anymore. Not only she was able to conjure magic, she was able to do it fast and kept on shooting a rapid-fire shots one after another while blood poison was fleeing the attacks. The one who was most confused in this situation was Phoenix. Who the hell was this girl? How the hell is she able to do all this? She does not seem like the 20 that he used to know. Getting onto the top of the ceiling, Blood Poison started to scoff at 20, saying that why was she hiding all this time if she had this power? Seeing that Blood Poison might be running away, he shouted her to shoot at her. But 20 was worried that the range was not that great, so Phoenix suggested to use Flaming Arrow instead. But 20, who did not even have an ounce of confidence in herself, began to cry that how on earth was she going to perform a flaming arrow right on command? But there was no other solution. Blood Poison was escaping, and Phoenix was way too weak, and she could not take any chances. So, biting her non-confidence, she began to start the chant for the fire arrow. And fortunately, the fire arrow began to form. Upon completing the chant, as if a homing missile, the fire arrow directly went towards Blood Poison and speared right through the middle of his chest. Having his insides burn, he fell down from the roof and instantly died. Realizing that the worst was behind them, he gave a small smile and congratulated 20 on doing such a great job. And within his mind, he was happy that the bastards who led him near death died so pathetically. Still hurting from his wounds, he began to see what he could do now. But in between his train of thoughts, he was distracted by 20, who was trying to say something to him but kept on stammering. With her crossbow thrown away, she was looking at her hands which were oozing out mana and kept on asking Phoenix, was she in a dream? She kept on asking because she felt as if she was in a dream, because she was finally free from the curse of not being able to use magic since the past 10 years. Phoenix, still bloodied and beaten up but with a bright smile, said that it is real. It's not a dream, and congratulated her on achieving this. Thanks to 19 and her team, the fire was quickly put out. But unfortunately, half of the second floor burnt away. But somehow the building did not collapse. Phoenix and others collected the bodies of everyone who died fighting or were innocents, and in total there were 40 deaths. Luckily, the inn owner managed to escape the fire, but the people who were stuck inside all passed away. But the most important part was, even after all of this, the innkeeper never blamed 20 for starting the fire. In fact, he thanked her because the fire stopped the mercenaries from killing everyone and acted as a wall. But the saddest part was the guards whose competency could have avoided all of this. But they were completely unbothered by the death of the innocent and just annoyed around at how much work they had to do. And in just a town with just 10,000 people, there were at least 10 serious cases of robbery, murder, and rape in just one day alone. Phoenix was gritting his teeth at just how horrible Ubar was. But even among all of the chaos, 20 was continuing her meditation. 20 was so much engrossed in meditation that Phoenix at point even wondered that how the hell was she not even stealing a glance at all the people suffering around her. But he dismissed this thought because at the end of the day, she was a little kid who got what she wanted for so long. So of course nothing else would matter to her. As Phoenix was wandering around 20, trying to take care of someone called out to him. It was Grania and her subordinate. She said that she was surprised at how fine Phoenix was given the severity of his injury. Phoenix tried to downplay his life-threatening neck slice, said that it was nothing but a scratch to him, changing the topic to whether both of them were okay or not. Grania said that one of their subordinates, Anton, was badly hurt. Cutting in, the subordinate said that the wound was so severe that he might not even be able to use that arm again. Literally climbing onto Phoenix, she kept on groaning at how indifferent Phoenix was to their subordinate getting such badly injured. But Phoenix could not understand why was she angry at him. But as she was shouting, 20 came butting in saying that why was she blaming Phoenix? The guy should not have gotten into this job in the first place if he was unable to take care of himself. The subordinate trying to play the blame game said that they had to fight the bandits instead of running away because Phoenix's useless friend referring to 20 was still inside the building. But 20 gave out a mocking snicker saying that who was she calling a useless person? Trying to prove herself, she started to chant out the flaming chant, creating a fireball right in front of them. With flames surrounding her, 20 began to mock the subordinate, calling her, how could she blame someone like her? How dare did she blame her studies, her master, and her place of study as well? Seeing that things were getting heated up literally and figuratively, Phoenix had to step in, asking Ellen to stop, saying that they did not mean it. They were just angry that their friend was hurt. Phoenix's intervention worked as the subordinate understood her mistake and said sorry. But 20 was way too proud to apologize. She just said that she is forgiving her but will not for a second time. Ignoring her, Phoenix asked that what was the need that they had to come for. Just as the subordinate was about to say something, someone else cut in between them saying that they would explain it from that point onwards. It was the Count Vessel. He said that it is better if he explains because his position allows him great mobility. The Count Vassal started to introduce himself in a long fashion as the Narrow Seas Conqueror, the owner of the South Harbor, and something like the Salt Castle he demanded respect. But for Phoenix, this was a really familiar face since this was none other than the guard captain from the game who conveyed the laws, Lord's order. He wondered why was he here. The account's message was quick and clear. He wanted all of the mercenaries to get ready to head into the sewers. Showing a map of the locality, the Lord said that he had given the layout of the sewers and they will use it as a secret passageway to escape from the monsters. Hearing such a tall order, Phoenix started to scratch his head, wondering what the hell was all this about, and asked him to slow down for a bit. The first thing that was eating away at his mind? That why the hell had the Lord given an order to him specifically? The account answered that he was chosen because of the quality of the leather he had brought from last time. The one crocodile he had killed inside. But even then there was no reason to choose a mercenary like him when there were a lot of soldiers. But the Count Vassal with a serious look told that mercenaries were being chosen because there are not enough soldiers, and all of the soldiers were forced to guard the nearby regions and keep things like patrols and all. The Vassal continued by saying that things have gotten back to the point that there might be an emergency mobilization order soon. But Grania over here started to worry because Sister Olga had gone with the church, and Gylius and Pharrell had already joined the royal guards. Looking at the distributions among the forces, Phoenix got a brief idea of how everything was working out. Although they were called royal guards, but it was more like a safety device just for the nobles themselves. In this case, Grania's brother Farrell was taken hostage, but Gylius was also taken as well. Because choosing single one out of this would make their intentions way too obvious. Although the distribution of power was how he had expected, but the thing that confused him was the timing. Because this development was not supposed to happen right now, but much later in the game. He was worried because things were not progressing according to the story that he knows. Although he agreed to go along with the guard's terms, but he asked for some time to take revenge. The guard said that the robbers are mostly dead, and the ones who have ran away will be caught by the rest of the guards as well. And he said that there was no need to worry about the skills because there were some homeless people who were hired for money. But Phoenix said that his target was not them, but rather Ubar, who was the root of all cause. Hearing the name Ubar, the Count got a little bit tense, asking that why was he associating him with this attack? Was he behind it? Phoenix said that this theory was really plausible because he had killed some of his subordinates recently. Even among the bodies, there will be the body of his first confidant blood poison. But hearing the name blood poison, the Count got deep into thought, saying that how the hell did he knew his name because it was top secret? Realizing he messed up? Phoenix tried to rectify the situation by saying that he heard the name from the rest of his subordinates calling out to him. But the guard was strict because even if the reason for his revenge was just he was misunderstanding something here. The misunderstanding was that he was acting as if he could ignore the Lord's voice. After all, he had no choice or no say in here, and threatened him that if he tried to reject the Lord's request, all of the South Harbor troops will come to kill him. So either he had to agree to the Lord or get on a full-scale war with him. Hearing the threat, 20 came running in from the side saying that there were actually not two options but rather three. The third option was the mercenaries will kill the Count right there and run his body through the sewers for monsters to eat. She even started charging up her fireball to taunt him even more. Grania butted in trying to defuse the situation, saying that there was no need to do all of this. Now even the subordinate and the Count began flaring their arms asking to solve this with just words alone and not include magic into this. But the Count began to explain himself saying that it's not like he wanted to do this. He had no choice in this matter at all as well. So, as a temporary truce, Phoenix wrote a contract with the account saying that they will use the inn as a base and they will not be attacked. The Count was shocked at how learned and smart Phoenix was. After everything was over, Phoenix asked 20 to sleep early because they have to leave early the next day. Still annoyed by all of this ordeal but complying with Phoenix, she said, "Okay." Suddenly, we are shown a dream that Phoenix was having in which a little girl is killed, and all of them are in an interrogation room with a cold, harsh spotlight over their heads. In the interrogation room, the police kept on questioning him that when did he saw his niece last time, what did he talk to her before leaving her, or did he remember anything else? The only thing Phoenix or his previous self wanted was to leave that area. He did not know anything that the police was asking. Being unable to answer anything, the police just let him go. Although the law might have let him go, but the people's court was not going to leave him alone as he was the last one who saw his niece before she was killed. Even his own family members were against him. When he reached his home, the only thing he got back was a slap. Her sister was completely blaming him for her daughter's death. His husband tried to console her, but she was none the wiser. Crying and not in good health, she started to blame him for every single wrong things that happened in her life. Blamed that everything was because of him. But the husband, knowing better that he was not the culprit, tried to stop her. But she kept on screaming that she will kill him. But at this moment, nothing like that mattered to him, whether the world blamed him or not. He was still shocked by the death of his niece. Her face was still floating in front of him. He began on blaming himself for her death. Pain began to get so harsh that even living seemed unnecessary and useless, and he took solace in committing the deed. Bringing the cold noose which felt the most warm at the moment, near his neck he kept on apologizing to her as if he was the one responsible for her passing away. Even the TV static which showed the face of her niece was actually his hallucination. He was past the point of no return. His brain was completely running wild with thoughts of self-harm, self-hurt, but he was now back to present and the flashback was over. But remembering such a dream caused him to cry bitterly. He went on to check on 20 who were sleeping peacefully and was happy that everything was okay. But the same could not be said for him as he was trying to wipe his face and hide his swollen eyes left from crying. Since coming to this world, he has dreamt of many things from his past life, but he does not remember any of them. And every time he slept, a status window would appear in front of him, which allowed him to spend his experience points. With his battle at the inn, he became level 12 and his passive skills increased as well. And he also built a proficiency against poison. And 20 also awakened her magic during battle and jumped to level 13. But the weird part was when he used all of his points, only some were used, and rest were returned. Same with 20 as well. Although she was able to use 4 skills now, she was also not able to put all of her points into skill tree. Phoenix guessed that this was maybe due to prevent unexplainable growth overnight. Although he was quite sad that he could not tease 20 about her wand holding, but he was happy for her growth as well. Now, in bottom of the dungeon, some of the ratmen were roaming around the corridor trying to find anybody. Among them, one of them sensed something that was heading very fast towards their direction. But it was already too late as something came flying fast, stabbing the ratman directly into his neck, instantly killing the ratman. The rest of the friends instantly got alerted by the attack and started to squeak to tell everybody about the danger. But Phoenix told everyone in his party to not get distracted and keep on attacking the one who was screaming the most. They archer in the rear, short a arrow directly at one of them, whereas 20 was casting a windblade spell as an attack. But even this much was not being enough as Phoenix groaned that they have to do something else or they are going to be overnumbered. But among all of them, Luke came in as a clutch saying everyone to stand back as he was going to perform his magic now. He began to cast his necromancy-related spell while all others protected him around him. The name of this spell was called as Dark Abyss Scream of Abyss Spell. This created a numerous number of skulls in the sky screaming an attack at the ratman. The rats kept on getting caught by the scream and flown away far back, giving the party members some speed. The scream also created microscopic tiny lacerations on the ratman's body, causing them to bleed to death. Phoenix took a sigh of relief and turned around to order everyone that since this ordeal was over, they should end it and get going. So they kept on going inside of the sewer dungeon where 20 was using her magic to kill some of the ratmen. And after they reached the 4th floor, they took a secret passageway given to them by the map. Phoenix got a little annoyed that 20 was spending her mana away like this willy-nilly. But realizing that there was no need to fight in the dungeons, he just turned his eyes around, saying that he will talk the rest in the inn. Ellen was shocked, fearing that he was ignoring her. Seeing the distance between the two of them, Luke the Necromancer asked Phoenix that was he having some kind of disagreements with 20 these days? He got reminded of that morning when 20 was shouting that how did he invite Luke without even asking her? And that he messes around with corpses and dead bodies, not wanting to tell Luke that this fight was due to him in the first place. He just brushed it off as a small argument that they had that morning. But Luke, changing his tone to a very somber and silent one, requested Phoenix to be nice to his partners. He told her that he should be there for her when she needed to mend her wounds. Phoenix assured him that there was no need to worry for that as he was always there for her. Luke continued saying that it was not her abilities that he was worried about, it was her emotional needs. He did not want her to look like a sad kitten wanting the attention of her master. Phoenix began to chuckle on getting 20 referred as a kitten. But Luke said that he compared her to that because she also did not look like she had an easy early life. Luke said that she is a really good girl. If somebody takes care of her, her wounds will disappear. Upon asking how was he able to reach to this conclusion, Luke said that he saw through his soul. If this was normal Earth, Phoenix would have scoffed it off. But here, as a necromancer, he cannot just ignore it. Curiosity rising. Phoenix asked Luke if his own soul looked any different than others, because he was not from here after all. Looking at his soul, Luke saw the image of his previous player, the level 100 Blood Knight, and said that he must have led a pretty hard life as well. And he further added that Phoenix was from a noble bloodline. He has an extreme talent of blood controller among everyone that he had seen. Phoenix thanked him. 20, still not approving of Luke, kept on spouting out weak curses under her breath. After taking a small break and getting up to the stamina, all of them began journey further into the dungeon. Looking a bit tired, Phoenix stood aside, saying that they have been searching for the past 3 hours now without any success, and began flaring his torch around, coming to the conclusion that all of the ratmen must have been killed at the entrance behind. But just as he was walking down further, some sort of black glowy liquid came and attacked him out of nowhere. But due to his reflexes, Phoenix was able to dodge it. But as it fell down onto the ground, 20 started to scream, shouting, "What exactly? What is?" But Luke, thanks to his expertise and experience, instantly realized that the monster was a dark-type slime and shouted out to everyone to avoid its grip at all possible costs. But just as 20 was trying to run away, she tripped on her own leg and fell down. Everyone surrounding her shouted to use the flaming arrow because it was effective against a slime. But 20 was in shock and could not move. Seeing this, Grania jumped in using her shield to block the slime's attack. But even for a strong stature woman like her, a slime of this enormous size was a bit too much powerful for her, and it pushed her back very far. Grania was left falling to the ground, and Luke jumped in and caught her. Now this was his turn. He began to chant some necromancy spells, creating a green aura, and directed it at the slime. With the help of the green aura and Grania's sword, they were somehow able to contain it in its space. Seeing the opportunity, Phoenix shouted at her to use her flaming arrow. But the size of the monster traumatized 20 old, and she was unable to work out anything in that moment. Thus, seeing her hesitation, Phoenix jumped in, saying that he will be the one doing it, and grabbed the crossbow out of her hands. Getting into his position, he instructed 20 to cast her fireball spell onto the crossbow. 20, not allowing the fear to take better off her. She gritted her teeth and got ready into the position, trying to chant the spells. Luke was also having a really hard time fighting off the slimes. But fortunately, 20 was able to conjure a fireball chant in time, which sliced through the entire team of slime as butter. Seeing that it was the perfect time, Phoenix shot the ball filled with flammable oil directly onto the slime. But as the glass ball landed on the soft body of the slime, instead of breaking in, it just got absorbed inside without exploding. Phoenix got confused as to why was it not working. But 20 was losing her mind over there, shouting that he had to throw it on some hard ground to light it on fire. But seeing that it was her turn to shine, the archer shouted everyone to get back from the explosion and shot an arrow aimed right at the glass bottle on the slime. And as accurate as she was, the arrow went right through the glass ball, spilling out all of the flammable gases around. And the moment it came in contact with the air, and sparks from the arrow caused the entire thing to explode in flames, burning the entire slime within seconds. Seeing the ugly charred remains of the slime, it was disgusting as hell, and it also gave a very foul smell, which even caused 20 to vomit on the spot. Phoenix was once again reminded of just how bad things in reality can get, because in games, slimes were cute balls. But over here, there were this ugliest monsters of his life. After the battle was over, everybody was looking for their wounds, and Grania's skin was completely burned by the explosion, which she said that it was really painful. Seeing her reaction to it, Phoenix asked if this was the first time she saw a slime, which she answered yes. The rest of the team were sitting preparing for the next adventure. The archer was cooking some food, 20 was meditating in the corner, and Phoenix was applying ointment on Grania's arms. Seeing her squirm like this, Phoenix slightly mocked that he thought she would be much more careful about her body. He asked, with a little bit of anger, why was she acting like this, but with a surprised expression, Grania answered that she was doing just what was her job. Realizing what Phoenix was about to get at, she answered that she did not do this because of 20, she did it because of her own sake. Grania answered that it was because she is a mercenary soldier. She works for other people, and her value is determined by how well she can defend her comrades, and how well can she step into danger. And this work went beyond the lookup show. She was the head of a mercenary group, even when others aren't looking, so she has to be vigilant at all times. Hearing such a story, he was really impressed. And wearing a small smile, he walked over to 20, who was sitting down sulking. She asked Phoenix what were both of them talking about at the corner. Keeping a really sulky tone, she asked, again, what was he talking with that old lady over there? Phoenix once again gave a big sigh that he has to deal with this again, worried that Grania might have heard that 20 was calling her old lady. He looked around to see if she was there or not and again asked 20 to not call people by mean names. But 20 refused, saying that she will continue until he tells her what they were talking about. Seeing that there was no way for him to wiggle out of this, he just sat down and told that he was thanking her for stepping him back at the inn and over here to protect 20. Surprised, she asked that why was there any need to thank her for that? He said that he did it because she was never going to thank her for it, and Phoenix decided that she deserved it. Realizing her mistake, 20 went quiet. But Phoenix asked her if she could not respect, then at least she should remain quiet. Continuing his lecture, he went on to say how worried he was that because of this shitty attitude, she might get killed one day by someone ungrateful. The banter went back and forth for a few times before Phoenix got angry and 20 went quiet, ending the conversation then and then. But little did he know that the thing that he said to her back there was going to make him regret ever saying it for his entire life. After the little amount of rest was over, Phoenix and his entire team once again began journey to the rest of the sewers. Looking at the maps, Phoenix instructed everyone that this was the place where the hidden stairs that directly went from a secret passage to the 4th floor existed, somewhere in this area. And if he went by the map that the Lord gave to him, the place must be somewhere around, and he started walking towards a wall. Seeing that the road that was marked as a secret passageway in the map covered with rubble, Phoenix asked the rest of his party that did this wall crumble under its own weight, and sighed. The reason this headache happened in the first place is because these passages have existed for a long time, and without proper maintenance, all of the passageways started to crumble one by one. Considering the fact that 12 hours had already passed since they had entered the dungeons, it was impossible for them to go back and reorganize for another raid. The only solution they had to this scary ordeal was to go by the secret passage underground. But since they had a map, they were fortunate able to find the passageway without any problems. Luke, since he had gone there once, told that the gateway is not exactly like entering, it's more like falling. Because 4th floor is broken, so you will fall down into a groundwater-filled tunnel. So ready for the next floor, all of them started to head towards the secret passageway. Phoenix's brain was racing about how they were able to come to an agreement without much conflict. But this peace was not for long because some of them are going to fight eventually. But other than that, he had to worry about the stamina. The Arches and Grania's stamina was good since they are individual mercenaries, and Luke is pretty healthy for his age, so he will be okay, but the one who was suffering was 20. For her, this much amount of walking was extremely intense to the point that she might even fail. So they needed to quickly find a secret passage where you get out of here because each second counts against them. Using his body sense, he realized someone was there in front of him, about 2 people walking. So he told a tired 20 and rest of his party members to stand back. Hearing Phoenix, all of them started to give their opinion. Like the archer asked whether they were mercenaries, but Grania answered that there were no mercenaries to walk the dungeon other than them. And Luke said that even soldiers coming down this far would be impossible. But Phoenix's body sense also helped him to guess where they were moving. They were moving towards the west side. But Grania said that there was nothing sort of staircases or anything of interest in the west, though. This made Phoenix realize that these people were not trying to go up. They were trying to do something else. Feeling suspicious, Phoenix asked his group that they will follow them to see what is happening. On the other side of the west ward, an unkempt person started to curse himself that what shitty situation they were in. Seeing such a remark, one of the goon's subordinate asked him if something was bothering him. He began to talk sarcastically that yes, something was indeed bothering him. The goon said that returning to this shitty place was what bothering him to death. Then it was introduced that this person was Tobald the Quickfoot. They were one of the horseback bandits that raided around these areas. The subordinate then again asked that there was no need to feel down because this was their last assignment, and they will get out soon and enjoy whatever they want. But being a pessimistic, the bandit said that there was nothing to enjoy because no matter what they do, the moment they touch it, it all turns into trash. The subordinate got even more confused as to how he was dissing like this, even though he himself was a bandit. But changed the topic, saying that if they stay inside, they will be able to gain a lot of supplies. But the bandit had told him to think a little bit forward because there are already thousands of other groups wanting to raid in as well. And if they do raid in, who the heck is going to control them? So before any other group comes in, they should get out of the place as soon as possible. People might call him a coward, but in real life, living matters. What the hell is the point of ranks? Because no matter what, it doesn't matter anything if someone dies. Let's say hypothetically he even gets to the top rank, then great noble and royal guards bring out their own forces. The bandit began saying that he should have taken a better job. So, walking and walking, they reach their destination looking onto the map while the scouter tells them the authenticity of the location. Keeping a weak lookout, the bandit had told his subordinate to quickly open the gate. After getting the taste of the riches, he was absolutely sure that he did not want this life anymore. He was going to take the money and run away. Just as he was dilly-dallying, he instantly realized someone was there. The boss called out everyone to stop right there and get vigilant. Everybody thought that it might be another ratman coming to attack them. But his senses told that this was not a rat well because it had way higher intelligence. So he told the rest of his subordinates to turn off the torches. So rest of the subordinates threw their torches down the drain, which instantly shut them down. The bandit head then pulled out a fluorescent-looking portion and drank it all at once. Now, with his eyes glowing the same fluorescence due to the potion, he told everyone to stay behind him and he will go on the lookout. This portion was called the portion of night vision. It gave him excellent vision, even without light. It lighted up everything as green in his eyes, like those night vision goggles. And judging from the number and sizes of the footsteps, he realized that it was actually 3 people that were coming after them, waiting for a guerrilla ambush. He was preparing himself that the moment they turn around the corner, he is going to kill them. But just as he was reading himself, one of his subordinates screamed out from behind him. The subordinate had an arrow struck in his chest and he was bleeding out from his mouth and nose. Standing for a moment, he lost his balance and fell down and died. This was the work of the Archer of Phoenix group. Realizing that the bandit group were being attacked from behind, they changed the formation. But just then, another flammable glass ball was thrown near them. The bandit was wrong. This was not an ambush. This was a pincer attack directed at them. Hitting the hard ground, the flames started to erupt from the glass ball. The glass ball exploded from the heat, causing the fire to spread everywhere and burning them inside. But protecting themselves from the fire, they got into another formation, taunting the group of phoenixes. But the bandit boss was having a hard time seeing as the brightness of the fire explosion was overpowering his vision. Just as he was shouting out to his subordinates to get back into formation, Phoenix came in running through, slicing through each and everyone's throat like butter. Seeing his speed and size, the bandit boss was not able to believe that how the hell was he able to reach there so fast. But even that much was not enough to fight them back, and all of the bandit group was mercilessly slaughtered. After all of the bandits were killed, the Phoenix group rendezvoused with each other asking what was the case now. Phoenix, looking at the archer's wound, asked if she was okay. Refusing to take any help, she said she was fine. Then she further pointed him that Grania was interrogating the guy who made it out alive, although they were not sure what kind of information they could pull it out of him. Luke, not able to contain his curiosity anymore, went ahead and asked that how was he able to figure it out. Phoenix could not understand what he was talking about. Luke clarified himself that how was he able to figure it out that these people were bandits because he himself was thinking for a half second that these were just innocent people. Phoenix, not wanting to tell that he knew them from his previous game, just said that it was his intuition which told him. And he also added some logic that if there was really a secret passage heading outside, then the enemies could also be using it as a way. And as expected from his previous game world, he knew that this was the bandit because he always encountered him in the sewers. Luke then did not question anything anymore because he thought that it might be natural for someone with a blood-controlling ability. The archer then, finally showing her anger and speaking up, told that she will not do any more risky stunts like this, regardless of how safe it is for her. She began citing that what a stupid idea this was to take off their gear and divert them to create a pincer attack. But quite surprisingly this time, 20 took the side of the archer instead of Phoenix like always, I agreeing that this was indeed a really risky plan. Phoenix was like, what the hell? But 20 stood on her ground, saying that these guys were not even that much worth, so they should not have gotten into risk. But Grania was the only one who took Phoenix's side, saying that he did the well. And she explained why he was correct because the guy they killed was Tobald the Quickfoot, and he was among the top ones of the gangster gangs. Hearing that they were people like this, Phoenix wanted to search their bodies to find if they had anything valuable. But looking around, 20 realized that the cape that Boss was wearing was a magical tool because it radiated mana. And seeing how easily it repelled magic, it probably had magical resistance on it. Luke vouched in saying that this is correct and there was no evil energy from it. Grabbing the cape for himself wearing it, he asked 20 if he looked good or not. 20, with an annoyed look, said that if he kept on doing things like this, they are going to lose the rest of the items on them. Now even Phoenix got angry on 20, asking that was it that hard to compliment him. But 20 feeling ashamed, saying that he should not act like a fool. He gave up and began searching the rest of the corpse, but he clicked his tongue saying that just how mean she was. He felt he was lucky because he found several portions in his pocket. One was the infrared vision portion, which helped him look in the dark. This was for the archer. 2 wound healing elixirs portion. This is one for Grania, who was hurt, and 20, who needed protection. 2 sleeping potions, although not knowing where to keep it. Phoenix just took it with him, planning on storing it somewhere, and the one which shocked them the most was the portion of invisibility, which Phoenix decided that he was going to keep this one as well. But even now, there was something that Phoenix needed to search from the bandit. 20 was confused that what else could pique his interest so much. Grabbing out a piece of paper, Phoenix gave a big sigh, saying that finally this was here after all. It was a piece of closed envelope which had an emblem of seal on top of it. This envelope was the proof of the secret communication between the traders of the area. Within the letter, it was written that the path used by the current trading company is narrow and risky. That's why they will secure an official route. They further added that the official route was branching out close, so they should look out for various directions in the paths. And 300 bags should be enough to maintain the optimal speed while maximizing the profit. They should deliver this message to the friends in South. They will gladly cooperate, and they should take special care to not infringe the interests of a third party. Phoenix was reading out the message, which wrote that he will come to meet him with a green flag, so there should not be any mistake in recognizing them. 20 realized that there was a traitor in the South Harbor. So Phoenix concluded that this traitor sent back the letter to the horseback Pandian, pretending to be from the trading company. So, doing a rough estimation, he meant it that they will open up the sewers after 4 days. So they should come to the South Harbor's land and spread their wings. So among them there will be around 300 people. And friends must mean pirates, and the traitor will have a green flag on him, which means to not mess with him. Grania realized that there was a pirate and bandit and traitor all at once. They need to tell the Lord quickly, but the archers said that they should first complete the mission, then they will tell the Lord. Because if they delayed, they might lose the traitor, but the archer refused. That it's not like it is going to happen immediately or anything. And even if they go back after a few days, things won't be too late. The small talk began to an argument in which Grania was shouting that they need to hurry up and tell everything, and the archers shouting at they should complete what they came for. Looking around, 20 said that they should check out the secret passageway first. Phoenix asked why was that. 20 reasoned that they should have a escape route when they have a choice, because if things get bad, they need to run away. Phoenix began to think that in 20's position, she does not care what happens to South Harbor because her target is to get through the Raven Cliffs. But as for him, he has no thoughts of giving up the land. So he told to both of them that by now the mapping job is completed, and they will check out the secret passageway, and if the horse and black bandits have locked it, they will retreat. But if that is not the case, they will get reinforcements and deliver the letter. Although as a player, he already has a clue on who the traitor is. But not telling the traitor's name, he told the rest to hurry because it will take 3 days to get back to the city at least. So, for Grania got on board that the next passage of plan is already decided. Holding her blade, she began to walk towards the remaining bandit. The bandit screamed that, why was she doing this? Wasn't she going to let him live? Raising her blade, she told that she does not have a choice. It was the Lord's order. The bandit began to scream that he had no information and killing him would be a vain choice. Just as she was saying that, she slit his throat while his plea got cut mid-off. Talking to themselves, they told that they have gathered all of them at one point and Luke should handle the dead bodies now. He began to read out one of his dark magic spells regarding decaying a body. The magic started to instantly decay the body into its constituents, turning it into powder. And within moments, there was not a single trace of any body lying around, as if there was nothing there. Over here, Phoenix was having a really bad time. Although he knew that killing the enemies was inevitable, but it did not stop giving him such a bad feeling. Turning his eyes away from the decaying bodies, he hurried everyone to leave. Although for now he was in luck because he knew the story from his playing experience. But to be honest, things were not set in stone. Anything could change. Just like in the game, the proof of secret communication was acquired from catching Tobard, which contained a scroll letter which the horseback bandit sent to the traders of the South Harbor. But the thing that they received right now was not the letter, but the traitor's reply. In other words, which meant that in the start of this timeline, the traitor had already received the letters from the bandits. And Tubald was on his way back after reading the reply. And this was completely different from how he played the game, so he does not know how this change will affect the story itself. If such great changes keep on occurring, the entire story of the game will completely change. And if something like that happened and the story changed, he will lose the advantage of losing the future. So for him, there was literally no chance to lose any time in the future. The archer shot another arrow at one of the monsters in the dungeon. It was the flesh-eating caterpillar. The archer's arrow sliced right through the middle of the face, instantly killing it. Taking an inspection of the body, Phoenix confirmed that the worm was dead, but 20 was still not able to stomach the grossness of it even after seeing them for so many times. She ran away, shouting just how disgusting all of this was. Phoenix began laughing really loud, that how can she be scared by both slime and caterpillars as well? Annoyed, she asked him to shut up. After collecting himself for laughing for a little while, he said that they should both move on. But 20 kept on calling him a jerk. But things were not getting too easy because what they encountered was a crossroads. And just like before, both of his party members got divided once more, the archer saying that they should move towards the right where Grania, saying that they should move towards the left. But Phoenix, using his sense of position, realized that the right led to the north and the left led to the south. Since they were going to the north, they should go towards right. Seeing his prolificence, Grania got suspicious and asked how the hell did he knew that? Trying to divert the topic. He just said that he has a little bit better sense of direction than others. Still not believing him, she asked whether he was joking or not. But the archer over here was smelling something that was left on the ground. After smelling something, she agreed that they should be going towards the right. Grania got curious and asked what did she smell? Although the archer said that she might be biased, but the right dirt looked a lot less moist and the left one kind of sloped down ways. Seeing this as an opportunity, Phoenix started blabbering that this is what he saw as well. But 20 was having none of it. She said that bloodbending magic has a strange ability of foretelling the future. But Phoenix over here was taking it to the extreme. Confused, he asked what the hell was so extreme. 20 said that Phoenix had the ability to predict unbelievable things in advance, so advanced that even fortune-telling was not comparable. Phoenix bit his tongue in surprise, wondering if he blabbered out too much and made other people suspicious towards him. But he tried to explain that he was just good at random choices. But 20 was not going to be fooled. She shouted that this was way beyond just random choices. He was able to figure out the name of a poison by just looking at it few days earlier. Phoenix was racking his brain because he knew that he was creating a mess because 20 was absolutely sure that he was hiding something. But coming to his rescue, Grania stepped in saying that whether he was a gambler or a prophet did not matter right now. They were running late so they should get a move on. But taking it on her ego, 20 got angry, shouting that who the hell was she to order what she should do with her own time? Thinking that she might have made a mistake, Grania backed down asking for forgiveness. But 20 did not shut down, she kept on saying curses. But, just as she was about to curse her, Phoenix grabbed her by her cheeks, forcing her to shut up. Taking her cheeks back, she shouted out what the hell was he doing treating her like this? Phoenix angrily said that both of them agreed that she would not talk like this to her elders, didn't she? But 20 shouted out that they made a promise on not calling her old maid, but she did not break her promise. Hearing the word old maid sent a wave of shiver throughout Grania's mind. Phoenix was getting angrier by second, shouting that she needed to control her tone. But 20 returned back saying that he was not her master, or anything that he would shut up. Grania back there was worried whether by old maid she meant her, and the archer literally did not enter the conversation at all. Softening his tone, Phoenix said that she needs to treat others with respect in order to get respect. Realizing that she once again went mad, he began backtracking, saying that it was not her fault, but she should just not disrespect anyone. Trying to motivate her, he said that he has been looking positive changes in her and congratulated her for putting in so much work. He said that he would compliment her a lot more, but right now they need to hurry, and after reaching to their inn, he would give her explanation about everything she wanted to ask. Trying to show off that she was still angry, she turned around saying that compliments does not have any effects on that, but for the rest of them she was open as a book. All of them then turned to Luke asking that they should get going now as they did not want to be late. But Luke just looked completely focused, not answering anyone at all. Phoenix wondered if he was lost in deep thought of someone or something. But a few seconds later, his concentration broke, and he looked at Phoenix, who was trying to call him to get to them. Changing his demeanor, he gave them a big smile and a bow with his head. Getting off from his seat, he told a surprised Phoenix that they should get moving on. Phoenix was surprised from the fact that Luke gave him a compliment, which he never does because it felt so strange. So they started to move together into the right road from the crossroad once again. The smell of the sea and the wind was getting stronger and stronger, which means that they were getting closer to outside. Although because of the boosts, 20 was able to take it better this time. But even then, this long journey was proving too hard to be her. So he began on thinking on a camping solution for all of them. But then suddenly the sound hit his ears. He ordered every one of his party members to be aware as there were guards walking in front of them. Grania asked that how many guards were stationed in front of them. Phoenix said that although he was able to hear only 2 voices, there might be many more standing, so he offered to check it out first while asking for rest of them to stay there. But peeking out of the gate, he saw that instead of guards, there were horseback bandits standing at the gate. They literally set up an entire campsite to guard the area. Using his superpower senses, he realized that there were at least 10 people. So in that case, he thought of using a plan. One of the bandit guards was standing near the gate, yawning loudly, feeling really sleepy. When suddenly a certain puff of pungent noise hit his nose. The smell began to spread everywhere. The guard asked what smell was this, but the other guard could not smell it. They began walking towards the bonfire, thinking that some idiot must have added wet wood to it. Thankfully, now that their attention was diverted, he was able to escape that area undetected. But in reality, he should be thankful to Bard because how the hell was he supposed to get invisibility potion in such a clutch? So going back inside, he explained everything that was happening outside. The archer said that they could get trapped into the narrow terrain, so they should go back. But Grania said that if they are able to handle this, then this will be a really big loot. But having another idea, Phoenix held out the portion of invisibility for everyone, telling them to use it. Looking at the portion 20, realized that this was a really good idea for them to be able to escape that area undetected. But before proceeding, she started to rummage through her bag and asked everyone to wait for a little bit. Pulling out a small pouch filled with something, she said that this was a sort of a paralyzing truck. She did not have any time to grind it into powder, but they could use it like this in emergency. Taking the powder in his own hands. Phoenix talked to that what was the plan she was planning with this. Again back to his annoyed self. 20 asked that just how ridiculously bad he needs to be to read the situation, and finally agreed to explain it once. After explaining the idea, they went to the gate of the mouth where both of the bandit guards were stationed. Phoenix passed through both of them using his spell of invisibility and got out of there quietly as possible. Then using his stealth skill, he should sneak into the camp while everybody else is sleeping. But just as he was walking, the horses started to scream in the direction of Phoenix. Phoenix was worried that the horses might have smelled him, but instead of pointing towards him, the rest of the bandit got distracted tending to the horse, thus making his work even easier. Inspecting them, one of the guards said that they were bitten by some insect. They should tell the riders about it, otherwise they will be upset. The other god just gave out a big sigh at how mindless their work was. Phoenix, still standing back, invisible through the portion, gave out a big sigh of relief that they were leaving the area. And just as 20 had told him, he threw the paralyzing pill onto the bonfire. The paralyzing pill got burned and the smoke rising from it started to spread out everywhere. After the gas started to spread out, Phoenix just needed to wait until the paralyzing drug worked on all of them and then send the signal to the rest of the ones inside the cave to come out. 2 other guys are catching the same smell, wondering where the hell did it come from. The first guy shouted out that who was the one charging the bonfire. But when he came back, the scene that he saw in front of his eyes shocked the hell out of him. Scared, he screamed out to everyone, shouting that what the hell it was. They saw the standing stature of Phoenix and shouted out everyone that he was a monster. Everyone got alerted by the shout, reading their weapons in order to fight Phoenix, whose invisibility was starting to come off after drinking the potion. Phoenix began to shout that what the hell was happening. Did 5 minutes already passed by so fast? Just how ironic it was that the portion that was meant to turn him invisible from people's eyes instead turned him into a people magnet. Thus the fight had started. Phoenix used his broadsword to slice through one of the guards on the chest. Thus making him kill once more, he threw away the body, wiping up the blood along with it. Seeing him fight with such ferocity, rest of the guards shouted out that where the hell are the long-range archers and shouted out to the hand-to-hand combat guys to fall back. Phoenix wondered that was the effectivity of the paralyzing portion weak due to it not being crushed. But now that it had come to this, he needed to keep their attention over here. Because if even one of them escaped, they could call back the entire bandit squad. But all of his worry was for nothing because some guys came in walking through the door. These guys were the horseback bandits. But seeing their weapons of choice as big axes, he thought that these might be some separate sort of bandits. But it did not matter at this point because the only thing he needed to was kill all of them. But due to the skill, he felt as if his blood was boiling due to anger and he wanted to kill every single one of the rest. Screaming out blood-red aura from his entire body, he shouted a war cry, running towards every single one of them, head first. They also began to run, but as they were running, one of the arrows pierced one of the bandits right in their shoulder, killing them. It was the archer. She killed one of the guys. The rest of the bandits shouted everyone to get into another formation, now that a long-range archer was here. Now that every single one of the party members was out, they started to scream and tell each other that it was not just one guy, but an entire party had broken through the secret passageway. They screamed at each other, trying to search for the guy who was responsible to guard the door. But Phoenix was not about to let him complete his sentence even. He jumped up, gave a straight kick right at the person's chest. Seeing his men massacred like this in front of him, the boss began shaking, wondering what kind of monster did they angered. Falling on his back, crawling backwards. He could not understand that the soldiers he trained, how could they die so fast? And finally, after so much time, the paralyzing poison started showing its effect, and people were not able to move. But desperately crawling for their lives, they kept on crawling for safety. But Phoenix was not about to let these bandits go back safety. So he turned himself into the monster that all of them spoke of killing everyone one by one. The guy, desperately crying and crawling to safety, started to pray to the light that shines upon the human world to save him. But even his prayer was also not allowed to be complete as Phoenix stabbed him with his blade. Phoenix's blade stabbed right into the neck of the guy, killing him instantly. He finally took a breath of relief as the paralyzing poison given to him by 20 started to work slowly now. But it was so slow that at this point the commotion was almost over. Everyone in the group did a great job in fighting off the bandits, and since there was no loss of any party members, he can consider this attack as a fairly successful attack. But the worst part was, even among these mountain of corpses says that he had killed, he was feeling strangely refreshed. After the fight was over, he went near the bonfire, warming himself up after the cold night. Seeing him act a bit strangely, 20 walked up to him and asked him out of concern was he feeling okay? He said he was okay because the magic remnants were slowly dimming down from him and it will disappear soon. Giving a small sigh, 20 said this is why someone should not use magic if they are not trained in it. She caressed his hand a little bit, asking if he was feeling a little bit amount of itch, but Phoenix said that he was feeling completely okay. But she was not letting go of him. She continuously asked if he was feeling dizzy or nauseous. Phoenix raised his voice a little bit, shouting that he was fine. She asked him to promise her that if he felt even a little bit weird, he has to tell her. Assuring her, he told her that he will tell her if he feels anything, but for now he is completely fine. With 20 and Phoenix continuing their banter over at the corner, the archer found something among the horseshoe marks on the ground. Calling out to Phoenix and 20, she told them that the situation was not looking good at all. She told them that even though they had killed everyone, one of them was able to escape on a horseback, bringing reinforcements like a pack of dogs that needed to run away fast. Luke asked Phoenix that what should they do at times like this, but he told that no matter what they do, they need to get support first. Scouring his eyes through the scenery trying to find something. His eyes landed on something really amazing. There were a bunch of horses that were standing near the tree. Luke suggested what if they used these horses to ride out. And thus clearing out the horses, they did just that. They took 2 horses. They were massive in size. On one of them, all 4 of the party members sat, and on the other one, all of the materials were kept. Relieved that he knew how to ride a horse, he told 20 to hold on tight and not be nervous. He was once again reminded how different he was from his previous self, who never touched a horse back in Korea. But here, since he was Blood Knight, someone of noble blood, he instinctively knew how to ride a horse. They loaded the rest of the corpses on the remaining horses and made them run away to the wild. By doing this, they thought that it might act as a warning sign and slow down the bandits a little bit. Fortunately, the persuasers were not able to get on the trail until they crossed the Salt River and entered the forest. Although he was concerned about running into the enemy Pajano, but he thought that there was no need of much worry because they were already reaching their destination. But just as they saw the castle, his senses instantly tingled to something dangerous. Seeing Phoenix worried face, 20 asked what happened, and Phoenix told that he just sensed someone right behind him. And his hunch was not wrong at all. Since just a few moments later, Lots of screams started to come out from the forests. These were the reinforcements of the bandit camp. They had already found them. One of the members shouted that here they are, signaling others and running after them. Realizing that there was no time to escape to any other place, Phoenix shouted that they were just nearing the camp. They should just run for it. The reinforcement of the bandit camp was huge, like hundreds of people, and every single one of them was armed and on a horseback. The boss ordered the archers to do a long-range attack on the Phoenix party. But fortunately, thanks to his big shield and super-fast reflexes, he was somehow able to shield everyone from the incoming arrow attacks. Increasing the intensity of attack, one of them even threw a strong spear which ripped through Phoenix's shield. Luke shouted that he could do something about them now. So Phoenix shouted back to make it as fast as possible. Luke shouted out his spell to create the ghostly scream, which summoned a bunch of skulls behind him. The skulls went in screaming and exploding upon impact, slowing most of the forces down. But these were some fast-adapting guys. They instantly told everyone to beware, as they had a magician among them, and started to avoid the attacks. One of the leaders threw a giant heavy spear directed at their group. The spear went in and attacked Grania's horse on its neck, spewing out blood. The horse crawled itself and Granny at a fall down on the ground at full speed. Phoenix called out to her in worry. Seeing that the things were getting out of hand, he began to turn himself around. 20 asked what was he trying to do. Giving the reins in her hand, Phoenix jumped off the horse saying that he was going to go protect Grania. But she said that what he was trying to do was completely idiotic, but he told her do not think about it anymore and just hold the reins and get out of the place. Grabbing one of the spears that was fallen on the ground, he got into the position and got ready to take on all of the bandits on himself. The guy who threw the spear told everyone that he was able to take down one of the party members. Only 3 more to go. As he was telling everybody the direction that the rest of the party members went, a large spear came flying and tearing apart his chest. This spear was thrown by Phoenix. He was now squirming with blood, red aura all around his body. He must be crazy to think that he could take on all of them. They are just swarming the place like dogs. But no way in hell he was going to let his friends get hurt before him. So he took a deep breath, readying himself for the fight to come. Now that he was mentally ready to fight, he taunted everyone, shouting that he was here. If anybody had any kind of guts, they should attack him right then. Phoenix raised up his sword, forming a giant arc behind his head, stretching his muscle, preparing for a big swipe. The big slice was so powerful it literally sliced an entire horse in half. The horse then fell down to his knees, followed by the horse rider. Congratulating himself on getting 2 of them, he looked around to target the next one. But he did not need to look long enough, as one of the bandit heads came and threw a heavy spear towards him. Although Phoenix was able to tank the entire attack, just the sheer force of it alone caused him to spit out blood. But unfortunately, the one who took the worst amount of damage was the shield. It broke about in hundreds of pieces on the impact. The bandit leader started laughing that Phoenix must be strong for being able to withstand attack that strong. Now, red with anger that this guy cost him a shield that valued at over 8 silver coins, he held the spear that was being thrown towards him, using it to attack instead. Charging all of his blood sword energy, he gave a very powerful vertical slash right on the leader. But the leader was able to dodge it and hit his hilt on Phoenix's shoulder. The fight kept on continuing with bloodshed flowing all around. Phoenix killing one of the members one by one, leaving none of them alive. After killing a considerable amount of them, he stood there silently trying to catch his breath, catch his stamina. He himself did not know how he was standing upright because he got hit so many times. He was feeling dizzy and his muscles were tingling. He asked himself that why did he have to go through all of this every time? He is not even a berserker running around like a dog, losing all sort of reasoning. He screamed around in large war cry as a big monster. Losing his sense of self, the bandits started getting happy that they can at least treat him like an ogre. So the higher rank told everyone to surround him in a flank and get rid of him. With a little bit amount of self, he called out to Grania, who was still motionless on the side of the road, worried that she might be alive or not. It was getting worse second by second. He could not see anything that could take him out of this. But then he suddenly sensed someone running towards his direction from behind. A single sword flew through the entire battlefield, piercing the neck of a bandit. These were some of the marched warriors that were coming in from sides of the city. These masked warriors were none other than the royal cavalry sent by the Lord of the South Pearl Harbor. Phoenix began to look at their features to make sure who they are actually. They had huge, impenetrable armor and headpieces, visor, and with spears which went longer than 3 meters. His hunch was correct. These guys were the knights from the royal cavalry. Now that he did not need to fight anymore, his blood aura started to ooze out, diffusing into the air. A person with a lion armor asked Phoenix if he came from South Harbor as well. But rather than answering, the thing he felt was familiarity. He felt as if the armor was way too familiar. Answering yes, he thought, since the knights asked him as well, which means they have seen his party members ahead on the road and he was happy that they were safe. The knight ordered Phoenix to get on the horse, but Phoenix said that they needed to take her for his comrade first. Asking if she was alive or not and confirming that she was, he took her on his horse as well. As for whose horse was going to be taken, the head knight called out to one of the subordinary knights to see to the situation. The subordinary knights then called Phoenix and Grania to sit behind him, and he would take them to safety. After all of the bandits were captured or killed, the knight had told all of his subordinates to pack up and return to their post. While marching back, all of them held up their country's flag on a spear. Their camp was nearby, on the bank of a small pond in which there were hundreds of little camps. From the fortress, the knight had told every archer to kill every single bandit that was following after them. Now, bandit. Seeing that there was a rain of shadow being thrown at them, they told everyone to retreat that instant to not get killed. But since this was a bandit group and not as disciplined as the cavalry, half of them retreated while half of them marched on ahead, shouting that they would burn everything. The ones who marched ahead, they started throwing oil-covered torches inside the fortress, burning everything. Just as Phoenix was looking around the people who were busy fighting the pirates, he saw a strain of water-based mana flowing over his head. This water-based mana originated from a water-based spirit which was flying above the battlefield after being summoned by some magician. Using her power, the spirit created a rain which fell on the burning barracks below. Seeing that the gods had blessed them, all of the soldiers started to cry out in happiness that they are going to get saved. The pirates started screaming in anger that all of the effort they put in to create the fire to burn down the barracks just went down the drain because of something. The pirate heads told the rest of the crew members that they cannot continue this fight anymore and the plan was destroyed, so they ordered each and every one to retreat. Phoenix fell down on his back, giving out a big sigh of relief that all of this nightmare was finally over and he could finally breathe. Not even a second later, Elle called out to him. She was with the rest of the party members along with Archer and the necromancer. With anger in her eyes, she shouted that even though she said specifically do not run out alone. At last, he ran out alone. Looking at the wounds, Phoenix sustained Elle, shouted out in worry, "Was he okay?" Phoenix said that this was nothing for him. He will heal right away. The archers said that they took the injured Grania to the priest's tent to heal, while Elle was worried giving him a potion. Phoenix was just happy that he was able to make it out alive because he really felt that he was going to die this time. Just as Phoenix was reminiscing with his friends, the Lion Mask Knight came to congratulate Phoenix on being such an amazing companion, further fight on the battlefield. Phoenix returned a gratitude saying that he was only alive on the field because Sir Randall was there to save him. Randall got a little bit confused on being called a sir. On being called a sir, Randall tried to clear the misunderstanding to Phoenix, saying that he was not a knight but he was just a soldier. There was no need to call him a sir. Looking at the designations, Phoenix was confused as how come just a soldier was able to get such an armored horse along with steel armor for protection. Phoenix speculated that he might be some sort of noble family's private soldier, but instantly deeming everything unnecessary. Sir Randall called both Phoenix and Elle to follow them. The main thing which he was expecting from the very start happened. The lord of the place was calling to meet him. So, the Lion Mask soldier led the entire Phoenix and his crew to meet the lord who had called for them. But just as they were walking, the archer with a shy voice called out to Phoenix to say something to him. With a shy and meek voice, she says thanks to Phoenix for not abandoning Grania out on the battlefield. But without even thinking for a second, Phoenix straight up said that he did it only because it was obvious. The archer got a little bit embarrassed on hearing this, saying that how come he was able to say such embarrassing stuff without even worrying for a second. Elle pointed towards one direction, calling everyone around him to see what did she say. There was a royalty flag flying in that direction, which meant that someone of the royal family was living in the barracks over there. Hearing the location and seeing the place, Phoenix got reminded of another information he got while from playing his game. He remembered that the name of this place was under the Prince of Prince Garrison, the game of Dark World. This place was a safe point to meet reinforcements. While reaching to the lair, he got reminded that normally in-game the prince would have been gone by the time the player arrives. So they have to clear the quest by delivering a letter to the arrogant Sir Liam. The problem was that the place they want him to go was hundreds of kilometers away from the capital, and the only situation in which a royalty would be dragging out a whole unit to this place is that the prince must be right here in this battlefield among his soldiers. And there he was standing in the middle of all of them wearing his golden lion-faced iron mask, along with his golden-leashed cape and armor. Just as he was walking inside the tent, someone called out to him asking what did this guy need. The soldier opened up his helmet when Phoenix said that he was looking for Sir Anchor, the owner of this tent. Kind of confused as to looking at this man, Phoenix asked his comrades, "Is he really the real deal, the great Ankir?" The person answered that yes, he was indeed the great Ankir, but the rest of the people were really surprised. The archer, now sweating cold buckets, gave a lot of power to the prince, asking for forgiveness, saying that Phoenix did not know the rules and regulations of this land. Being a pain in the rear, he said that he will only forgive them if they answer, why were the mercenaries or why were the bandits chasing them only? Phoenix answered that they were targeted like that because they came with a letter from the Lord as they were the messengers of the South Harbor. One of the soldiers, surprised, asked that did the Count know about them being there? Phoenix answered, but he was not sure of his identity and was estimated to have reinforcement present by a nearby lord called Sir Langbold. The other knight opened up his shield to ask Phoenix, did he know who he was? Hearing their names and remembering bits and pieces from books, he reminded that he heard rumors about Sir Langbold and thought that this was him, because he had outstanding magic compatibility. Since Phoenix was going by rumors, the knight asked that he must also know who the master of the garrison was. Phoenix quite least said that he might have a rough idea who it was, and the person herein, it gave out a big smile. Just then another KA knight came out from the sides, shouting out just how insolent fool he was, and pointed out a big long sword towards directly his neck. Soldier, pointing the sword at his neck, shouted out that this guy looks really suspicious and he should be just tied up and questioned at this point. But over here, Phoenix was busy blaming himself, thinking that since he uttered too much from his gaming knowledge, people might suspect him for being a spy. But then someone with a lot of authority asked the knight to not do it, since it won't be necessary. Even though the knight refused upon being requested a second time, the knight put down the blade. It was the person in the lion mask golden armor. He said that there won't be any reason for his own brother to send someone incompetent from their land. Phoenix recognized him. This guy was the one who was commanding the troop not long ago. Now that the knight had calmed down, the person turned to Phoenix to ask him his name. Then he asked what was his surname, but with a little bit of uneasiness, Phoenix said that he did not have any. Not having a surname meant that he was not of any noble blood. So the person asked, was he some sort of mercenary? Phoenix answered yes. The person then got into deep thought that how come someone with no family name with just a mere mercenary was able to do blood control? And not even amateur, he was absolutely good with it and slashed through so much cavalry. Turning his head towards the knight, he said that it would be illogical for any kind of county to use such a high-quality soldier as a spy to gather information. He was too much precious. Turning his eyes super serious, he asked Phoenix a single question. Did he and his team have any idea who the master of the place was? This question made Phoenix realize something, and he bowed his head and answered that he did know who was the master of the place. It was the prince. Hearing such an answer for him, the prince burst out into laughter and welcomed Phoenix and his team to the place. And then he finally told his designation. He was the third son of the majestic King Lionel, the third of Millenor. The moment they heard this, every single one bent down to the knees. This character was way too familiar to Phoenix. He knew him too well. After all, he was Olkar, the lioness son of Zior. With his face muscles stretching up due to being in such pressure, he thanked the Highness Third Prince to give him the honor of meeting him. Unlike the bad world and the bad premise of this game, Olkar was the majesty of his armor, whose bravery made him to lead the knights. Not only he was blessed in the bravery, he also had a beautiful appearance. His voice was really soothing as well. But the most charismatic part about him was his smile. It radiated like characters of children's books, drawing you in. Olkar asked Phoenix and his team to raise their heads, encouraging them to tell their journey from the beginning because he had a lot to hear. But unfortunately, this character had an opposite mirroring, and to him as well. As later in the game, he would be dubbed the name the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter Olkar came in the 6th chapter of the Boss in the Dark World game. When back in his world, he encountered Olkar for the first time while playing the game. He found him to be really scary, but the real thing that scared him the most was the atmosphere of his Palace of Slaughter. So Phoenix was in a deep thought. What if he directly killed the Prince Olkar right now? Because without him, there will be no Chapter 6, and there will be not a single slaughter due to him. After calling to him many times, Elle just slammed her elbow on his stomach for being angry because he ignored her. He got up shouting to her that what the hell was she thinking that she was doing? But Elle answered that no matter how much she tried to call him, he did not answer her. She also said that she was feeling creeped out because he had a really scary and creepy face. Phoenix wondered if she had taunting someone as a passive skill or something. Going back, Phoenix said that they told Ulker about everything that happened in the city and delivered him the letter. And after that, they were treated by a priest who was the best of the army, and they rented them a tent to rest. It was the first time he ever encountered divine power in person, and he was extremely fascinated, and he wondered if having a priest was essential to a party after all. Thinking back to his game world, here was also reminded that he raised a paladin character as well, whose name he could not recall right now. Coming back to the present, Phoenix told Elle to be asleep because everybody was sleeping, and they should not disturb anyone. Seeing that she was unable to sleep, Phoenix took her outside to sit for a bit, asked what was bothering her. She said she did not sleep because she was just not feeling like it. After being asked again, Elle said that Phoenix was the weird one for being able to sleep so calmly around a mountain of rotten corpses from the battlefield. Hearing another calmly passed out taunt, Phoenix was angry as hell. He scolded her to be watchful of her words, and especially since Luke the Necromancer was here. Elle said that it was not that big of a deal. While Luke was sleeping in his room, Elle went on saying that he uses magic from the spirit realm and she could feel just how rotten it is. Trying to think back of every time Luke used his spell, he was unable to remember any time he felt any rotten energy. Confused, Elle asked if he could not sense the nature of someone's power. How the hell he became such a powerful blood magic wielder? Giving out a big sigh, she said to leave everything because she did not want to be tied down by the place, because she did not like the owner, not the prince. Phoenix thought in his mind, did she even like anything at all? Elle said that the brightness and the look from his face screamed arrogance and pride. She was angry that just because he was royalty, he was somehow way better than them, talking down on everyone as if they are nothing. Phoenix chuckled a little bit, saying, as if she was someone who would say that. Catching a hint of what he tried to say, Elle asked, did he say something wrong? Trying to calm things down, Phoenix said that it must be the wind. Looking back, Elle asked Phoenix why did he reject the prince's offer. The offer that he was talking about was a recruitment offer given to him by the prince. Apparently, he liked his skills so much that he offered to take him in as his soldier and treat him with care. But he tried to be as polite as possible and declined in a really roundabout way. Because he had no idea in becoming the subordinate of a man who would literally be the master of genocide. But he could not tell Elle about the real reason. So he also told her a lie that he was not thinking that it was a good idea to become a soldier at this age. Listening to that, Ellie was really surprised at how young Phoenix was. Changing the topic and changing the point of view, Phoenix asked, what would Ellie would do if she got offered like this? She also refused, saying that she did not want it to be under the command of someone as prideful as him. They continued their banter with Phoenix teasing Ellie that maybe she was just upset about not getting the offer. And she getting angry, both telling each other to go sleep instead. And they continued talking for a little while. But Luke was awake listening to all of her things that he just said about him. But he kept quiet and just pretended to sleep. So the next day arrived. It was a beautiful blue day at the camp of the young prince as the flag soared high. Phoenix has already freshened himself, got into his gear and was going somewhere. The last night in his dream, he was able to see that he had leveled up when he was sleeping. Just 3 days ago, he reached to level 12 after fighting the poison, and by now he is already at level G1. Since the thing that felt weird to him that how easy it was to level up this time because the last time he had to fight Ratman, Tobard, and also the horseback bandits. But it also kind of made sense because last night he nearly died after being thrown to the battlefield with 1 versus literally infinity. And they also went quite the hard time for the past 2 days. All the L's level may not have changed, but she will level up as well. He invested 4 points in dexterity and 1 in magic power, saving the rest for rank 2 skills, which he has to get as soon as he heads level 15. But for now, his day begins by greeting the Royal Highness. He also praised him for being punctual on his first day. Showing his face, he said that he had now decided on what he would do. He was going to give the mercenaries their roles as well in this war. ALBY. He never knew why he was given such an adorable name. Heck, he never even knew any love in his entire life. He did not have any parents, any siblings, or any family members to give him anything. The first memory he remembers in his life is of getting beaten up by an enraged merchant. Why was he beaten so harshly? Because he was caught stealing food from the merchant. Since then, he survived on begging for food or thieving for food while trying to escape from all the angry people who wanted to beat him for it. Until he realized that doing things like that, he had become a part of a gang of thieves. His life was pretty lackluster, and he just lived his days until he saw something which caused a turning point in his life. The turning point in his life was to encounter a wandering knight. The knight had clashed with his group of thieves, and he was fighting gallantly. Although this man was completely injured and literally bled from all of the places, he still took down all of the thieves. Albie we watched from a distance as all of his thieves' comrades and co-workers got slashed one by one. And once the knight was tired of killing every single thief member, he seized the opportunity and striked him. He struck the knight right at his neck, thus killing him from behind. So in front of him, every single one died. Every single one from his own thief clue and the wandering light. The only one who was left was Albie himself. Taking the knight's clothes and armor, from that day onwards he became a wandering knight himself. Even though he was not a real knight and just pushed as one, he honed his horseback riding skills and martial arts skills. And as his prowess grew, his gang as well. And then his gang's number crossed 1,000 members. For him, the title of a wandering knight did not fit him as it demeaned him, made him felt small. So he proclaimed himself that from now on, he will become a nobleman. This self-proclaimed nobleman knighted his followers, which caused the birth of the infamous Baron Albane and his band of marauders. So, sitting in a bush area, one of the members told Lord Albie that the prince himself is coming to kill their group. The messenger said that the cavalry unit were lurking by the water as the sun was setting, which meant that they were looking to cross over at night. The rest of his followers started to give him different kind of ideas as to how they might lure them and finish them off. Or they have to be afraid of the reinforcements from the South Harbor. Giving out a big sigh, Albie said that this was clearly just a distraction. They were trying to divert the attention to the prince himself and use a second group of soldiers to break through somewhere else. Thinking for a bit, he told the messenger to send word to the pirate Aldo because they might be planning to aim for the beach. He told the second messenger to tell the patrol to patrol around the tunnels because they might distract them in the east and slip it through the tunnels. But looking a little bit confused, he asked that what was the need of this because they already had sent men to guard the tunnels. So sending 2 sets of soldiers did not seem any necessary. He stood up angry, but still explaining to him that what he exactly meant was if he saw anyone suspicious, pursue and capture them. And if he did not move within the next minute, he was going to gouge his eyes out. So all the men began to run to their respective jobs that Albie just gave them to do. After they had left, he gave out a big sigh, wondering why the heck was he putting up with such uncultured idiots. He should get his own territory and replace them soon. But the first guy whom he had sent over to see the beach came running, shouting, my lord, over and over. He came to say that the cavalry and the troop had already passed over through the river. He went on to inform that they shot arrows from across the river, creating a bridge the entire cavalry crossed in no time. They also brought a lot of infantry as well. Seething in anger, he smashed the head of the messenger who brought in the bad news. Seeing the headless corpse of their comrade fall down like this, everyone started to shake in their boots. Then he shouted out to the rest of the guys, what were they standing around for, these incompetent fools? They should go and do their job. He shouted everyone to gather all of the forces and troops and prepare for a major battle. He began to seeth in anger just what he was going to do with these scoundrels. At night, all of the mercenaries were rowing their boats trying to cross the river. Elle was holding on to Phoenix really tightly because the waves were crashing on the boat, sloshing the boat around. According to the original plan in the game, boats were not involved, but this was added in the last minute by arrogant Liam. But surprisingly, it was Prince Olkar who happily agreed to Liam's plan and planned it. According to the prince, although the pirates and bandits were collaborating, they exactly weren't best buddies. Despite controlling both the Outer Bay and the reed fields, they have not joined any joint operations. So the prince considered the beach and nearby water as the biggest vulnerability around the surrounding South Harbor, and chose 9 men, including 2 scouts and 2 couriers for Plan B to follow into the coast into South Harbor. Meanwhile, the prince himself with his army would lead a frontal assault via the Salt River in Plan A. The main idea was to divert the attention. If one plan drew focus, the other plan had a better chance of succeeding. And God forbid if the frontal assault fails, then God knows. Reaching on a solid ground, Phoenix thanked the fates for at least making a landing halfway. Considering they sailed for a couple of hours, it was absolutely not bad at all. Looking at their progress, Phoenix uttered that it was just insanity because they had only made such less progress. Had they taken the horses, they would have covered all of this distance in less than LA minutes. The archer tried to pull out an arrow from her arm, which the opponent's side launched at the leg. The archer tried to pull out an arrow from her arm, which the opponent's side launched at them. The knight standing among them fell to the ground, saying that this is too risky. This was not going to work. With an arrow in his leg and fallen to the ground, he said that running further would be completely pointless. So taking the rest, the knight said that he was entrusting the mission to Lord Randall. He will try to find a way to survive on his own. He should take the rest of the van and go ahead. Lord Randall, with a heavy heart and lot of anxiety, accepted the request and agreed. Looking at the bandits and pirates' boat, Phoenix realized that the knight was just uttering nonsense, because this place was completely swarming with enemies. There's no way in hell an injured soldier can survive on his own. At this moment, about 60 to 70 of them were following them. If LA provides magical support, then they might stand a chance, but even then the probability seemed too less. So she provided a small buff on his weapon, and he called out to LA one last time, making her realize what were they going to face. She did not even need to hear his words. She understood what he meant just by the look alone. Reading herself for all the battle that was about to come, she told to Phoenix that they should move ahead. Thus, Phoenix agreed, although it was a really crazy thought to run away from the bandits. But this is what made the most amount of sense. They did not need to fight. They needed to run. So leaving the night, all of them moved on ahead. Phoenix knew that they had to go once again through the secret passage of the sewers. The bandits won't have left the secret passage unguarded, so they had to fight to break through. The archer was not doing really well. She was bleeding out, so they also needed to go back to treat her. But while running, Phoenix's blood sense sensed a lot of people around him. So he shouted, "Everyone to stop." But unfortunately, all the people that he sensed around him, they were all dead. Dead bodies that were scattered around the ground. Elle exclaimed at how horrible all of this was. She asked to Phoenix were all of these were just bandits? Phoenix answered that some barbarians also looked mixed in from the west as well. Ellie asked, how was he able to recognize all of the people that they were barbarians? Phoenix answered that the beyond the warring region there were vast plains, and the barbarians living there wear dresses just like these. But thankfully among all of them, one person with 2 arrows in his body was breathing and groaning in pain. Looking at that hat, Phoenix instantly recognized who this person was. That person asked him, was he also a bandit? Even though this was a different language, the power he received from Trickster allowed him to talk flawlessly. He answered that he was not a bandit, but he was a mercenary. He was on a mission to save the city from the bandits. Looking at him, one of the soldiers said that it was already too late for this person. They needed to move on. They cannot waste time. But Phoenix asked for a minute. He asked that the hat he was wearing did it originally belong to an elder. Having a really big smile of pride that finally someone understood the value of that tribe, the person laughed, saying that, of course it was. After all, he himself was the one, the Hatanka of Rikua. Hearing the name instantly shocked the hell out of Phoenix, because this old man on his death floor cannot be Hatanka after all. The name belongs to, just as he was about to think about it, someone shouted out something unintelligible from behind, grabbing everyone's attention. Both saw Randall and Phoenix turned around to see who the hell was this. Who the hell was such an idiot to grab so much attention in the middle of night in a forest during a battlefield? Because looking at that person, suspicions of Phoenix became assurance that the person lying in front of him was not Hatanka after all. Because in front of him he saw an extremely muscular and buff man holding a powerful mace in one hand with big tattoos and oozing out a blood-red aura. This guy was actually the Hatanka that Phoenix knew from his time of playing the game. He shouted something really loud in an unintelligible language, but even though the words were not understood, just the sound and the feelings behind it conveyed a pretty clear message. It was a war cry. Taking immediate and fast action, Sir Randall told one of his archers to shoot lots of arrow at the guy. But as the arrow was launched at the guy, one of the tattoos on the shoulder started to vibrate, emanating a purple lightning energy. This lightning purple energy morphed into an energy shield which broke off the path of the arrow, turning them aside. The archer and Sir Randall could not believe what the hell they just saw. But looking at the design of the wind curtain tattoo, Phoenix instantly recognized what it actually was from his knowledge from in-game. It was a skill which deflects non-magical projectiles. Seeing that the normal arrow was ineffective, L created a fire arrow by chanting the spells, aiming it towards the guy. Phoenix shouted her to stop because it was going to be reflected anyways. But just as he had expected, the arrow was blocked, but not by one of the tattoos, but using the sheer force of his mace. Phoenix then shouted to tell everyone from his party member that the barbarian was running and charging at them now. But looking at the body tattoos, body type, and facial structure, Phoenix realized that this guy was another one of the characters that he had created in his in-game back at his homeworld. Although he was confused because he thought that this character's strength was just under 30. Now, blaming himself and thinking that this guy was his own responsibility, he left everyone behind and started to charge ahead at the barbarian by himself. And the reason he told himself for abandoning everyone once again to go fight alone was because only he knew how to stop this guy. But game world and real world are not going to be exactly same anytime, which is why Phoenix was struck by the maze and flown away behind. The force of the throw was so strong that Phoenix was thrown across the field, across his own party members, and went and got hit on the rock behind him, spitting his blood on the ground. He growled that every single level increase that he tried to do, every single shield buffed it, he tried to do. How the hell did all of them got destroyed in just one blow? Looking at his body, he saw that his arm was broken and shouted out to the barbarian that he was not some sort of baseball to be thrown around and considered himself to be idiot to charge head-on. The name of this character was Deep Dark Fantasy. This character was a level 16 barbarian, mainly skilled in the Tattoo series, and he was one of the side characters. In the game, aside from the Blood Knight, Phoenix's second favorite was the barbarian, because although he did not have much utility or survival skills, but his impact of attack was really powerful. Back in the game world, he had used this character to chase down so many pesky magic casters and killed them in one hit, which felt really satisfying to him. Coming back from his nostalgic time period, Phoenix saw that LA casted a fireball directly at the barbarian's body. Seeing his reaction, Phoenix was conflicted because the barbarian was only able to block physical attack, not magical, which meant he took the full blunt and still did not falter at all. And it almost looked to him as if he was shooing away a bug. But as Phoenix was collecting himself and standing up, the barbarian came to them, quietly asking to move aside. Now, enraged in anger due to the previous attack, he taunted him that, what the hell did he just say to him? In his own barbarian language, he said that these guys are not going to listen to logic, which means he'll have to kill them first. But just before the fight, Luke from Sidelines shouted out to all of them to stop the fight and listen to him first. Luke used his magic to amplify the chieftain's voice, who said that these guys are not their enemies, they should stop fighting them. Hearing this, the barbarian stopped in his tracks, shouting back to ask if the chieftain was okay or not. Taking care of both of them, they shared sad glances and happy as well, realizing that all of them were okay. LA got worried, asking Phoenix was his arm was okay. Phoenix said that this barbarian was a character whose default name was Hatanka. But the old man called the barbarian Hatanka as well, so which meant that Hatanka was actually a title instead of a name. Seeing that they do not have to deal with the barbarian anymore, Sir Randall told Phoenix that they did not need to wander here. They had to move forward. But Phoenix asked for a little bit amount of time more. Although the time he asked was not to laze around, it was his encounter with the tattoo barbarian, which was a fateful encounter and will help them in the future. Phoenix could not just leave this scene. He needed to see what was happening. The chieftain, now giving out his final breathing movements, gave his hat to the barbarian, thus passing on the title of chief to him. While crying a lot, the barbarian hugged his chief for the last time. Now, walking up to Phoenix in a calm tone, he said thank you for letting him see to his legacies, and Phoenix was surprised that he knew this area's language already. The barbarian told that since he have nothing to do, he will now leave. But Phoenix said that it was better to stick together because there were lots of thieves and bandits. But it did not matter to the barbarian as he did not fear anything. But even then, Phoenix insisted on asking him to follow him so that he could keep them safe. Sir Randall, on the other hand, shouted that why the hell were they including an unknown person into the party? How could they trust him? But he asked him to shut up as this was his personal matter, and he was going to take all responsibility for everything that was going to happen. Finally, agreeing to go with them, he asked Phoenix to call him Hatanka. Now, at a mutual understanding, he told them that they needed to move quickly, asking him if he was okay. He replied, yes. Looking at his chief for one last time, he asked to move forward. So, they all started on the journey once more, with half of them now either tired or injured or untrusted by the rest of the party. And now with the barbarian joining them, Phoenix led every single one of them to the secret passageway. But they needed to keep caution as the thieves must be guarding the gateways. But as everybody was reaching the secret passage where Phoenix shouted out everybody to halt to scout out the location in front of him, it was Pagano. He was there along with the rest of his archers with him. This guy was really annoying because they just shoot arrows and then run away. But when you get close to the main guy, they just shoot even faster. But just as they were thinking of how to take this guy out, the barbarian standing from behind started to roar in anger. He was in his full bloodlust mode once more. Phoenix shouted what the hell happened this time. Instantly noticing him, Pagano and his team ordered everyone to shoot arrows at him. But as expected, it was completely ineffective on him as he had the wing-shoulder curtain tattoos on his shoulders which protected him from the arrows. The guy's full name was the Pandit Red Chief Radcliffe Pagano. Looking at the barbarian, he shouted, "What the hell is with this guy? Why were none of the arrows reaching him?" Using this moment as an assist, the archer from Phoenix's side shot an arrow killing one of the horses which threw down Pagano. And as he was on the ground, the barbarian raised up his mace, preparing to smash the guy's face in. But even killing the chief was not enough for Barbarian, as he kept on using his curtain shields and smashed through every single bandit's head using his mace. Phoenix got reminded of the time he created this character in his character-created build. Unlike Blood Knights who had standardized and limited skill trees, Barbarians had various builds. Every single kind of build was equally as favorable. So Phoenix created many characters in terms. Some specialized in tribal combat skill and some specialized in powerful single-strike skills. He created another one which had the Frenzy series extractic skills, which threw away all sense of reason and turned the person into basically a monster. Then he created those guys who maximized the defense and damaged based on defense. Or the single extreme strike damage with the headbutt, Stonehead, Barbarian, was just some of the examples of this build. But the most recent one was the Tattoo Effect Scale Barbarian, which could divert all kind of non-magic projectiles. But the problem was, since the tattoos cannot activate their effects when covered, they cannot wear any armor. But the synergy of each tattoo gets really excellent. But one thing he noticed when he saw all of the bandits, that they had fought all these ways that they were much weaker than he had previously anticipated. He suspected maybe it was because Prince Olgar with all of his cavalry and army was taking the major heat of the bandit towards the front, thus reducing their workload over here. But just as Barbarian was shouting and chasing after everyone, Phoenix kept on shouting that there was no need to chase after the ones who ran away. They needed to save time, calling him repeatedly back. But one thing was missing suspiciously from his build was the prayer bead. Did he just not get the prayer bead till now, or the game was once again playing into the effects of reality? After what felt like the most longest and arduous journey of their lives, they finally reached the destination that they were trying since so long. They were back at the church bell. Last night, using the barbarian's abilities, they managed to break through the encirclement pretty easily, and they used the embankment to reach to the secret passageway. Unfortunately, the bandits were only stationed at the edges of the passageway. None of them were patrolling inside. So once they got in, they were easily able to navigate, and they returned to the South Harbor without much of a fight. But what felt weird was why was the city so noisy even this early into the morning? So, wanting to know about it, Phoenix went and asked one of the guards what was all these commotion about. Looking at him, the guard instantly realized that he was the mercenary who has brought the crocodile skin last time, and further asked that did he went into the sewers to find something else? But without even getting to the spot, the guard kept on blabbering about how the commotion started, who was talking to who, what happened. In excruciatingly detailed, Phoenix and the rest were completely stunned at just how much this old man blabbered. Realizing that a lot of time was being lost, another one of the soldiers came and told him about the third prince. Instantly changing the topic about the third prince, the first guy stopped blabbering about other stuff. Taking a second to realize who the one who told him about this, we turned his head around to shout out that it was his captain. Instantly getting into his position, he told that there were no problems. But the captain's worries was not him at all. He looked at Phoenix, quite amazed and afraid at the fact that he was able to return from the deadly battlefield alive and with no problems. Phoenix was quite angered, realizing that the cavalry had basically sent him on a suicide mission, but not showing it openly. He just said that he was fine and the mission was not that hard. Bowing back with a little bit stressed, he said that he is here on the account of someone who had called to meet him. and asked Phoenix and his entire group to follow him to the person who called them. Upon being asked who was calling for them, the captain said that it was His Highness. His Highness had sent in a request to meet Phoenix and his entire team. But since Luke and Barbarian were outsiders who joined in later and did not have perfect identities, they were not allowed to get into the Salt Castle. And that group's archer was sent to the doctor immediately because her wound was way too serious to be treated by just a priest. She needed medical intervention. Along with the Highness who called for them, he was also reminded the fact that the third prince had also came to the castle. Just as they were moving to the big hall, he heard the voice of the third prince and the Highness fighting over some disparity. Both of them were fighting over something, a route of action that the third prince was proposing, but the Highness was refusing, which was causing a place of dispute between the two. Phoenix got really impressed and surprised at the fact that the third prince was able to break the encirclement head-on along with his team without even sustaining even minor injuries with all those pirates and bandits. The prince was angry, saying that, right now, what they least needed was to follow the orthodox system. What they needed was someone with the same level of logic and bravery as he himself, so that they can do the tasks better. The Highness said that wasn't it the same thing, practicing orthodox system and adding new people who will turn orthodox themselves. In the end, hearing his point of view, the third prince could not argue anymore, saying that he did not have anything else to say. The captain went and told the Highness that the mercenaries had arrived, which brought a glee of smile on the Highness' face. He got off from his chair and shouted out to the group that the proud heroes of the South Harbor had arrived. The king began to hug Phoenix, acting all friendly. Phoenix was completely confused as to why he was suddenly acting so friendly when, just a few days ago, all of them were calling him scum mercenary. The king shouted out to the rest of the men, saying to give these guys lots of gold coins because they were able to achieve something that even the third prince himself was unable to do so. Because although people might believe in the gallant prince, in the times of need they need someone who is actually reliable like him. The people will sing the praises and the bravery, leading just a few cavalrymen into the gate, breaking through the encirclement by himself. People will praise him. Phoenix was surprised, hearing that the prince himself was able to do such a crazy feat. While looking at the third prince, Phoenix was amazed, learning about the fact that he led a really small elite team and cleaned the entire encirclement by himself. Now the king turned to Phoenix, saying that although they came through the underground tunnels like rat or snakes without sustaining even a single energy, they were the actual show of true wisdom and courage that benefited the battlefield. Phoenix got confused and angry that what nonsense was this old man blabbering about? Who said that nobody got hurt? And was he trying to mock the prince or something? But just as the prince and his elite team were shocked at what the king said, the prince raised his hand in order to stop. Trying to cut him midway, he also sarcastically applauded Phoenix Group, saying that they were indeed a show of great bravery wisdom. Looking at the fire brewing in front of them, Phoenix and 22nd really uncomfortable. That they got into some wrong place at a wrong time, now that the third prince was super pissed. Phoenix said that is this how it feels when you get stuck in the crossfire of something that you did not even commit for. Now, Phoenix started to look at a flashback in which a commentator in a serial world was anchoring a match between two players in the game. This game was between the two characters of Bloodlust and Samsara. One guy who was one of the player at the computer said what nonsense these guys were uttering. The moment the starting rank started, Bloodlust was able to capture and defeat Samsara in literally less than LA seconds. It was an instant kill. Everybody told that what a waste it was that he wasted all of the puffs with just 3 seconds of manners. Some of them were annoyed at how fast the game ended, with Samsara killed and fallen on the ground. All of the viewers were talking to each other at how amazing Bloodlust was, that he was absolutely crazy. The narrator called out to the audience as the new hero had joined. It told him that he could become friends by shaking the hands or killing each other by fighting. Foe sitting in his room on his table, laughing glee that how easily he was able to defeat him, and he will also defeat his alt account just as easily as possible. But something scared him the moment he saw something about the alt account. It was Luke. He came wearing the tiara of death along with his staff of death. Fully prepared and very high-powered necromancer. Just as he was about to imagine the fight, his eyes opened, breaking the dream. Looking at the ceiling, he kept on wondering just what was the dream about. Who were the characters and why was Luke suddenly there, and who was the announcer, everything. Phoenix and the rest of the team were able to return to the inn late at night, which had been restored after the attack. But when he woke up, he saw that his level was suddenly at 14. Although it was a good thing that he was leveling up, but there was also something else that was eating him away. That was that he became level G1 just yesterday, the day before. So he looked back at the lives he had taken while returning from the garrison to South Harbor. But it was really not enough to give him any XP to level up. Since he did not level up by using the EXP from the enemies he had killed, the only explanation that remained was that the quest Return the Delivering Letter was completed. He got a lot of EXP from the system, which helped him level up. So once again, he was reminded just how much of difference there was in game versus reality. She could not predict the future in any way. Like, compared to the game, Poison's death was really earlier than he had anticipated. Ellie got her power much more earlier than the game had anticipated. In the game, the reply from the traitor did not even exist at all, but even then they got one. And the fact that the third prince was easily able to break through the encirclement and enter the South Harbor through the pirates and thieves, it was completely different. It was completely unexpected development compared to what he had expected from playing the game for so long. He even received double the amounts of money that he was promised at the beginning of the Lord's request, which is why, unlike a game in which rules are set in stone, here everything is completely variable and everything can go awry at a moment's notice. Although he understood that the money he received from the Lord of the area might have been the contributing factor in his EXP, but he felt like something else was more applicable here. Perhaps this world considers the completion of level to reach a guidepost rather than any individual actions which he completed yesterday night. But he understood that overthinking was a pretty stupid thing. So he set aside everything and just told himself to be happy that he leveled up. He shifted his attention to Elle. She was still up in the attic, sleeping even though it was already evening. It was already past 24 hours, but was she that tired? Daria brought a little amount of food and water for Phoenix. Asking him why was he looking anxious? Was he waiting for someone? Phoenix refused, saying that there was no one like that. The dinner was a tasty, baked, syrupy steak, allowed with milk and curry. Phoenix thanked her for such a hearty meal and went on to eat it. The meal was really tasty, which made him really happy. He thanked her, saying thank you for such an amazing meal, but she just said that, giving her smile to him. But after a few minutes, he asked that why was she not eating? Her just sitting like that on the post was making him a little bit awkward eating. Daria said that she did not mind sitting there because she liked him seeing him eat. Phoenix took in a big gulp of his own saliva, worried about how the things were progressing over here. He was worried that he, a foreigner, a wanderer, sent as far to ask a noble for the favor in order to protect the end, due to which the landlord started to treat him like a benefactor and Daria started to develop strong liking for him. Because from Daria's perspective, it was pretty easy to misunderstand that everything that he did carrying out the Lord's dangerous mission, every single being benefacted, everything was for her. He did all of this to protect the inn out of sense of responsibility because they gave a home to him. But he did not do it because he wanted to look good to Daria. Adding more to the conversation, Daria asked, in that what he was going to do after eating. Phoenix said that he was still feeling a little bit stiff. That's why he was going to rest a little bit more. But looking at him with hopeful eyes, Daria said that she had made some tea and would like to invite him to her room for a little bit of chat. Acting really shy, she said that Phoenix looked really tired, and she had especially prepared some really good tea for him. Surprised at the rate of progression, everything that he just thought before blew out of his mind. And the only thing he could only stutter was, okay. So taking a little bit amount of rest along with Daria, he went back to sleep, and thus waking up the next morning with a big yawn, he went downstairs. But then suddenly someone called out to him. It was Mr. Luke the Necromancer. He had a really worn-out face, as if he was completely awake the night without being able to do anything. Phoenix asked, why was he looking so tired? Was he not able to sleep last night? Luke was not able to say anything. So Phoenix kept on guessing that maybe Hatanka may have done something strange. Luke refused, saying that it was not Hatanka, due to which he was unable to sleep, because no matter how much strong he looked, no one can stay awake after drinking 40 cups of beer. Listening to him drinking 40 cups of beer, Phoenix got concerned that even though he shared the reward from the count with all of them, he was worried that he might all spend it all on drinking. Although he should not interfere due to his family died, but still he was worried. Luke once again asked, did he really not know why he might have caused Luke to stay awake? But Phoenix was completely oblivious as he asked again what might be the reason. Luke, hiding his face, said that he did not know what Phoenix was doing last night, but it was causing a lot of noise till dawn. It was so noisy that he thought the inn was going to collapse, understanding that he was the actual culprit behind it all. He got stunned in his place and he could only utter out his small sorry for everything he had caused. Going back to his room, Phoenix was looking through all of his stuff, saying that he was running out on something or he needed to buy something more. For Phoenix, it was already 3 weeks since he had been thrown into this world. As a modern person who grew up with modern amenities, he was still struggling to adapt to this savage place. So many things had happened within this time frame. And just a few minutes ago, he got the delivery of his newly improved metal shield. Things like battling with the pirates. I am seeing how much people were desensitized to death till the point that they were publicly cheering looking at execution in the market square. He got attacked by a gigantic crocodile, which he was able to use in his own advantage by selling its skin. If he were his old self, he would already have multiple numbers of lifelong traumas just from witnessing these incidents alone. But even among them, things were pretty explainable. But the most scary and unexplainable thing that happened with him was committing a murder, cold-blooded murder, taking a life. Although looking back at it, it was quite funny because he had killed at least 100 people of his own will in just the past 3 weeks. Yet he feels kind of like a hypocrite for saying that he still cannot adapt to this world and that his own morals were of morally high ground. He was not normal either because Phoenix started to feel some sort of pleasure, some sort of thrill from killing, like as if he was a complete psychopathic killer. But he tried to desperately deny this case. He tried to think that he was not mentally ill, that it was just a side effect of the skill. He was not a psychopathic murderer. He thought that it was actually the skill side effect called thirst, which buffs skill and increased the attack power and accuracy. His vision turning bloodshot and feeling the thirst of blood was just the latent desire of the skill going crazy. He still had belief that he was a normal modern person. Thinking about all of this, about where he was, what his progress was making him nauseous and he felt that he was not feeling that much good. Now, turning his attention to Elle, he saw that she leveled up yesterday and she was growing fast. And he wondered if she was already among one of the strongest magicians in her class in terms of magic. And he also wondered if Luke and the Barbarian leveled up or not. Because when he checked the character's sheet in his dream, Mr. Luke and the Barbarian's sheet were not there. But he was confused that why it was not there because for Elle it appeared as both of them met. He wondered if there was a condition needed for it. Looking at Elle, he called her up saying that it was already getting late and they should start to go look for some work. But Elle put the blanket more closer over her face saying that she was not feeling like going and she will sleep there a little bit more. Little bit annoyed, Phoenix said that they did not have any much time left. They needed to go out there and secure their spot, but Elle insisted on being left alone. Phoenix was angry and kind of losing his mind because according to the informant's letter at this tonight during the sunset, his informant and his men will move with a green flag. So he gave the letter to the captain and decided to move secretly to catch the informant. The captain of the guards probably had all of his men hidden all over the city by now, and if everything went according to the plan, they can easily get through this chapter without any more problems. So he called to Elle once more. What was the problem was she feeling sick or something? But Elle said that she was fine, she just wanted to rest in her bed. Picking her up, he shouted to her to at least look him in the eye before saying, why was she refusing to look him in the eye? But when she woke up, Phoenix saw that Elle's face was completely swollen. The edges of her eyes were red and it seemed as if she was crying for the entire night. Upon asking what happened, she just said that nothing had happened. Phoenix put down his shield and sword and sat beside her, asking what was going on. She kept on pushing him away, but he did not let go. He stayed beside her. Phoenix explained that he can never leave his comrade in pain when they just want to leave without giving an explanation. So it would be nice if Elle could just tell to Phoenix what happened. Although Phoenix did not want to touch the topic, but he could kind of guess what was the reason. So turning his gaze away, he asked, was all of this because of Daria? Just like Arrow, hitting something right on the mark. This was exactly the reason, and Elle started to tear up once more. Seeing a reaction like this, Phoenix's suspicion pretty much turned into conviction that this was exactly the reason why Elle was acting like this. Looking into the ceiling, he sighed, thinking that in this world where you are considered an adult at 16, it is not strange for Elle to have feelings for Phoenix. But it is wrong for him to respond to these feelings because he is not from this world. He is a modern person coming from Seoul. even though it is cowardly, but he still needs to turn her down respectfully. Turning his mood to a little bit of anger, he said in a stern voice, it did not matter what her mood was, work and she needed to come. Regardless of personal feelings, how can she just lie down when her comrade is going to fight out in the battlefield? This reply has turned Elle for a little while, but then the next moment she returned back to her angry state once more, and told back in the same stern voice that why did she needed to do this at all? Phoenix was doing everything because of his heroic spirit, but she was not bound by anything like that. Because they already had finished the request and handed over the evidence of the informant, so it did not make any sense why they were now actively participating in the battle. She kept on berating Phoenix that he must be enjoying the attention he got from the prince and the count, or he might be liking that he is now called a real hero. The Bloody Knight? She reminded him that this was not they had agreed on previously. They agreed to earn money from request and look for opportunities to go to North. But why was he doing all of these hardships? Why was he back in the siege again? But Phoenix answered the situation had changed. The prince had arrived, and if the operation was successful, then they will save the city. Elle shouted back that what would be the result of doing that, a few more gold coins? Was it worth risking his life for few more gold coins? But Phoenix said that he was not doing this for money. Using all of her voice, Elle shouted that he might be doing this for heroic feelings and all, but he did not consider that he was putting his comrade's life in danger because of his own belief system. Phoenix got quiet and did not answer her anything. Now hiding his face, he asked, even after doing all that, was he really putting all of them in danger and did not care about them at all? Elle said that she felt like it. Phoenix consoled to himself that Elle does not probably mean it. She is angry, so she just wanted to hurt him. She is saying things like that to hurt him without thinking. He understands them logically, but emotionally he cannot handle it anymore. So he just said one word to her. He was tired. He never meant to put her in any kind of dangerous situations. He always cared about her, even more compared to every single one he has ever met. Hiding his face, he said that he hesitated to say because he was afraid of regret. He was afraid of hesitating and regretting it again. Even though he knew what she was feeling, he never wanted to hear those words from her. He was tired of covering for her. He was sick of her self-centered behavior and how she treated others. Elle silently asked, what did she do? Phoenix said that she did way more than she ever realized. She ignored him, mocked him, treated him like an idiot. But Elle tried to counter by saying that he was the one who wanted to ruin everyone's mood. She never said anything that was out of the ordinary. At this point, Phoenix was not even angry anymore. He was slowly turning apathetic, saying that of course she always would run to meditation, to escape any consequences of her actions. Crinkling her bed sheets by grabbing too hard, she said that he cannot berate her like this. Phoenix asked, why was he not allowed when she can just blabber whatever she wanted? But she said that she was not like that with him. Why was he being like this? Phoenix said that it was his patience. His patience was running out from having to deal with her so much. Turning his head aside, he said that he was going. He cannot deal with her anymore. If she wanted to come, she can come. If she did not, she can do whatever she wanted. But she shouted that she was not done with him. But he was done with her. People were waiting for him whom he could not make wait any longer. His new comrades, Grania and Arnaldo, the archer, are coming. Elle was absolutely shocked with this. How can he just change his comrades at a moment's notice like this? She shouted, how can he just throw her like this, changing his comrades, after all the first comrades that he ever created was him. It was her who he chose first. It was her who he went to the adventures first. It was she who was his comrade first. She was continuously sniffing and crying while Phoenix just stood there silently. He realized it was his own fault after all. He treated Ellie like his own niece without even realizing it. Which is why this affection may have caused some sort of misunderstanding to Ellie. And being kind to her while knowing her feeling would be like a poison to her. So in order to not hurt her anymore, he just left the room because him staying would be more painful. So the day crossed and the dawn came. Everyone was shouting that what kind of nonsense happened. How could someone do this kind of stupidity and cursing everyone? Phoenix also came in angry, asking to move aside so that he can talk with someone. The operation had failed. Apparently, even after 3 hours of sunset, the informant did not move. It turned out that the captain of the guard, worried about the count's safety, informed the captain of the personal guard and the information got leaked. It was his own stupidity. He was stupid enough to believe that the captain would follow his orders blindly. As a vessel of the Count, it was his duty after all to make sure that the Count's safety came first. Had the operation been successful, capturing the fourth pick, the unveiled witch, would have been pretty easy. But he started to second doubt himself that maybe it was better this way instead of changing the future. He should just let the things go as they are. With a dejected mood as he was going back to his inn, Farrell came calling to him. Farrell was the younger brother of Grania. He came and said that it has been a long time since all of them had met. Farrell and Gilius were still the part of the personal guard. They kicked him out as soon as Grania returned, and it would feel that they had been holding him as hostage for now, so they will keep him. But everything got clicked into his mind. Personal guard. That's who he wanted to talk with. He asked Farrell if what did he do in the personal guard position. For an answer that he sometimes does odd jobs here and there and fills in for patrols and guards, Phoenix also surprised that how come personal guards do these kind of menial jobs? He was surprised that was this event possible, or were they just wary of the new guy and did not give him access to the personal jobs? But just then Luke came in shouting what the hell was happening, grabbing Phoenix's attention. Luke shouted that Elle was supposed to stay in the room. Where was she now? With a worried look, Daria said that after Phoenix and Luke left with the mercenaries, Elle also went out. Luke shouted that, where did she go? Now, shaking, Daria answered that she did not know. She thought that Ellie was just following Phoenix and Luke, but Phoenix was losing his mind over here. But rather than losing his mind, it was more of a trauma response of something that happened in his previous life. The same way his niece disappeared from his life when he was back at Seoul. His brain was screaming stuff like gone. She was gone now. When she was gone. With whom she was gone. Who took her? When she was gone. This time he got into another of his flashbacks when he brought the corn dog that his little niece had asked for him. Ji-won kept on calling to him that why was she looking at him or like that? That he was just standing there without answering her like an idiot. Phoenix realized that this was his figment of imagination. The time when he came to the amusement park with Ji-won, but he was not the control in the fragment of this reality. As the Phoenix in front of him told back to Ji-won that how was she talking back to her uncle? He was going to complain about her. But taking the corn dog from his hand, Ji-won sat down the bench saying that it was really tasty and sweet. But noticing something about her, Phoenix asked, that what was that on her left knee? There was a small scar just under the knee of her left leg. Phoenix asked that how did she got this injury? Ji-won was confused as to why he was being nostalgic all of a sudden. Ji-won said that it was when she received a wound from the spear and he himself gave her a potion to heal it. Did he just forget about that? Portion, spear, what was she talking about? What did she mean by spear or portion? Phoenix frantically asked Ji-won that what was she talking about? How did she get a wound from a spear? What portion was she talking about? Hearing her own name, Ji-won asked that who was Ji-won? Who was he talking about? But then suddenly a loud ringing started to hurt Phoenix in his ears. The ringing got so loud that he could not hear anything anymore and his head was hurting. He screamed to himself, what was this siren? What was hurting his head? And suddenly few people began to call himself Phoenix. What happened? It was Luke. Luke repeatedly called out to Phoenix to snap him out of the flashback. Luke shouted out to Phoenix that he could not snap out like this. He needed to find Elle right now, didn't he? He was the one who needed to do it. So he caught himself and said that he needed to do that. Running towards the barracks, he said that he was going to put in a search request for Elle and told Phoenix to search on the places that she might have gone. Phoenix was kind of weirded out about how Luke was acting about her. Because in the first place, he clearly joined to retrieve the body of the countryman, but even in situations like this, it did not make any sense for him to be this considerate. Daria kept on looking from back, worried about if she had done something wrong. Other than that, he needed to find her first. He needed to calm down. She is a mage, not an old-fashioned wand style, but a proper battle mage. So she is not in danger right now at this exact moment, and since she left the inn on her own, she was not kidnapped by anyone. First, she went on to search for all the places that she usually visits. But things were not looking any good for them, searching for Elle. As it turned out that Elle had gone to the sewers right after the sunset and the chief of the guard had let her go through it. With a confused look, the guard chief said that it was not anything out of ordinary. She is a mage of their group and she has already entered and exited the sewers several times. But Phoenix said it was different because she went away to some other place while all of them were stuck doing the operation. So he must have stopped her for any reason, but he still didn't do it. Why? The chief got angry and said that they are guards, not nannies. she asked and walked on her own. Why was he getting angry on them? And warned to him, and he kept on acting like this. He was going to get him thrown out immediately. Now fully angered, he agreed that he was going to go, but if anything happened to L, he promised that he was not going to let him go unharmed. He turned it towards Mr. Luke and told him to get ready because they were also venturing out into the sewers. The chief then came running out, shouting to Phoenix and his group that how dare he threaten him. After all, the protection of the whistle-in was under the protection of the guards themselves. Stopping in his tracks, Phoenix asks that he was going as far as treating the people they needed to protect as hostages. The chief said that he had the power to put all of the people in jail, saying that they were aiding a criminal. Not taking his word, Phoenix said that he was free to do whatever he liked, but he will be the one who would face the repercussions of his actions. People might ask that how come just a lowly mercenary was able to be so rude to the chief? So that rather than having something to rely on, people will have something interesting to rely on now. Looking at more drastic measures, Phoenix asked, Mr. Luke, would the third prince help them if he asked? Luke said he had no surety. Phoenix said he will go to try it because there was nothing to lose in it, but in return he might have to become his knight as the prince had told him before. He said that this was going to be much better than relying on those guards for help, but he could not ask Grania and other members for help as well, because it was going to be really hard, and they don't know what might happen if they ask for help. Luke said that it is better if they start moving ahead themselves because if Elle went to the sewers, her destination was most probably the secret passageway which led to outside, and they also did not had much time to ask anyone for help. Then, turning around, he asked Luke if they can take the barbarian for help as well. Luke was hesitant as he was hesitant to trust on someone who they had just met. Luke said that they did not know him much well. Barbarians are completely different from them, so both physically mentally they can't trust them so easily. Although Phoenix tried to make Luke understand, but he remembered that even in the game people from the tribe were treated as monsters, so it was inevitable. And also the fact that the barbarian was completely drenched in alcohol and did not even got off from his hangover. It's better to let him rest now and talk to him sometime soon about the money. He agreed to just buy the supplies and go to look for Elle in the sewers, and he was really happy that Luke was helping him out. So after buying the supplies and in the dungeon sewers, Luke asked if he could hear any kind of movement, but Phoenix answered that he could not sense anything at all. Looking at Luke struggling so much to find Elle, a question popped up in his mind. He asked, did he have any kind of granddaughter or grandson about Ellie's age? Luke answered that he never married nor he ever had kids, and asked why was he asking such a question at this moment of time. Phoenix explained that even though Luke has not seen Elle for that long, but here he was worrying for her so much. So Phoenix thought that he might see her as a granddaughter. A small smile creeped up Luke's face after understanding what exactly Phoenix meant. Luke said that even if he had a biological granddaughter, he would not be this much worried about her. The reason he was worried about Elle was because she possessed a rare soul. She is not of a level to be lost in such a place like this. Hearing this, Phoenix thought that even Luke was not as right as he thought. He wondered if all hero characters are like this. But just then a lot of footsteps instantly hit Phoenix's ears, alerting him of a battle in front of them. Seeing this, Phoenix told Luke to get ready with his weapons because they have a long fight in front of them. These creatures were the mermaid folk, but the other way around the walking variation, who had a head of a fish and body of a human. Charging up his blood magic, he wondered why these guys are appearing in this equation because they should be at the priest's subordinates. He realized that something in the area got twisted again, changing it from the regular story, and the monsters began screaming and attacking them. Phoenix charged up his sword with his blood magic and started running towards the monsters head-on. It didn't take him long at all, and he instantly sliced through every single one of them. But just then Phoenix heard that someone started to chant an ancient version of a magical casting near him. After charging that energy, a jet of water started to flow from her hand, which instantly flowed towards Phoenix, and he was barely able to block the flow of the water using his shield. After standing and reclaiming his stance, seeing the monster who did it instantly shocked the hell out of him. It was a golden muley. These are really rare named monsters that are hard to encounter, even in the game, which was even weirder as to why they were here in Chapter 2. Using the water as a diversion, rest of the mermaid folks opened up their mouths and began to attack Phoenix. But fortunately, in the nick of time, he was able to stab his sword into one of the mermaid's body, barely saving himself. And in rage, he shouted that he is going to kill them because they caused harm to him, and it hurted like hell. Grabbing his sword tightly, He did a powerful horizontal slash, slicing through every single one of the monsters in half. But just then Luke shouted out to Phoenix to watch out something that was behind him. Phoenix saw that behind him the monster girl created an enormous ice shard and was adding magic to make it even bigger. With a creepy smile, the monster finally completed her casting, thus starting an explosion. Realizing what was about to come, Phoenix asked Sir Luke to get down instantly so that he could be saved from the explosion. But unfortunately, nothing could be done as the explosion was way too powerful. But after a little while, after everything was calmed down, a certain puddle in the inside of the sewers started to bubble. It was Phoenix. He jumped out of the thick, muddy waters which saved him from the direct impact of the explosion. After then, he threw out his bag from the mud water. And then finally, his sword. Getting into one of the formations, he began to catch his breath and thought back on what the hell was that. He somehow was able to block the explosion caused by the golden muley. But suddenly the outer walls and floors of the sewers collapsed into itself. A sudden surge of muddy water came rushing in, washing away both Mr. Luke and Phoenix away, and thus both of them were lost into the sewers. After that, he was trying to survive, but unfortunately something was following him from behind. Even though he swam out of the water, there was no sign of any monster near where. Did he hear wrong? He was sure that something did follow him. Putting his own worries behind him, he began to search for Mr. Luke. He was worried that even though Mr. Luke was strong, he was still old. And these kind of accidents may hurt him a lot. His biggest concern was, did he even survive the explosion? Over on one another side of the sewers, Elle was walking through one of the lanes. With tension and panic in her eyes, she thought that it was definitely a good plan. She wondered, how did it end up like this? She thought it was a good idea because she had copied a map from the sewer's blueprint and there was no fear of getting lost. And also her mana had increased and she had learned a new spell few days ago. So she thought she would overcome most threats. And she thought even if she encountered some bandits guarding the passageway, she could just burn some sleeping potions to put them to sleep like before. But the actual reality made her realize that she was stupid. All of this plan was stupid. She was stupid to come to a place like this alone. It is stupid to waste magic by using spells on zombies or carrier beetles. She wished only if she had awakened lightning-type magic. She could have dealt all of these guys with ease. Beginning to think of Phoenix, she thought that if he was in a place like this, it wouldn't even take him few moments to cut them all down. But what was even the point of thinking of him here? And began to curse him, calling him a perverted, stupid, idiotic guy, and that she did not even wanted to see him anymore. But just then, two mermen walked around telling to each other that they were smelling blood of some creature around. And in front of them, a small bottle filled with extremely flammable liquid was rolled in front of them, with both looking at it like idiots. But the first guy saw that it was a mage who threw this bottle towards them. And then, it instantly alerted the other guy saying that it was magic and they should get away from it. But before the two guys could even start running, Elle started to chart a wind spirit magic, launching a spirit of the wind on top of them. The spirit of the wind exploded the bottle, creating sparks, thus creating a giant fireball in the area, killing both of the merman. Now she started running because she had no mana left in her body. But she was determined that somehow she had to get out of here. But fate was a little bit too cruel on her, and she tripped on one of the rocks, breaking her sprint. She fell down into the sewer lanes on her face, causing a lot of pain on her face and body. But she knew that there was no time to stop here because stopping here only meant death. She needed to move quickly. Otherwise, those terrible walking mermen would be catching up to her any second. She wanted to run away from that area, but she could not. She literally had no willpower left in her body. But just then she heard some sort of humming noises coming from the other side. These humming noises were really familiar to her and she instantly recognized who this was. She recognized that this was the old man Luke's spell, which meant that Phoenix and Luke had come to save her. But as she was walking towards the direction from where the spell came from, there was an enormous explosion around the place. Looking up, she realized that it was caused by enormous explosion, and the entire sewer was now collapsing. She was barely able to support herself from the falling debris around her, but the rushing water washed her out of the area, flowing her to the exit direction. After coughing for a while and holding her back, she quietly got up while still groaning in pain. She saw that she was now in some sort of a large cavernous area. Just then, using her senses, she felt as if there was someone near her right now. Using whatever little amount of mana she had on her hand, she called out the spirit of fire to create a tiny amount of fire around her dagger. She was satisfied a little bit now that she had some sort of light to help her navigate around the area. She was relieved that she was not dead from all the washing around, but even then something felt really weird about the area. The thing that was weird that she was blown out here by soil and sand. So around her there was only sand, which means that she was at a high ground. She wondered if someone brought her up here to the ground. And this was one of the unexplored maps of the dungeon sewers. It was even lower than the lowest points. But just then some sort of even miasma hit her from the back, causing her to panic up. She turned around to see what happened and who was there. In order to protect herself from any kind of incoming danger, she created a small fire spell on standby to be casted at any moment she liked. But even after waiting for a little while, nothing came in her direction. She started to wonder if she had mistook something else for evil energy, and it was just a false alarm. So she canceled out her fire spell, wondering if she sensed wrong. But just then someone's voice called out to Ella, asking if she was okay. And finally it was good seeing her. It was Luke. He was coming towards her holding a glowing torch with a big smile. Happy to see her. But something was not right about him. He had a creepy, evil smile as if he was about to do something bad. Pulling out his torch, Phoenix recognized that this area was the rotting cabin, which is even deeper than the deep parts of the sewers. And he was happy that his spear torch was okay. It was weird because even with game standards, he was isolated in a pretty high difficulty control, and it was also weird that the merman appeared as well because they were the pirate groups. He wondered if this was because he has caused enough changes in the story. But as he was walking down the road, he found something buried in the soil, something shiny. It was Elle's crossbow. Phoenix got scared, thinking, why was something like this over here? Then, looking in the direction of the pathway, he knew that Elle had walked through here, and something happened to make her throw away the crossbow. But while walking, he encountered a small archway that led into a big cave. Phoenix said he knew that something felt strange and something familiar, but this was the altar. It was a random encounter event in the rotting cabin. Phoenix's mouth turned remembering it. Altair was basically a high-risk, high-return event, which was so difficult that one would not dare unless one was very confident in their specs.